Today is Thursday, February 12th, 2026. Can't believe we're in 2026 already, but here we are. We have, as you've likely seen by now, a very, very full agenda for today. So I will do my best to keep us on track while also making sure that we have plenty of time for discussion. So I'll just begin with introductions. And because we're in this virtual format, I'll just do the round robin on my screen. We have a number of visitors in addition to our members and then staff as well. So I'll begin here and I'll just go around with the committee first. It looks like we have some new members as well. David Bergstone. Oh, yeah, just David, if you just a quick introduction about yourself, please.
Yeah, I'm David Bergstone, retired historic preservationist.
All right, thank you, David. Noah Reynolds.
Hi, Noah Reynolds from Winston-Salem. I also serve on the State Historic Commission and the local commission as well.
Great to see you. Dr. Sally Green, welcome.
Thank you. My first time here. I'm also a recent appointed member of the State Historical Commission. I have a lot of interest in not only local history, but preservation. I live in a modernist home in Chapel Hill designed by Terry Wall and protected by Preservation North Carolina. So I'm happy to be here.
All right, welcome. We're happy you're joining us today. Joe Opperman.
Yes, Joe Opperman. I have a architectural firm that specializes in historical architecture based in Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Good to see you, Joe. Josie Ward.
Good morning. My name is Josie Ward. I'm a preservation consultant in Asheville.
All right. Fred Belladin.
Good morning. Fred Belden from Raleigh. I'm an architect and we specialize in adaptive use and historic preservation.
All right. Thank you, Fred. It's good to see you. And Mr. Clark.
Yes, good morning to everyone. Newell Clark. I'm from Lexington, and I also serve on the State Historic Commission and former mayor of the city of Lexington. And currently I'm part owner of a real estate and development company here in Lexington.
Excellent. Great to see everyone. And we'll move on to staff with Hannah Beckman Black.
Morning, everyone. I'm Hannah Beckman Black. I am the preservation specialist in the Western Regional Office based in Asheville.
All right. Thank you. Sarah.
Sarah Woodard. I'm the branch supervisor for the National Register and Architectural Survey branch.
All right. Thank you. And Julie Smith.
Morning, Julie Smith, National Register and Survey Specialist based in Raleigh.
All right. Dr. Waters.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Darren Waters, the Deputy Secretary, Office of Archives and History, and the State Historic Preservation Officer. Glad to be here with you this morning.
Thank you, Dr. Waters. We'll come back to you in just a moment, Dr. Waters, for some additional remarks after introductions. Lauren Poole.
I'm Lauren Poole. I am the National Register and Survey Specialist for the Eastern Region of North Carolina.
Thank you. Ramona Bartos.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ramona Bartos. I'm the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer and the day-to-day administrator of the office. Good to see everyone.
Jeff Smith.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jeff Smith. I'm the National Register Coordinator based here in the Raleigh office.
All right. Beth King.
Morning, I'm Beth King. I'm the Architectural Survey Coordinator in the State Historic Preservation Office.
Thank you, Beth. And Claudia Brown.
I'm Claudia Brown. I'm the part-time National Register and Survey Specialist, having retired from the office at the end of 2018.
All right. Thank you, Claudia. And we have a couple of guests here today, so we'll have them introduce themselves. Robbie Jones.
Morning, Robbie Jones. I am the Tennessee Branch Office Manager for Richard Grubb & Associates in Nashville. I'm an architectural historian.
All right. Thank you, Robbie. Good to see you. And Pofu Yang.
Hello, I'm Pofu Yang. I'm an architectural historian at Richard Grubb & Associates. I will be presenting with Robbie on the Greenbug study list.
All right. Welcome to all of you. Sarah, I believe that's everyone who I see on my screen. Is that correct?
We do also have Matt Zayer, who's our IT and marketing assistant here to help us with the technology.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Matt.
And Sarah, since you've recognized Matt, why don't you go ahead and take it from me and Ramona to talk about Matt's recent award.
Yeah, I just want to take a second to recognize Matt. He recently, just on Monday, was awarded the Secretary's Service Award, and for his really background service, exactly what you see here. He is in the background, but he's a tremendous help, and he's responsive and just always here to help us, and we really appreciate him.
Congratulations, Matt. That's great news. Well deserved. Okay, just a reminder to everyone that our meeting today is being live streamed and recorded. Knows that. I asked next if any potential conflicts of interest. Does anyone have any issues they need to raise before we move on?
Mr. Chairman, it's just wanted to bring to the attention one of the second items under it's an item with Lexington. It's the that you'll see on. I'm going to pull up the agenda. Let me see it real quick. The Lexington Park, Lincoln Park Historic District. There's no conflict of interest, but I did want to clarify this. My company did own property in that district. In 2023, we sold that and no longer have any ownership there. But I just wanted to bring that to the attention that we, at one point, I did own property there, but I do not currently.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Clark. Appreciate that.
This is Sally. I don't know if this is a conflict, but I am a Orange County Commissioner, and the Moorfields item that we have here today, we did vote on it, and I voted in favor of it at a meeting. So I don't know if that prohibits me from that discussion or not. But I would, as an elected official, I was required to take a vote on it.
I don't believe so. I'll defer to Ramona. I believe a conflict of interest in this case is if you have a personal financial stake in the outcome of the vote. Is that correct, Ramona?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
What if it's a pre-existing connection with the property that may influence our opinion?
I would like to say that I am going to need to recuse myself from the Eliza and Ann Patton House vote as I prepared that nomination. And there's also a study list nomination when we get to that point that I'll need to recuse myself from.
Okay.
The Feldman House in Buncombe County.
Well, that sounds great. Okay. If you can just remind us, Josie, when the time comes.
Yes.
And Fred?
I may need to recuse myself from the Magnolia House. We are not under contract for any work with the owner, but we may be working with her on that project.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
David had a question.
Yeah, my question is, I had some previous issues, my previous employment with the Bonson and Camel City properties when I worked for Old Salem because they were adjacent.
Do you have any current business?
I don't have anything current. I just have a pretty strong opinion about them based on long history of having dealt with trying to deal with those properties.
Okay. I'll defer to Ramona in this case. For me, that's not an issue, but Ramona, do you have other thoughts there?
I can look up the bylaws and share those in just a moment. I don't know that is a conflict of interest, but let me double check that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next on our agenda is additions or corrections to the minutes from our October meeting. Sarah, I did have a couple that I found. I sent those to you a few minutes ago, just minor typos, but no substantive comments from me. Does anyone else have any corrections or additions? Okay, if not, would someone care to make a motion to accept those, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Joe. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Clark, thank you. And again, a reminder, because we're virtual today, we'll have to proceed with a roll call vote. So I will go around my screen and ask each member to record their vote. David Bergstone?
Yes, approve.
Noah Reynolds?
Approve.
Dr. Green?
Approved.
Josie Ward?
Approved.
Fred Belladin?
Approve.
And Newell Clark. All right, thank you. That motion carries. That's great. And we are now on to Dr. Waters. I'll turn this over to you to welcome you to make some remarks if you like, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be very brief here because you have a full agenda. But once again, I want to thank you all for your service on this advisory committee, and thank you for taking the time to read over all of these nominations and just giving your input is very important to the work that we do here. Also want to again thank the staff for the work that they do on a daily basis. I had the chance for the first time, I think just a couple of weeks ago, to sit through staff review to listen in. And I think I told Sarah and Ramona that it deepened my appreciation for the work and the heavy lift that the staff does. So I want to thank them for that. A couple of things, and Ramona and I just talked about this a few minutes ago, that this past weekend I had the opportunity to participate in a board retreat with our partner, Preservation North Carolina. I think that was a very helpful discussion with that organization. We did talk about ways that they could be a stronger partner to us, and especially advocating for the needs of the staff. I don't think people fully appreciate sometimes our partners the amount of work that our team has to do, and the need for capacity to actually get that work done is a great need. And so I was able to really express that. And I appreciate the fact that Ramona kind of keeps me informed enough that I can speak to those things intelligently in those meetings. The second thing I will just let you know, we have been deep in budget planning. There will be ask for the need for capacity for SHPO and for our Office of State Archaeology. So we're hoping that will get through to the governor's ask to the General Assembly when they come back in to begin discussing a budget, hoping that we will get a budget out of the General Assembly. So we'll keep you posted on that. The last thing, and Ramona may address this, but I will. We sat through division directors meeting the other day. Everybody was giving good news. Ramona, being the type of person she is, did not want to say anything. So I will toot her horn for her and the team's horn here. But I want to congratulate them again on securing from the National Park Service an emergency supplement historic preservation fund grant. $6.7 million, and this will go a long way to support the work of SHPO. And so Ramona can talk a little bit more in detail about some of the details of that, but I wanted to acknowledge that and congratulate the team again on that. So, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you. But again, thank you all for being here today. And Sally, I just want Dr. Green just to welcome you to the committee and thank you for agreeing to be a part of this group. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Waters. We appreciate that. And Ramona, I'll turn it over to you, please.
Again, good morning, and thank you all for the opportunity to say a few words. And Dr. Waters, thank you for your kind words. Before I get into a report, Mr. Chair, I do have the bylaws, and they're very short, and I'll just read them if that's okay. Bear with me just a moment. Conflict of interest. This is Section 7 of our bylaws. Committee members shall avoid using or appearing to use their position for personal gain or giving partial or unjustified preferences in the execution of their committee duties. Members shall not be involved in the making of decisions when a conflict of interest, real or potential, would be created with regard to a nomination or any other matter requiring a vote. As outlined below, committee members who abstain from the decision-making process because of a real, apparent, or potential conflict of interest may, in limited cases, render an opinion concerning a nomination or other matter being voted upon, so long as those in a position to make a decision are fully informed as to the possible interest of the persons abstaining. A conflict of interest exists when, and there's several examples, so there are 4 examples I'll give. A, the committee member's employment is directly tied to or otherwise dependent upon his or her employing organization receiving a historic preservation fund subgrant or contract that is related to a nomination or other matter being voted upon. Or B, the member or his or her immediate family or partner has a personal interest in or receives direct financial benefit as a result of a nomination or as a result of an environmental review case, real or potential federal preservation tax credit, historic preservation subgrant, Preservation Fund subgrant or contract associated with the nominated property or other matter being voted upon, or C, an organization in which the member is serving as an officer, director, trustee, partner, or employee, and that is the present tense, is serving, has any personal or financial interest or benefit in the nominated property or other matter being voted upon, or D, any person or organization with whom the committee member is negotiating or has any arrangement concerning prospective employment, has any personal or financial interest or benefit in the nominated property or other matter being voted upon. So in any case, I hope that helps. And Jeff, if it's helpful, we could also share that as part of our training at the next meeting as well. Are there any questions regarding that before I give my quick report?
Ramona, I have one for you, just for clarification. In these situations, is it up to the member themselves to decide whether or not they have the conflict, or is it asking the chair, asking you? I'm curious where the decision.
Well, there's an additional paragraph after that, which I think answers your question. Avoiding conflict of interest. Any member of the committee who has a real, apparent, or potential conflict of interest as determined by the SHPO, so Dr. Waters, I think that means you, sir, with respect to any matter to be considered and voted upon by the committee shall abstain from voting, and as the case may absent himself or herself from the meeting during the review, discussion, and voting. Just my editorial on that is this is not an in-person meeting, so I suppose going off screen would be exiting the meeting for that purpose. Accordingly, the following specific rules shall apply. Committee members shall inform the SHPO of actual, apparent, and potential conflicts of interest. That has seemingly happened this morning. B, no committee member shall present a National Register nomination under any circumstances. C, a committee member shall leave the room during the presentation of, discussion, and vote by the committee on any study list or National Register nomination or any other matter in which he or she has a financial interest, or 2, on any study list or National Register nomination prepared by him or her regardless of financial interest. A committee member who has a personal conflict of interest that is not financial or that does not involve the preparation of the nomination may remain during the presentation of and discussion of the nomination or other matter under consideration, but shall abstain from the voting. No committee member who abstains and absents himself from the voting shall vote in absentia or by proxy, nor shall they seek favoritism from other committee members. Notations will be made in the minutes of all of these conflicts of interest. So I think to the extent that, to your question, Dr. Waters determines the conflict of interest as I'm understanding the bylaws.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
All right. If there's no other questions, I'll go ahead with some items I wanted to mention. And I will get to the grant because I saw a lot of people, their faces got excited, it seemed, as we have been. One I wanted to say is you will feel an absence of one of our members this morning, 2 of our staff members. One is Sharon Hope, who you might know has left to go work for the town of Rollsville. Local government got her, Mayor Clark, and so it's closer to her home. She didn't have as much of a commute, but she has been our steadfast, wonderful colleague as our National Register assistant. She did as much as she could in preparation for this meeting before she left just before the holidays in December. And I wanted to especially credit Jeff Smith and Sarah Woodard for filling that huge gap left by Sharon. We are in the process of getting her position advertised. The other person who you will not see in the room this morning is one of our survey specialists, and that's because Audrey Thomas has transitioned into another role in our office as a restoration specialist. So she is working with Brett Sturm's section as an additional member of staff to help with Western counties, and that includes counties that are getting over to I-77. So Audrey is now doing that work. And I also wanted to say Matt Zayer is part of the inaugural class of individuals who received the Secretary's Award of Excellence. So he's indeed in a special class as a result. This grant that Dr. Waters talked about is for Hurricane Helene recovery. Congress appropriated, interestingly, a bucket of money, not for any particular storms, but for any natural disasters that were, quote, FEMA declared disasters in FY23 or 24. And so as a result, Helene made an unwelcome visit to us in 24. So we were able to apply for capacity needs that we need to help our constituents and our state recover from damages from Helene. And so that 6.7 million breaks down, including indirect costs to the department. We're going to hire hopefully 7 staffers that will help with that. That will include grant administrator folks, a restoration specialist, and archaeologists to work in those Western counties, a National Register reviewer for Western counties, an environmental review specialist for Section 106, which I can tell you has really, those numbers have increased greatly since the recovery has really gotten in the swing, and also to help us continue to do our survey work. And our hope is to target Avery, Madison, and Mitchell County, and as time allows, Caldwell and Wilkes. So you'll be hearing, hopefully in the next couple of years, some study list properties from those areas. And so I really wanted to credit Beth especially for coming up with these counties as places that need our attention and further assistance especially. A very exciting part of this is something, and I want to credit Sarah for being the brains behind how this is all going to take place, along with Andy Edmonds, our GIS specialist, which is we finally have the money to digitize our paper architectural survey records, which date back to the late 1960s. And they live in the basement in Raleigh, in the archives building here, and the Western counties are in the Western Regional Archives in our Western office in Asheville. And so we're going to digitize those, and which means we'll have a backup, but we'll also have the ability to connect them to GIS and make them more publicly accessible versus come in and look at them, or we'll scan them and send you a few. And so I think we're really excited about this. We've tried for several years now, a decade or more, to get the money for this. So this is really needed. And we found out what happens when you have a Western office closed because we had no water or power out there for 6 weeks. It really made a big difference.
And Ramona, can I just say, and Sarah, thank you. Sarah has pushed ever since I have been here for us to begin doing this work. And so I'm thrilled for Sarah that we're going to have this money and begin this process. So Sarah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Waters. We're extremely excited and so thrilled to see the opportunity for all this survey work to be more accessible to more people.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Are you simply going to scan them, or are you going to actually get the data converted so it's actually searchable and usable? I mean, all the digital codes which were created to be the actual database versus just scans of the documents.
Yeah, it'll be scanned so that you can search the scans, and we are planning to create a right now. To do data entry, you get a separate database from us, but we are planning to make that a web portal where you can do your data entry on the internet, and then the database, the scans, and the map are all connected and talk to each other, which they don't do right now.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And we're hopeful to have other materials joined together that have already been digitized. So this is going to be a real, I don't want to say game changer like we haven't been doing it, but a real aid to our efforts and also to more public accessibility to these really important records, which are the records of our state, the records of our people. The other 2 items I'll bring up is we're going to do some local commission outreach and training that relates to recovery and resiliency. And also we have an architectural and archaeological survey of some lands that State Parks has purchased outside of Asheville, Pisgah View, to help them do their due diligence as they start to develop amenities for the public to use and enjoy that area. So it's a lot to work with. We do not have a sub-grant portion as part of this. Individuals who were seeking federal dollars were encouraged to actually apply directly to the Park Service. So we don't have a sense right now of how many folks in our state availed themselves of that opportunity. We did hear from some people that the time period turnaround was not even 6 weeks, that it was very daunting for individuals who had never tried to apply for a federal grant. So we hopefully will have more information about that at our next meeting to share with you. But right now we don't know the universe of that. With that in mind, though, I just want to thank everybody on staff. This is a team effort. Working on this grant was a team effort, and everything that we do is not just one individual, it's everybody working in concert. So I just want to appreciate everyone and appreciate you, because you're part of that as well, and do so on a volunteer basis, for which we're very appreciative. And Dr. Green, a special welcome to you, ma'am. I think you'll find this meeting very, very interesting and right up your alley. So
Thank you.
Back to you, Chair Patch. We appreciate you.
Right. Thanks, Ramona. I believe we are ready to get into the National Register nominations, and we will, as everyone knows, there are a number of these. We have 15 nominations today, followed by 15 study list properties, and we're having a special presentation on Green Book properties that will also include a study list aspect of that. Our first presentation is Jeff Smith. Jeff, you are up.
Thank you, Chair. I was prepared by opening up the PowerPoint before it does this. Okay, let's see. Is anyone seeing anything about my presentation?
Not yet.
Nope, not yet.
It keeps asking me, Sarah, for that same.
Hannah, do you want to jump to Hannah? Are you prepared to go ahead and start, Hannah?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, and Jeff, I will come pop down.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry about that, everybody.
All good. Hannah, your floor.
All right, let's see if I can figure this out. Okay. Okay, can everyone see my screen here?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. So first, I would like to say that unless otherwise noted, all photos were taken by nomination authors. And we're starting with the Lincoln Park Historic District. This nomination was funded by an underrepresented communities grant awarded to the City of Lexington by the National Park Service. And I want to be sure to acknowledge the passionate community members who helped make this nomination happen. Particularly Cassandra Lockhart, who was the primary advocate for this district. And I understand that the community has organized a watch party this morning for this, to watch this presentation for this district, which is awesome. And so I want to say hello to the Lincoln Park neighborhood and thank you for sharing your history with us. So it's located in Davidson County, in the county seat of Lexington, south of downtown, with its location indicated here by the red arrow. The Lincoln Park Historic District is nominated for local significance under Criterion A in the areas of community planning and development and Black ethnic heritage as the first formally platted subdivision for Black residents in Lexington. The Lincoln Park plat shown here has the approximate boundaries of the district shown in red. The only change is at the northeast corner, where by 1955, the road was rerouted to its current configuration, and the lots north of the road were never built upon. The period of significance begins in 1950, the year the neighborhood was platted, and ends in 1976 to correspond with the 50-year end date for the National Register. Lexington grew as an industrial center in the late 19th and early 20th century, and as industry grew, so did the need for housing. Housing for the white population developed primarily west of downtown. So here's downtown, and this area that's National Register listed is part of that historically white neighborhoods. And Black housing developed on the east side in several small and scattered neighborhoods near local industrial areas. Joe White, a local white real estate developer, established Lincoln Park in May of 1950, and it became a tight-knit neighborhood where many families owned homes for the first time. Residents took pride in the development's safety, identity, and strong sense of community. Its initial residents worked in local industries, schools, and churches, owned businesses, and served with honors in the military. In many cases, descendants of these families still own or live in properties in the neighborhood. The district retains its original street layout, and the majority of homes were built in the 1950s, with 3 built in the 1960s in primarily ranch and minimal traditional styles, with a few noted as modernist. In addition to the residences, the district contains the 1954 Union Baptist Church and the circa 1950 Dory Miller American Legion Post number 255, as also known as the Post or the Hut. Both are places where families gathered for events such as dances, musical entertainment, holiday dinners, club meetings, weddings, and anniversaries. The Hut was notable as a stop on the nationally known Chitlin Circuit in the 1950s and 60s, which allowed Black entertainers to perform during the Jim Crow era. Entertainers here included Etta James, James Brown, Marvin Gaye, Otis Redding, Ray Charles, Sam Cooke, and many more. Overall, the district retains sufficient integrity to convey its historic significance, despite some common replacement materials to resources, including siding or windows or porch materials, and loss of some buildings resulting in some scattered vacant lots. Included in the district are 40 contributing buildings and outbuildings, 2 contributing structures, and 8 non-contributing buildings. The boundary of the Lincoln Park Historic District closely follows the boundary of the original plat, with the exception being the northeast corner of the plat for the reasons discussed previously. And a review by the Office of State Archaeology determined that it did not warrant a statement of archaeological potential, and we received CLG comment from the mayor and the Lexington Historic Preservation Commission that they believe the nomination meets criteria for listing in the National Register. Should I move on to the next one or hold for questions?
Yes, please, Hannah. It's okay.
Move through all 4? Okay. So next we have the Bahnsen Company building. It is located in Forsyth County, south of downtown Winston-Salem, near Old Salem, with its location indicated here by the red arrow. The Bahnsen Company building is nominated for local significance under Criterion A for industry as the manufacturing plant of a company that invented, fabricated, supplied, installed, and serviced air conditioning, filtration, humidification, and ventilation equipment and systems that revolutionized factory design and operation. Mechanical air conditioning facilitated optimal material and equipment performance and promoted workforce productivity, thus increasing industrial output. The business, headed by brothers Agnew Hunter Bahnsen and Friedrich Weiss Bahnsen, originated in July 1915 as the Normal Air Company, but became known as the Bahnsen Company by 1921 as it grew to serve an international clientele. Engineers designed site and industry-specific systems for venues, including bakeries, cotton warehouses, flour and textile mills, tobacco and furniture factories, paper plants, laboratories, museums, and educational buildings. By 1925, the company outgrew its space in the Arista Mill and commissioned the subject property to meet demand. The Bahnsen Company building manifested concerns explosive growth between 1925 and 65. The plant evolved in stages, beginning with this two-story flat-roofed brick factory erected in 1925. Additional construction in 1935, 1940, 1944, 1947, and 48 allowed for production increase and provided room for administrative, manufacturing, and research and product development staff to operate at the same location. The period of significance begins with the original factory's 1925 construction and continues until 1965, when the company moved its manufacturing department to a plant on Lowry Street. The building retains integrity of design, materials, and workmanship from the historic period. Sanborn maps and historic photographs illustrate that the building footprint had expanded to its current configuration by 1960. So we'll take a tour of the building, starting with the front elevation. And can you all see my cursor here? Okay, just checking. So here you can see several additions between 1935 and 1960 are visible on the front elevation. So this part of the map here is the front elevation. And we will look at other exterior elevations moving counterclockwise around the building. So this is the south side elevation, and the first floor is obscured by the neighboring building, which is our next nomination that will be presented. And here's the south and rear east elevation of the 1940 addition, the rest of the rear elevation, and then back around to the north side and the front elevation. Interior production spaces mostly retain their historic character and finishes, and here are some representative first floor spaces. Some second floor spaces, and some office spaces. The boundary encompasses the 2.02 acre tax parcel historically associated with the building. And the Office of State Archaeology determined that this nomination did not warrant a statement of archaeological potential. And we also received CLG comment from the mayor and the Forsyth County Historic Resources Commission that they believe the nomination meets criteria for listing. Moving right next door to the Camel City Coach Company and Atlantic Southern Greyhound Lines Garage. Also in Forsyth County, here is its location within Winston-Salem. Again, it's directly south of the Bahnsen Company building that we just looked at. The Camel City Coach Company and Atlantic Southern Greyhound Lines Garage is nominated for local significance under Criterion A for transportation due to its integral role as in the operation of Winston-Salem's largest inner-city bus companies. Established in December 1925, Camel City Coach Company quickly outgrew their original garage and built this subject property in fall of 1927 as a bus maintenance and repair garage. This new facility ensured safe, reliable service that garnered repeat ridership, fueling the company's growth to a 300-employee, 165-bus operation with routes in 5 states by 1930. By 1932, after a series of mergers and reorganizations, Camel City Coach Company became Atlantic Greyhound Lines of North Carolina. Greyhound Corporation became the company's majority stockholder by 1936, and Atlantic and Southeastern divisions merged in 1960 to form Southern Greyhound Lines. The company undertook a comprehensive renovation and expansion of this garage in 1963. However, the facility closed in 1968 and mechanics were reassigned to the company's other garage facilities in Charleston, West Virginia and Columbia, South Carolina. Therefore, the building's period of significance begins in 1927 and continues until 1968 when it ceased to function in its original capacity. We're fortunate to have elevations and floor plans of this building to show the original design. As you'll see in current photographs, the front elevation and rear elevation windows and doors have been altered. However, this 1963 photo at bottom left shows that the front elevation fenestration was modified during the historic period. And at this time, the fenestration on the rear elevation was also altered, and the rear addition was constructed to facilitate bus maintenance and service. A small warehouse addition was built circa 1965. So this aerial shows the 1927 portion. Then we have this office and warehouse addition in 63 and a warehouse addition circa 65. So here is the current front elevation, and the ghost mark that you're seeing here is where, to the left, right here, is where a 1973 warehouse addition was removed circa 2020. So it was an addition that was outside of the period of significance. Here's the south side elevation, and this fenestration near the rear of the elevation dates to 1977. Here is a portion of the rear elevation that is not obscured by an addition. Again, you can see how the fenestration changed in 1963, the removal of windows and addition of garage doors to facilitate the functions of the building. Here's the south elevation of the 1963 addition and the circa 1965 addition. The north elevation abuts the neighboring building, so it's not visible. Then moving into the interior, this is looking toward the front elevation. Here is the 1963 bus washing area. More views at the rear of the garage. And I should note that these red steel supports are in place where the central parts of 3 of the trusses were cut out in 1991 to create a passage through a non-historic mezzanine level that has since been removed. And these are typical views in the 1963 edition and inside the circa 1965 warehouse addition. The nominated 1.2 acre tract encompasses the acreage historically associated with the Camel City Coach Company and Atlantic Southern Greyhound Lines Garage. And a review by the Office of State Archaeology determined it did not warrant a statement of archaeological potential, and we received CLG comment from the mayor and the Forsyth County Historic Resources Commission that they believe the nomination meets criteria for listing. And this is my last one for now, the High Point Schools Historic District. Located in Guilford County, in the city of High Point, west of downtown, with its location indicated here by the red arrow. The High Point Schools Historic District encompasses an approximately 39-acre historic school campus, including the 1927 High Point Senior High School, which is Building A on this map. The 1931 High Point Junior High School, which is Building J, and the 1952 to 53 Charles F. Tomlinson Elementary School, which is Building L on the map, along with several supporting buildings, sites, and structures. The district is nominated for local significance under criterion A in the area of education for its association with the consolidation era of North Carolina public schools. It's also locally significant under criterion C for architecture, as a collection of educational buildings from the 1920s through the mid-20th century that embody the distinctive characteristics of the collegiate Gothic style and modernism, illustrating the evolution of architectural trends and educational building design on a single school campus. The period of significance begins in 1927 with the construction of the High Point Senior High School and extends to 1976, 50 years from the current date. High Point experienced rapid growth in the 1920s, primarily due to local industry, and earlier schools proved inadequate for the growing student body. White High Point citizens began to advocate for a new high school with more amenities and opportunities for their young students. The high school and junior high school buildings were built after public pressure from white parents demanded a more centralized school than the one downtown, meaning closer to the white neighborhoods on the west side of town. Later, a 1952 to 53 elementary school was added to the campus, offering elementary school education in a streamlined and well-equipped building. This campus became the hub of schooling for white children in High Point, while Black children attended one of two elementary schools, Fairview Street School or Leonard Street Graded School, and upper grades attended William Penn High School, which was listed in the National Register back in 1978, and until High Point schools finally desegregated in the late 1960s. Both High Point Senior High School and High Point Junior High School, designed by architect Harry Barton, are outstanding examples of the collegiate Gothic architecture styles in Guilford County, in contrast with the ornate traditional style. Charles F. Tomlinson Elementary, designed by Raleigh architect William Henley Dietrich, is a fine example of the modernist style. Together, these schools demonstrate a transition from high-style ornate school buildings to a more utilitarian, streamlined building designed for functionality rather than tradition and prestige. Each school has had some alterations, most notably the replacement windows, and some, especially the high school and the junior high school, have had some rear additions, some that are during the historic period and a few that are after the historic period, but they're all mostly relegated to the rear of the properties or the buildings. But overall, they retain sufficient integrity to convey historic significance. In addition to the three school buildings, the district includes two contributing buildings, a cafeteria and gymnasium, a contributing site, which is a running track, and one contributing object, some entrance gates, all dating from the historic period. And there is one non-contributing building, an athletic storage building. There are two non-contributing sites, a baseball field, softball field, and tennis court, as well as one non-contributing structure, a pavilion, all added to the campus after the historic period. The boundary follows the lines of a single tax parcel that contain the school and associated resources, except for at the eastern side of the boundary, right here, where it extends to encompass a portion of two neighboring parcels to ensure the entirety of this 2007 addition to the High Point Junior High School is included. And again, a review by the Office of State Archaeology determined that it did not warrant a statement of archaeological potential, and we received CLG comment from the High Point Historic Preservation Commission that they believe the nomination meets criteria for listing in the National Register. Okay, and that's all I have for you at the moment.
Okay. Jeff, are you ready?
Only time will tell.
Right. Well, let's give it a shot.
Are you seeing the main screen?
Yes.
All right. Terrific. So the first, first presentation I have for you is for the Dunbar Junior Senior High School. is asking for too much. Excuse me, the school is located at 301 Smith Avenue in Lexington, county seat of Davidson County. Hold on one second. Can't hear me?
We hear you. I hear you just fine, Jeff.
Sean hears me.
We hear you.
You're coming through.
Okay. Okay, we're getting opposing views from across the hall. All right. This is again the primary elevation. And these piers were added at an unknown date, but they do have inset plaques which have which bear the name of the school. And the red pen it marks the location of the school in Lexington, which is pretty much right in the middle of Davidson County. Dunbar School is a 1952 high school that was constructed for the Black community of Lexington before the city school system was desegregated in 1964. The original school building and gymnasium were constructed in 1951-52 by modernist architect Lewis S. Booth of Spartanburg, South Carolina. Later additions were constructed and consist of an auditorium wing built in 1957 by G.L. Wilson Building Company, a classroom addition constructed in 1962, and a media center and classroom designed by architect Paul Briggs in 1973. The Dunbar School is comprised of brick and concrete and is complemented with cast stone accents. So they're, kind of having that modernist aesthetic with an international influence. These are some overviews. One here, a rendering from the architect on the right, and then an aerial shot from HPO Web on the left. And I don't know if you can see my cursor, but this round, which looks like, if you're a Trekkie, it looks like the Enterprise, kind of, sort of. But this is the media center. But they all kind of are, they present a cohesive view or interpretation of the modernist style. And again, here's interior floor plan, again showing the footprints of the double-loaded corridors. Again, here's your original section, the gymnasium, the auditorium, and then on the far left, the media center. Athletic and recreational fields are located immediately to the west side of campus. Again, despite modernization, the school retains its historic integrity as the floor plan is intact, as many as are the original finishes. Named for Paul Laurence Dunbar, one of the first African-American poets to establish an international literary reputation, the Dunbar School was constructed for the Black community before the local school system was desegregated circa 1964. Dunbar School was built during the Separate but Equal movement, an effort to maintain segregated schools despite mounting legal challenges. So we're going to just kind of take in some views of the campus. Again, this is a really kind of wide shot looking to capture all of the facade, both the original as well as this is the auditorium here on the far, it's the far west. Again, kind of here's the primary elevation divided into two views. And this is going to the north elevation. You see the kind of the rear of the auditorium, and then you can get a really full view of the two-story gymnasium here with all the ribbon windows. This is the 1962 classroom edition, which is kind of insulated, if you will, in the campus itself by the auditorium and the original classroom section of the building. Going to go inside. This is on the left, a classroom view. It's kind of dark. Those drop ceilings don't do much as far as allowing for interior light. I really wanted to show the auditorium, but unfortunately, the profanity police had not prevented some rather colorful language left. So I opted to I'll leave that to your imagination, but it's very intact. It's got all of its seating, it's sloping floors. It's a very great space. And then this on the right side is the gymnasium. Again, the school maintains a high degree of integrity and is significant at the local level for its association in the areas of education and ethnic heritage Black. The period of significance runs from 1951 to 1967. This school is significant, noted for its function as a segregated school, which resulted from the discriminatory policies of the early to mid-20th century, when most Southern states allowed for strict separation between whites and Blacks. By the mid-20th century, the segregation of public facilities was being challenged across the nation. Beginning in the 1950s, the need for segregated schools was being called into question. In response, many states, including North Carolina, attempted to bolster their arguments for segregated educational facilities by constructing new and improved schools for Black students. The school's construction resulted directly from those efforts to maintain the status quo. While the Lexington School District was desegregated in 1964, the school continued to serve only Black students until 1967, when the last high school class of students graduated. Dunbar was closed for the 1967-68 school year as all high school students, regardless of race, began attending Lexington Senior High School. Forgot there's one this last interior shot here. It's a typical corridor. While Dunbar was eventually reopened as an intermediate school, the first phase of its history as a segregated educational facility had come to an end. The period of significance for Dunbar School is 1951, marking construction of the building, to 1967, when the last high school class graduated and the building closed. We solicited feedback from the Office of State Archaeology, and due to the various uses of the property through time, they did not think that there was any archaeological significance to the property. And we did receive comments back from the Lexington CLG as well as the mayor's office in support of the nomination. And again, I beg for your. I'm not a complete Luddite, but this technology sometimes gets the better of me. So that's the end of my show.
All right, thank you, Jeff, and I can totally relate to the technology.
I appreciate that, Sean.
Okay, we've had presentations on 5 properties. Are there questions, comments, discussion from any of the members? For Jeff?
I would like to look at the two, the Camel City and the Bonson. I just have, been around those for 40, 50 years. And to me, there's not much integrity left. I mean, both of them had a lot of changes to it. And the Bonson one actually has more 1980s appearance than it has an earlier appearance. So, I mean, that's the concern I had, just looking at that and knowing what's happened around that area and how much has changed in time too, the context certainly changed from industrial to residential, commercial. So, I mean, I think those earlier images of the buildings are pretty important to understand what, you know, the integrity of the period significance would be versus what it is currently. I don't think that front 1980s facade where they moved the entrance and put a little portico wall, whatever you want, to the Bonson really, you know, portrays that early appearance. I guess I'm just too familiar with it to be real comfortable, so I'll defer to other people how they feel about it. Those are the concerns I had about those.
Okay, Hannah,
Would you like me to pull up the site plan on that again and some photographs to help with conversation? Okay, let me.
and while she's doing that, David, I'll just say that I appreciate strong opinions. It's good to have a robust discussion. So thanks for sharing.
Okay. Is that showing my screen?
Not yet.
Here.
No.
Okay, I had to hit share. Okay, so let me just.
23.
So this site plan does have, you know, a lot this is a 1948 office addition. This 1960, I believe is just an awning of sorts.
Right.
This stairwell is from 1956, so that's a
Well,
lot of what you're seeing on the front elevation, anyways.
no, some of that is later. If you go forward, but I think you've got the next slide, which shows that front image. And there you've got, I mean, classical Moravian revival right in the middle there with the little hood over the doorway. And she goes in a lot of detail about the Moravian roots of the Bonson family. I mean, they're still very active in that. But then you go to the next one, which is the current one, and that front entry is totally gone. And I think that 1001 and the wall and stuff is the 1980s additions from Page Center being made into a incubator property. So to me, there's a big shift there that there's really not much left of that. That's, you know, the Bonson, it's now the technology incubator. To me, that's just, say, I haven't lived with it and seen it for so long.
Well, and I know too, so when this came to us, I think 2017 was when it was study listed. There were some interior spaces that had been subdivided as part of that use, the incubator use, and those have all been removed at this point to restore the open floor plan
Right.
of the building.
Yeah, and I think the interiors, you know, got something to it, but to me, the outside's lost a lot of what sort of made it distinguishable, let alone as a factory building. It's difficult. And I say the surrounding, what's around it as a setting too is pretty significantly changed with the visitor center full Salem. And then the stuff down towards the creek, which all used to be industrial, and now is all commercial and residential. I mean, the Jones Bakery across the street is probably about the only thing sort of that relates to what this building was at the time. But I mean, I say that before and after to me just is a wholly different, you know, it's not wide anymore. And it doesn't have that main entrance to it that has been reoriented some.
Yeah, I believe the main entrance is through this
Right. Yeah.
former stairwell. Oh, well, it's still a stairwell, but yeah.
Could you go back to the previous picture again?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a lot
Can you
different.
remind us what in the previous shot, the aerial you showed, there's a number of different additions that were built in various years. Can you remind us what the period of significance is?
The period of significance, I believe it's 1925 to 60. Let me just flip back up my notes here. To 1965.
Okay. And in the context piece of that do these changes or these additions, is that typical for this property type? And does it fit in the context with that? I know it's not a mill, but I'm thinking of mills we've looked at in the past where mills have gone through a number of renovations, a number of additions, and that's just part of what it means to be a mill. So my question for you is, within the context here, is this unusual to have this many additions, or is this typical?
No, and I don't think it's unusual. You know, as production increases and demand increases, if there's a need for additional space to facilitate that, then we commonly see additions. Another thing that we're seeing in this particular property is some windows that have been enclosed, and we do see that a lot in industrial properties as well. And it, you know, a lot of times it has not been a barrier to listing, but again, we look at a case by case basis. So, but to answer your question, the number of additions, they all date to within the period of significance according to what our author has prepared, and they were all used to further the work of this company.
Yeah, I agree with the the expansion over time. But I don't necessarily agree with some of the changes to the appearance of it. When the reorientation of that entrance makes a big difference. And so little of that very early section survives. I mean, it's not really visible on the back side. It's pretty much obscured by the back of the building, which has a bunch of windows have been added, and it's just metal that used to face out onto the railroad tracks and the creek.
Okay. I hear you, David, and I have another question for you, Hannah. In recognizing David's concerns, I acknowledge certainly I acknowledge those and the integrity issues. I'm less bothered by that personally, but my question for you is, in terms of staff discussions and what you see from the Park Service side, do you see any issues with what David has raised with this actually getting through? Did you guys have any concerns about that, or are the staff not concerned or less concerned?
So I'm the only staff person who really took a close look at this nomination when it came forward, and I personally don't have any concerns about the overall integrity. I know I certainly understand what David is saying in terms of the change in the front entrance. But to me, I think it still has enough integrity to convey its significance. But that's my personal opinion, and that is neither here nor there.
Are there any other comments on this one? I'd like to hear from other folks if anyone else has.
I have a question. Is this being nominated under architecture for significance?
No, it is only for industry, criterion A for industry.
Yeah, I had a comment if I could. I was on the local Forsyth County Commission, and we actually reviewed this, and we viewed it in the context of both of the buildings were contributors to early industry. Winston-Salem was the largest city in North Carolina in the 20s and 30s and 40s, and a lot of major industries came out of the city besides tobacco and textiles. One of them was the refrigeration and air conditioning industry, and then the Greyhound bus line. So we, in the context of the industrial history of Winston-Salem, in the context of the state, that's how we viewed the significance of these two properties as being the birthplaces of two major industries in North Carolina that both came about around 1925 and grew through the 60s.
Yeah.
So the counter argument is this wasn't the first building or the last building for Monson. The first building is the Arista Mills, which is designated. And then they moved here, then they moved out to Lowry Street. I mean, the bus company is, I think that's more significant for cultural than architecture for sure. But that one, I think, also has issues again with the same thing, that facades have been changed, and whether those date to the Pierce Nickens, I'm not as convinced, but maybe there's enough there.
So this is Sally. I have a newbie question. I'm trying to understand the various criteria. And I'm looking online here. I don't, help me see where industry is covered in criterion A. I mean, I believe you, I just don't see it.
Yeah, so if you look at are you looking at the National Register Bulletin for?
I don't, let's see, I'm going to National Park Service, how to apply the criteria.
Here, let me, the way the National Register works is, so there's 4 different criteria for listing, criteria A through D. Criterion A is for events, so this under those criteria, you can have different areas of significance, and one of the areas of significance is industry. So that's how that fits together.
Okay.
And I'm not sure off the top of my head what the page number is that has the areas. Actually, here's I have my trusty hard copy in front of me.
Oh, here it is. I mean, I just Googled on industry and I found it. Wouldn't that be a building? Oh, okay, never mind. I don't mean to slow you down. I'll figure it out, or you can tell me later.
Yeah, certainly. You know, if you're looking for the areas of significance, if you're looking at the how to complete the National Register registration form bulletin, page 41 is where it has industry as one of the various areas of significance.
Okay.
I'll say my personal opinions on these two is, again, acknowledging David's points on the potential integrity issues. I'm less bothered by that. So I'm not. That's not a deal breaker for me. But I am thinking here, because of the discussion on these 2 properties, we should discuss these 2 as individually and then come back to the other 3 rather than take all 5 of these together.
I think that would be good.
Okay. So right now let's just focus on the Benson Company building and the Campbell City Coach. Like to hear if any other voices. Josie, Fred, you both specialize in built environment. Do you have any thoughts on these?
Please, Fred, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Josie.
I tend to trust Hannah and the preparer, not knowing these buildings intimately the way that you do, David. I can't as much share the concerns knowing the context, which sounds like it has changed enormously. But especially in these industrial buildings, the changes that we see in these 2 buildings seem consistent with changes that this committee has approved and sent along to the keeper in the past. So my tendency is to trust the preparer and staff, that these are not out of line with what changes we see in these buildings that are used in so many different ways over the eras.
And I would echo Josie's comments. You know, I don't have the benefit of knowing the buildings intimately in person, but these buildings change over time. And for me, it still retains the overall feel of an industrial complex. And I would agree. I think it's not inconsistent with some other properties that have been listed in the past.
Okay. Any further discussion on these 2? I feel like we might have a disagreement here, which is okay. It's not unusual to have that, as long as we can keep it civil, which I always appreciate. But if there's no further discussion, I'd like to ask for a motion on the Benson Company building and the Campbell City Coach building. Anyone care to make that motion?
I'll move to approve both buildings.
Thank you, Noah. Is there a second? Fred, thank you.
I'll second.
Okay. And we are proceeding with a roll call vote. I'll start with David Bergstone.
No.
Thank you, David. Noah Reynolds,
Yes.
Josie Ward,
Yes.
Fred Belladin,
Yes.
Newell Clark,
Yes.
Joe Opperman. Joe, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. Yes, I vote yes.
Okay. All right.
Thought you missed one.
Oh, I'm sorry. And Dr. Green, yes, thank you.
It's a tough one for me, but I'm going to say yes.
Okay. I believe then by my math, the motion carries. And appreciate the discussion. Again, maybe it is unusual that we have disagreements here, but I like hearing the vetting of the various issues. So thanks everyone for that. Okay, now we're on to we have the other three properties that we've heard from. That's the Dunbar High School, the Lincoln Park Historic District, and the High Point Schools Historic District. Any comments, questions, or discussion on those three properties?
I just have a comment, Chairman
Sure.
Patch.
Sure.
I know that Hannah mentioned that there's a robust group of folks in Lexington that are behind this. I just wanted to let this committee know this is something that is important to the city. And if you guys could, I'm sure everyone that's logged on is probably from Lexington. If we went and took a look, but I'm very familiar with both of these areas, both of these properties. And one of the things we always are doing is preserving and looking to preserve history. The original Dunbar School was actually torn down and it's on it's in 4th Street, another location. So for the individuals that have been active in trying to preserve this, and this is just, of course, one step, we're sending this on to the National Historic Registry, but it means a lot to this community. You clearly heard that from Hannah and Jeff with the city council as well supporting this, but there's a large contingent of folks that have put a ton of work into recognizing this history and wanting to preserve it. And I think you saw that even with the photographs in terms of what is there. And part of what we're always looking to do is preserve that history, and it's an important I just wanted to bring that to the committee and let everyone know that an original school was taken down at one point. So now we're taking those steps within this community to preserve that for future generations. So I think that's very important.
Sound like a motion.
It definitely is.
Yes. Do I hear a motion on accepting staff recommend or moving these nominations forward for these three properties?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Opperman, thank you. And we'll do the roll call voting. David Bergstone?
Yes.
Noah Reynolds?
Yes.
Josie Ward?
Yes.
Fred Belladin?
Yes.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Dr. Green?
Yes.
And Joe Opperman?
Yes.
All right, that motion carries. Thank you very much. We are at a good stopping point. If we need to take a bathroom break, just a quick show of hands if anyone would like to take a 5-minute break. If not, I will keep us moving forward. Mr. Clark. All right, so let's take a quick 5-minute break. Let's come back at 11:24, and then we'll pick up there with the multiple property documentation form for the North Carolina Green Book resources. See everyone in 5 minutes.
but that tees up the Magnolia House presentation. You don't need to vote. You're not voting on the MPDF itself, but the MPDF will be attached to the Magnolia House nomination, which you will vote on as usual. And then the Park Service will review and approve the MPDF.
Okay, that sounds great.
So turn it over to Robbie.
Good morning. I think Po-Fu is going to pull up a PowerPoint. I'm briefly going to review the MPDF that we created, and then Po-Fu is going to do the bulk of this presentation with the individual properties. I just want to say that Richard Grubb, we really appreciate the opportunity to do this project. It was a labor of love. We had a lot of people involved. Po-Fu and I did the bulk of the work, but others were also assisted. Hopefully you guys had a chance to review the 141-page MPDF. Obviously, I could talk the rest of the day about what all we researched, but it's all in the MPDF. What I wanted to note in this intro is, Po-Fu, if you'll move to the next slide, is really where all this came from. Real briefly, about 10 years ago in 2016, a group of architectural historians in Virginia, Maryland, and Rhode Island started this Green Book study state by state through the University of Virginia. And it spread throughout the country. University of Virginia hosts a database for all the states that have been completed. I participated in Tennessee back around that time. We documented over almost 250 Green Book resources in Tennessee. And I was kind of involved in the national effort as well through UVA. North Carolina participated in that as well. The movie came out in 2018, the very popular movie, Oscar-winning movie Green Book, which introduced the Green Book to the mainstream America and really got juice behind the movement to continue this documentation, because people really became attached to the concept of the properties and to getting those documented and preserved. Individually, properties began to be listed on the National Register. One was in Tennessee, South Carolina, and other states. Then states began the initiative to document statewide. Virginia led the way. They started an MPDF and stopped, and it never got finished. West Virginia, we just discovered, Sarah, actually completed their MPDF and got it listed in the National Register in 2024. We thought North Carolina was first, but actually we're going to be second. West Virginia beat us to the line, but North Carolina, we have over 300 properties that Po-Fu documented, or he created this huge spreadsheet of data, and we love spreadsheets with all the data, lots and lots of data. Also, Jeff and others provided KMZs and GIS data where these properties were. There were, and Po-Fu will confirm this, of the 317, I believe 67 remain that we're able to document. And there are several others that we have not been able to locate yet, but we'll continue looking for them. But the big picture is the Green Book was a book where people advertised their businesses to African-American travelers. So it's not a typical resource type. There's no funding involved. There's no plans. There's no, sort of program to follow. It was literally advertisements for existing businesses to travelers that were a variety of types of businesses. So it's unusual property types to kind of get our arms around and be able to come up with a way to evaluate. There are also multiple Black travel guides, not just a Green Book. There are 8 that we found. And I'll tell more about that in a second, but that didn't complicate matters, but it made it where these are really Black resources that advertised in lots of national books. The Green Book rose to the top and was the most popular, the best known. It was kind of like, it became the Bible or the gold standard of these types of travel guides. And so we come across these properties, they're kind of like, everyone assumes Green Book are the only ones, but there are others. A lot of these businesses advertised in multiple travel guides, and some did not. Some had different focuses. One of the focuses is the entertainment industry. Hannah mentioned earlier a business on the Chitlin Circuit. And that's what the Green Book the movie was all about, is they used these travel guides to travel the circuit, to go to cities, to do performances. And those really captured the public imagination. And those we found a lot of in Tennessee and other states. They were on this circuit going around the South to do performances. The performers and their bands and their the entourages stayed at hotels, motels, lodges, advertising the Green Book, and that's what you're going to hear more about in a minute. And that was where the Magnolia Hotel was one of those places where entertainers stayed. We're out of all that, we're able to come up with some themes using other states, and also where the research led us in North Carolina. And the themes were like the Good Roads movement, which allowed people to traverse the state, to go to destination cities. Or as you see the image on the right, they were passing through. This family was on their way to, I believe, from Georgia to Cranberry, New Jersey, and they would use the Green Book to find out the safe places to go to get gas, to buy groceries, to eat at restaurants, to where to stay, and all these types of things. Some of them used the Green Book to go to parks, resorts, beaches, vacations. Some of them used them to get to cities, to go to HBCUs to see football games, to take their students to college. So that's the kind of stuff that came out of the research. I want to maybe move to the next slide, Pofu. So the other travel guides, one of the popular ones is the Go Guide. This one was advertised Raleigh on the cover, so I love this image. They were more for upper class travelers who were more on vacations and such. And then, so there's different audiences that they catered to. The King Cole Motel was in Fayetteville. It would serve students going to Fayetteville State College, HBCU, and also the soldiers at Fort Bragg. So they had dual audiences there. What the Green Book rose to the top is because they were promoted through SO service stations. And you see that in the lower right-hand corner. That one is in Lexington, I believe, the CTK or SO service station. SO was a brand that partnered in kind of early branding with the Green Book and distributed the Green Books to travelers. But SO is important because it was very integrated. There were it was based in New Jersey, the Standard Oil Company, and they made a concerted effort to hire African-American employees. About a third of the SO service stations were owned and operated by African Americans. At the service stations, there were African American, repairmen and operators. So it was a safe place for Black travelers to search. The Green Books listed 6 SO service stations in North Carolina, but obviously there were more. But that was kind of the routes that people took around the South, around the country. People forget it's not a Southern thing. The Green Book was advertised in every state in the country. Because racism and segregation is not a Southern thing, it's a national thing. So other things that we found, there were like sundown towns, parts of the state you did not want to go to. The Green Books would send you around those places, particularly in the mountains. Asheville was an exception. Asheville had a thriving Black community and was a safe place, but a lot of places in the West or part of the state were not safe. And what I discovered were places like Greenville and places in the eastern part of the state were actually not too friendly. And they would have billboards with, I didn't want to show it here, of where the Ku Klux Klan would have billboards, basically saying, don't stop here. But anyways, all this part of was the culture of the state and the states about how to categorize the Green Book resources. The highways, the Dixie Highway, Bankhead, I mentioned the Dixie. The US 70 goes through North Carolina. It's the spine of the state. Those were avenues, the major roads that people took to get through the state and stop at these places. Of all of that, I wanted to then segue into they ceased publication of the Green Book in 1967 as a result of the U.S. Civil Rights Act of 1964, which integrated desegregated public accommodations. By 1967, it was no longer necessary to have a Green Book because public accommodations were integrated, which was the success of the Green Book, and other places in the Civil Rights Movement were able to, it was a symbol of the success, that it was no longer needed. And then I'm going to segue to the property types, which Po Fu is going to tell us all about, but we were able to come up with 4 property types and also multiple subtypes. We were able to develop evaluation methods, how to evaluate integrity, the resource types, where they would fall under what category. And then we had the huge inventory spreadsheet that we're able to then select properties that best represented the subtypes that had sufficient integrity to potentially be eligible for National Register. And one last thing before I turn it over, I forgot to mention, is that the legacy of the Green Book resources was dramatically impacted by urban renewal, the construction of interstate highways, which, as you know, just from studying what we do for a living for a long time, devastated Black communities. And it also had an adverse impact on these Green Book resources. With that, I'll turn it over to Po Fu, who will tell us all about the wonderful places that he discovered doing his field work and research in North Carolina.
Right. So before we get to the study list candidates, I want to briefly discuss our survey findings. So beginning in the fall of 2023, the initial phase of this project was to confirm the extant status and location of each North Carolina Green Book resource, which was built upon the work of previous research. In 2016, North Carolina State University graduate students, under the direction of history professor Dr. Alicia McGill, completed an inventory that cataloged North Carolina businesses that were advertised in the Green Book from 1938 to 1967. The graduate students also created a North Carolina Green Book poster that presented the general findings of their research. Clippings from their poster are shown here. The inventory also provided the location for most Green Book properties and noted whether they were extant, demolished, or if the locations were unknown. Later that same year, SHPO GIS staff Andy Edmonds built upon their work and further refined the location and extent status of each Green Book property. RGA also utilized research completed by the North Carolina African American Heritage Commission. Their Green Book project is titled Oasis Spaces. The Commission's research findings have been compiled in an interactive web portal. So RGA identified approximately 317 unique Green Book locations in 34 of North Carolina's 100 counties. Of the 317 Green Book locations, 63 are extant, 226 are demolished, and the status of 28 Green Book properties remain unknown because we have not been able to determine their location. So from the fall of 2023 to 2025, RGA surveyed the extant Green Book resources and identified potential study list candidates. Now, a challenge that we faced during the survey portion of this project was getting in contact with owners of properties that we believe to be potential study list candidates. We contacted the owners by mail and through site visits. Most owners did not respond to our letters. A few who did initially respond later declined to participate. In one email that I received from an owner, they initially expressed excitement about the Green Book project, but when I told them that we were seeking to recommend their property for the study list and explained the process for study listing, the owner did not follow up with our request. We visited all the sites in person and knocked on doors, but most were either not home or did not enter the door. One owner shared information about the history of their property, but did not grant access to the interior. An owner for a different property told me that they had received our letter, but thought it was a scam and therefore did not respond. Only 2 owners agreed to allow us to photograph the interiors of their properties. Because of these challenges, interior photographs are limited. We do not have interior photographs for most of the Green Book properties that I'm presenting today for the study list. But with the limited documentation that we do have, the Green Book properties I'm presenting today appear to be potentially eligible for the National Register, with the caveat that further documentation is necessary for National Register listing. So the Green Book Multiple Property Documentation Form, or MPDF, completed by RGA for this project, categorizes the North Carolina Green Book resources into 4 individual property types, which are domestic lodging, roadside business, commercial business, and entertainment recreation. Some of these property types are further divided into property subtypes, which I will discuss later when I present each property type. All extant Green Book properties fall under at least one of these property types, but some Green Book properties have more than one type. The MPDF establishes registration requirements for each property type. So for that reason, I will present the Green Book study list recommendations by property type. So a Green Book property that is recommended for placement on the study list or for National Register listing should possess sufficient character and integrity to retain their sense of time and place from their period of significance, which are the years that the business was advertised in the Green Book. In the case of Green Book properties in North Carolina, consideration of the effects of racial and ethnic discrimination in local, state, and federal policies must be considered when assessing sufficiency of integrity. Applying long accepted tests of architectural integrity, such as the retention of pristine historic exteriors from the period of significance, can result in the exclusion of properties which are historically important to the story of Black life in Jim Crow, North Carolina. The desegregation process in urban renewal in North Carolina often led to the transformation of the landscape of segregation. Individual properties were altered as they became part of a racially integrated cityscape, and for this reason, many Green Book resources do not retain high values in all 7 aspects of integrity. For the purpose of this MPDF, strong historical links with the Green Book generally are given more weight than a building's architectural or design integrity. For properties with established significance, integrity of feeling and association with the Green Book era may take precedence of integrity of setting, design, materials, and workmanship. Green Book properties recommended for the study list under this MPDF appear to be potentially eligible for the National Register, with the caveat that further research and documentation is needed if a Green Book property were to be nominated for the National Register, and that includes interior access and interior photographs. So I have 7 properties that will present by property type. We believe that these 7 properties are the best representatives and the most intact for their property type. Now, this should not be misinterpreted to mean that these are the only Green Book properties that are potentially eligible for listing. There may be Green Book properties not presented here that, upon further documentation, may be eligible. And I want to ask the chair and the committee, do you want to discuss and vote on the study list recommendations after each property type, or do you want to wait until the end of this presentation to discuss all 7?
We'd like to wait, Pofu, so go ahead and talk about all 7, and then we'll discuss and ask questions and vote at that point, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our first property type is domestic lodging. A domestic lodging is an owner-occupied residential property in which a homeowner provided rooms in their private home for short or long-term lodging to travelers. A domestic lodging served as the homeowner's primary residence. This property type excludes commercially operated accommodations that were primarily intended to serve the tourism-based economy and that were typically housed in commercial multi-unit buildings such as motels and hotels, which are their own property subtype. Domestic lodgings were advertised in the Green Book as boarding houses, cabins, roadhouses, or tourist homes. RGA documented 9 extant domestic lodgings, and these resources are all dwellings. Of the 9 extant domestic lodgings, RGA recommends 2 for the study list. One other domestic lodging is the Magnolia Hotel, which I will not discuss in this presentation. Sarah Woodard will give the presentation on that property. Our first domestic lodging that we recommend for the study list is the Roan Hotel. It is located in New Bern, Craven County. The Roan Hotel is a contributing building within the New Bern Historic District, which was listed in the National Register in 1973. The National Register nomination for the district does not discuss the Roan Hotel's Green Book history. Here is a close-up aerial view of the Roan Hotel, which faces southeast towards Queen Street. The Roan Hotel is a 2-story brick multi-unit dwelling with a 2-tier front porch. It was built in 1923 for sisters Charlotte and Caroline Roan after the Great Fire of New Bern in 1922. The Great Fire destroyed 35 to 40 blocks and 600 buildings in the city. The Rhone Hotel was one of the first buildings to be rebuilt after the fire and was the first Black-owned hotel in New Bern. According to a descendant of the Rhone family, the neighborhood in which the Rhone Hotel is located in was an integrated neighborhood before the fire. Wealthy white owners of downtown took opportunity after the fire to acquire many of the properties in the neighborhood. The Rhone Hotel was the only Black-owned building on the block after the Great Fire. The descendant attributes this to Charlotte Rhone, who was an African-American nurse and midwife for many of the wealthy white ladies in town. Charlotte had a very friendly and respected relationship with local white doctors and their families. Charlotte's sister, Caroline, was married to the richest African-American homeowner in New Bern. The descendant said that it was Charlotte's connections and Caroline's money that firmly established the Rhone Hotel in a white-occupied city block. The last of the Rhone sisters died in 1965, and the building was sold out of the family soon after. As you saw from the photographs, there have been some changes to the exterior, such as replacement window frames and a boarded-up door. You may have noticed that the color of the bricks on the second floor is different from the first floor and from the cornice. Our research has not been able to determine why the brick color is different, but nonetheless, the overall building retains integrity to convey its historic significance as a lodging for Black travelers. The Rhone Hotel was advertised in all editions of the Green Book that contained North Carolina businesses from 1938 to 1967. The Rhone Hotel was one of 3 Green Book properties in New Bern. Pictured here is the 1938 edition of the Green Book. According to the present-day owner who acquired the hotel in 2020 and who interviewed a descendant of the Rhone family, the hotel originally had 6 lodging rooms, 4 on the first floor and 2 on the second floor. 2 of the Rhone sisters lived on the second floor. Sometime after 1965, the hotel was turned into 4 apartments. Presently, there are 2 units on the first floor and 2 units on the second. Here is a floor plan of the second floor. Today, the units are used for Airbnb for short-term stays. It's also listed on furnished finders for traveling nurses or even movie crews who stay from 2 weeks to 3 months. There are no standard long-term rental units. Since 2020, the current owner has made some interior renovations. The west side unit on the first floor, which is pictured here, was completely renovated with new floors, walls, and amenities. This is the east unit on the first floor. The fireplace in the east unit was cemented up, but the mantel is extant. A kitchenette was renovated into a modern kitchen. The photo on the left shows the entry hall with a set of stairs leading up to the second floor. The photo in the middle shows a corridor on the first floor. This corridor is situated on the other side of the stairs and is accessed by either the rear entrance door or by the east unit. 2 bedrooms and a bathroom flank the first floor corridor. The photo on the right shows the second floor corridor. This is the east unit on the second floor. Recent renovations include paint and plaster work and a renovated kitchenette. In conclusion, the Rhone Hotel was the first Black-owned hotel in New Bern. It is associated with Charlotte Rhone, who was a locally prominent African-American nurse and hotel entrepreneur. The hotel was advertised in the Green Book from 1938 to 1967. The Rhone Hotel is potentially eligible for listing under criterion A in the areas of ethnic heritage Black and social history for its association with the Green Book. It is also potentially eligible under criterion B for its association with Charlotte Rhone. Moving on to the second domestic lodging. This is the Henry C. Sparrow House. It is also located in New Bern, Craven County. The Henry C. Sparrow House is a contributing building within the New Bern Historic District boundary expansion, which was listed in 2003. The National Register nomination for the boundary expansion does not discuss the Green Book history of the house. Here is a close-up aerial view of the house. It faces east towards West Street. The house is a 2 1/2 story brick prairie-style dwelling with a hip front porch and hip side and rear wings and additions. It was built around 1924 by Henry Clay Sparrow, who was an African-American brick mason. Sparrow was a New Bern native. He learned masonry and plastering from his father, Charles Custis Sparrow, and made a career as a bricklayer in the city. He worked alongside his father until his father's retirement and grew the business into a full general contracting firm. Sparrow's first home at this location was destroyed in the New Bern Fire of 1922. He built a new home, which is the current house, around 1924. Sparrow was active in local affairs. He was a member of the local Odd Fellows, a former superintendent at St. Peter's AME Zion Church, president of the Commercial Association of New Bern, and secretary-treasurer of the Standard Building and Loan Association. Following Henry Clay Sparrow's death in 1956, his son, Charles Sparrow, lived at the family home and may have continued operating a tourist home at this location. So the Henry C. Sparrow House was advertised as a tourist home in all editions of the Green Book that contained North Carolina businesses from 1938 to 1967. It was one of 3 Green Book businesses in New Bern. Pictured here is the 1938 edition. The house has had some exterior changes. The south end of the wraparound porch was screened in at an unknown date, but this likely occurred sometime between 1948 and 1958 when a hip side addition was built above the south end of the wraparound porch. As I had mentioned earlier, Henry Clay Sparrow died in 1956, and his son Charles acquired the home. So the wraparound porch and the hip side addition may have been built around that time, but that has not been definitively proven. Except for the loss of triangular brackets under the eaves and some replacement doors, the exterior of the house has not substantially changed since it was first surveyed in 1973. The current owner is a descendant of Henry Clay Sparrow. In a conversation I had with the owner, she said that the interior spaces associated with her grandfather's tourist home are extant, but did not provide further details about those spaces. The owner did not grant interior access. The Henry C. Sparrow House appears to be potentially eligible for listing under Criterion A in the areas of ethnic heritage, Black, and social history. The property may also be potentially eligible under Criterion B for its association with Henry Clay Sparrow, but further investigation is needed to ascertain whether Sparrow was of transcendent importance within local historic contexts. So that concludes the domestic lodging property type. Just as a quick reminder, we recommend 2 for this type of list. Moving on to the next property type, a roadside business is a property that provided roadside related service to African-American travelers. These resources were inherently dependent on the automobile. This property type has 3 subtypes: service station, motel, hotel, and taxicab. The first property subtype under roadside business are service stations. These properties provided a variety of automotive services and/or gasoline filling services to travelers. There were 2 kinds of service stations. One was a full service station that provided a variety of automotive services, such as auto repair, maintenance, detailing, and sometimes gasoline. The other is a filling station, which primarily provided gasoline. RGA documented 9 extant service stations. Full service stations are typically 1-story buildings constructed of masonry or are masonry veneered with an oblong boxy form and a flat roof. They have either interior service bays where automobiles were brought in, or they had open spaces adjacent to the building where cars were parked and worked on. Service stations typically have an interior space that function as an office or waiting room. These properties were advertised as service stations or garages in the Green Book. Filling stations typically consist of a 1-story building with an oblong boxy form and a canopy that sheltered gasoline pumps. Of the 9 extant service stations, RGA does not recommend any for the set list for a variety of reasons. Some have had substantial loss of historic materials from the period of significance, or loss of character-defining features in spaces, such as gasoline canopies in service space, and substantial exterior alterations. So overall, these properties' ability to convey the historic significance as service stations have been compromised due to the loss of those character-defining features. Moving on to the next subtype under roadside business is motel hotel. These properties provide short-term accommodations to travelers. The motel hotel subtype is different from domestic lodgings in that motels and hotels are commercial properties intended to serve the tourist economy. They were housed in purpose-built multi-unit buildings, unlike domestic lodgings that were typically private dwellings. RGA documented 5 extant motel hotels. These purpose-built facilities are typically 1- or 2-story multi-unit buildings constructed of masonry or are masonry veneered. They typically have a low and oblong boxy form. A motel also had on-site parking for guests and a freestanding sign to signal to travelers. Hotels share similar architectural features to motels with one primary difference. While motel guest rooms had direct outside access, hotel guest rooms were accessed by interior corridors. Of the 5 extant motels and hotels, RGA recommends 1 for the set list. This is the Plaza Manor Hotel. It is located in Greensboro, Guilford County. The property is located next to Bennett College. This is an aerial view of the Plaza Manor Hotel and its residential setting. And just a fun fact, the Magnolia Hotel is located right here. So they're pretty close by to one another. Built in 1950, the Plaza Manor Hotel is a 2-story hip roof concrete block building. The hotel was built for Donnie Edwards and his wife, Annie Lee Edwards. The couple opened the Plaza Manor Hotel in a residential neighborhood away from the main roads. The Plaza Manor Hotel was advertised in the Green Book from 1951 to 1967. It was one of 2 Green Book properties in Greensboro that offered overnight lodging to Black travelers, the other being the Magnolia Hotel. At the time of Jim Crow segregation, Black travelers in the city were prohibited from lodging at businesses on the main roads. Local newspapers described the Plaza Manor Hotel as being a primary stopover for Black travelers passing through Greensboro. It was a popular lodging place for parents with children attending Bennett College and A&T College. Well-known individuals who had stayed at Plaza Manor includes Louis Armstrong, Count Basie, and Fats Domino. Following desegregation, business at the Plaza Manor Hotel dwindled as Black travelers had more lodging options in the city. In 1984, Annie Edwards observed that the hotel was obsolete and needed to be renovated for a new business use for her to retain ownership of the property. Lacking the financial means to pay property taxes and to renovate the building, Miss Edwards sold the property later that year. The subsequent owner converted the property for use as an apartment building. According to a 1984 newspaper article, the hotel exterior had changed little between 1950 and 1984. A 1984 photograph of the facade shows that the facade has not changed much since then, but the original neon hotel sign was removed in 1982. So RGA attempted to contact the property owner by letter and voicemail, but received no response. When we visited the property in December of last year, a tenant let us in. No photographs were taken since we did not have the owner's permission. From our brief visit, we observed that the interior floor plan consists of a central corridor extending from the front end of the building to the back, flanked by units on each side. An office is located in the front corner. A flight of stairs in the corridor leads up to the second floor. According to a tenant, there are 28 units total, or 14 units on each floor. Each unit consists of one room with a closet. Each floor has one bathroom facility. Interior finishes include carpet floors and plastered walls in the corridor, hardwood floors and wood interior walls in the units, and wood 6-panel interior doors. So the floor plan still reads as a hotel. The Plaza Manor Hotel appears to be potentially eligible for listing under criterion A in the areas of ethnic heritage, Black, and social history for its association with the Green Book. So so that concludes the motel hotel subtype. We recommend one for the study list, which is the Plaza Manor Hotel. Moving on to the third and final property subtype under roadside business. A taxi cab is a property associated with and occupied by a taxi cab service. Taxi cabs were situated in or along a broad range of buildings, such as commercial buildings, office buildings, private dwellings, and taxi cab stands. Advertisements for these taxi cab businesses often included phone numbers for customers to call and request taxi service. We documented 5 extant taxi cabs. These properties were typically commercial buildings or dwellings. Many of the small taxi cab businesses operated out from the business owner's home. Others operated from commercial or office buildings. Of the 5 extant Green Book taxi cabs, RGA does not recommend any for the study list. So 3 of the 5 extant Green Book taxi cabs were located at multi-unit commercial buildings that housed multiple businesses, which are typically not considered eligible for listing under this in PDF if the Green Book business only occupied a portion of the building. And I will discuss the reason for that later when I get to the commercial business property type, since there are more examples of the multi-unit commercial properties. 2 of the 5 extant Green Book taxi cabs were located in dwellings. They were the owner's homes. The Green and Chavis taxi, which is the second picture, has had alterations to the interior spaces, namely non-historic interior finishes and the conversion of public spaces into private spaces, which confuses how a taxi cab business operated out from the home. The M. Jones taxi, which is the last picture, has discrepancies between when it was advertised in the Green Book and when the owner occupied the home. And because of that discrepancy, we don't have sufficient documentation to support recommending that property for the study list. So in summary, we don't recommend any of the taxi cabs for the study list. Moving on to the third property type. A commercial business is a property that provided a commercial service. These properties may include commercial and domestic buildings. Many African-American businesses operated from the owner's home. Due to the limited public spaces available to African-Americans in a segregated landscape, African-American dwellings often served functions besides those of domestic use. The commercial business property type is divided into 3 subtypes: restaurant tavern, barbershop beauty parlor, and tailor shop. Generally, a multi-unit commercial building that housed a Green Book business alongside non-Green Book businesses is not eligible as a Green Book resource under this in PDF. For example, if a commercial building had 3 units and a Green Book business occupied one of those units while the other 2 units were not Green Book businesses, then that building would not qualify under this in PDF. The reason why we drew a hard line on multi-unit commercial buildings is because there are many examples where a Green Book business was a tenant that occupied just 1 unit inside a 4, 5, or 6 unit building. So we didn't feel that would qualify the entire building as being a Green Book property. So we had to draw a line somewhere with multi-unit commercial buildings that housed multiple businesses. So we decided that in general, multi-unit commercial buildings that house Green Book businesses alongside non-Green Book businesses are not considered eligible under this in PDF. However, given the significance of the Green Book business there may be some exceptions for multi-unit commercial buildings to be eligible. And those exceptions may include the business having a specific and special significance in relation to the historic context and themes identified in the Green Book in PDF, it being the only Green Book in the municipality or county, or it being the only extant Green Book resource in the municipality or county. However, the resource will still need to meet the registration requirements. So the first subtype under the commercial business is restaurant tavern. These are properties where food, drink, or other dining related services were provided and may include commercial and domestic buildings. RGA documented 19 extant restaurant taverns. Most of these properties are multi-unit commercial buildings that were occupied by multiple businesses. Others are standalone commercial buildings and domestic buildings. Of the 19 extant restaurant taverns, RGA recommends 2 for the study list. This is the Royal Cafe. So all photographs of the Royal Cafe are by Sarah Woodard. The Royal Cafe is located in Elizabethtown, Bladen County. This is an aerial view of its setting. The building is a 1 1/2 story gable front commercial building constructed from rusticated concrete block. A number of buildings, extant and demolished, were built of this concrete block in Newtown. The ground floor facade includes a single leaf door and windows, both of which are replacements. Rolled asphalt siding finishes the gable ends, and the attic level retains original 6/6 sash windows. The south elevation features the building's 2 gable dormers with no fenestration on the first floor. The rear elevation originally had an exterior stair and landing, which are no longer extant. Windows on this elevation are guarded with iron bars. The rear door appears to be original. 3 square windows punctuate the north elevation. The interior is essentially a shell. Counters and fixtures have been removed. The attic was not accessible. This photograph was taken from the front door. Here is a view of the back portion of the building. This is a view from the back portion of the building facing towards the north side wall in the front. T.G. and Daisy Hatchett bought the property that the Royal Cafe occupies in 1943. In 1946, they sold the property to their daughter, Alice, who operated the Royal Cafe and advertised her business in the Green Book from 1947 to 1955. The Royal Cafe was one of 5 businesses in town that were advertised in the Green Book. In 1962, Alice sold the property back to her mother, Daisy. In 1977, Daisy sold the property to one of her other daughters and her husband, Mary and Robert Cromartie. Today, a descendant of Mary and Robert Cromartie owns the property. Now, as you saw, there are some integrity issues inside the building due to it being essentially a shell. However, the overall building still reads as a restaurant. So the Royal Cafe appears to be potentially eligible for listing under criterion A in the areas of ethnic heritage, Black, and social history for its association with the Green Book. Moving on to the second restaurant tavern. This is the College Inn. It is located in Durham. The College Inn is a contributing building within the Stokesdale Historic District, which was listed in the National Register in 2010. It is also located within the Fayetteville Street Local Historic District. This is an aerial view of its setting. Built around 1935, College Inn is a 1-story front-gabled brick veneered commercial building with a shed roof front porch that shelters a terracotta stoop. At the rear is a full-width addition. In 1936, William and Martha Jones bought the restaurant, which was under a different name. They renamed the restaurant to College Inn and sold confections and food. The College Inn was a popular restaurant and gathering space for young couples, seniors, and North Carolina college students. William was a Holly Springs native and a graduate of A&T College. He was an active member in the community, taking part in local affairs such as the NAACP. William died in 1959, and an estimated crowd of 1,000 people attended his funeral. Martha continued to operate the restaurant after William's death. In 1962, brick veneer was added on the exterior, and in addition was built at the rear, and additional booths were installed inside the building. After desegregation, fewer students visited the College Inn as previously segregated restaurants became available. The College Inn had a dinner-style menu as community residents and professionals became their regular clientele. Martha died in 1980, and her nephew took over the business. The College Inn was advertised in the Green Book from 1948 to 1967. It was one of 40 Green Book properties in Durham. Today, only 3 of the 40 Green Book properties in Durham are extant. New Visions of Africa, a community kitchen, now occupies the building. The College Inn appears to be potentially eligible for listing under Criterion A in the areas of ethnic heritage Black and social history for its association with the Green Book. So that concludes the restaurant tavern subtype. Moving on to the next subtype, a barbershop beauty parlor provided personal care and beauty-related services. RGA documented 15 extant barbershop beauty parlors, 8 are multi-unit commercial buildings, and 7 are houses. As I had mentioned earlier, multi-unit commercial buildings that housed Green Book and non-Green Book businesses are generally not considered for listing under this NPDF. However, there are exceptions, and later documentation in the future may find that a multi-unit commercial building may be eligible. But with the documentation that we do have, RGA does not recommend any of the 8 multi-unit commercial buildings for this upper list. 7 of the Green Book barbershop beauty parlors operated from the owner's home. Due to limited understanding of how these beauty parlors operated inside of homes, RGA does not have sufficient information to recommend a barbershop beauty parlor for the study list. A question that should be addressed if a barbershop or beauty parlor is to be placed on the study list or recommended for National Register listing is, how did the barber or beautician use the spaces inside or outside the home for their work? For example, did the beautician use a purpose-built room or the bathroom for all or some of their services? One potential challenge with recommending a barbershop or beauty parlor for the study list is that many of them are houses, and from the outside, they read as houses. Therefore, understanding how interior spaces were used by the barber or beautician is critical for listing. So in summary, we don't recommend any of the Green Book barbershops or beauty parlors for the study list due to limited documentation about them. Now moving on to the third and last subtype under the commercial business type. A tailor shop is where tailoring or clothing altering services were provided and may include commercial and domestic buildings. RGA documented 3 extant tailor shops. 2 are multi-unit commercial buildings and 1 is a domestic building. Of the 3 extant tailor shops, RGA recommends 1 for the study list. This is the John Wimberly House and Tailor Shop. You can't quite see it from this angle, but the house and tailor shop appear to be connected. The house is pictured on the left and the tailor shop is on the right. It is located in Rocky Mount, Edgecombe County. This is an aerial view of the property. So the tailor shop is here and the house is here. The John Wimberly House was built in 1932, and it is believed that the tailor shop took on its current appearance around 1948. Wimberly operated a tailoring and dry cleaning business in a structure that has now been incorporated into the current tailor shop building. So I'm going to start or begin with the tailor shop because that was where the business was located. The tailor shop was originally built in 1932 and was expanded with front additions around 1948. The original portion is situated at the rear and is not clearly visible from the road. The brick veneered period revival style front is a circa 1948 addition. Behind the period revival style front is a circa 1948 concrete block addition. In 1925, John Wimberly and his brother Alan established a dry cleaning business known as Wimberly Brothers on Main Street in Rockingham. The business partnership dissolved in 1937, but John continued working in the dry cleaning business. In the 1940s, John established his own tailoring business at this location next to his home. This is a photograph of the house. It is a one-story brick veneered period revival style dwelling with a prominent gabled entryway. Here is a closer look at the facade of the house. So the John Wimberly Tailor Shop was advertised in the Green Book from 1950 to 1952. Following John's death in 1961, his brother Alan took over the business. As you saw from the photos, the exterior on the tailor shop has had some non-historic alterations, including some replacement vinyl windows, replacement door, and vinyl siding at the rear. Overall, however, the building illustrates the expansion of John Wimberly's business and conveys its historical significance as a Green Book business. The owner did not respond to our request to access the property. I spoke to a tenant who lives in the John Wimberly house. The tenant told me that the overall property has been turned into 3 rental units, and the tailor shop is now vacant. The John Wimberly house and tailor shop appears to be potentially eligible for listing under Criterion A in the areas of ethnic heritage, Black, and social history for its association with the Green Book. So that's it for the tailor shop subtype, and that concludes the commercial business property type. Moving on to the fourth and final property type, the entertainment recreation property type is a broad category that includes properties that were the sites of entertainment, recreation, and leisure activities such as club lodges and nightclubs. RGA documented one extant entertainment recreation property, the Excelsior Club. So this is the Excelsior Club. It is located in Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. The Excelsior Club is located in a historically African-American section of the city. It is surrounded by the predominantly African-American neighborhoods of Washington Heights and Lincoln Heights to the north, Oaklawn Park and McCrory Heights to the east, and Bitterville to the south. The Excelsior Club was designated as a local landmark in 1986. It was determined eligible for National Register listing in 2006 under Criterion A in the area of ethnic heritage Black for its central position in Charlotte's African-American community, Criterion B for its association with James Robert Jimmy Mickey, who was one of Charlotte's most prominent mid-20th century Black citizens, and Criterion C for embodying the characteristics of the Art Moderne style in the city. The photograph on the left was taken in 1976, and the photograph on the right was taken this year. As you can see, not much has changed on the exterior. The following historical overview is drawn from the 1985 Local Landmark Report. The Excelsior Club, located on Beatty's Ford Road, about 1/2 mile north of the main entrance to Johnson C. Smith University, was for many years the leading private Black social club in the Southeast and one of the largest of its kind on the East Coast. In addition to its importance as the only social club for Black professionals in the area, it also became a political focal point of the city and county for both Black and white candidates for office, and a meeting place for boosters of Johnson C. Smith University. The Excelsior Club started in 1944 in a house built in the 1910s, which is this house here. The club took on its present appearance in the early 1950s. The circa 1910s two-story frame house was incorporated into the present structure. The story of the founding and success of the Excelsior Club is that of its original owner, James Robert Jimmy Mickey, who's pictured in the top right. Born in South Carolina, but raised in the village of Bitterville, Mickey dropped out of school at the age of 14 to go to work so that his athlete older brother could finish school following the death of their father. About 1934, when he was 21 years old, he managed to get a job as a mail clerk with Horton Motor Lines, and over the next 10 years, rose to head mail clerk, supervising 6 motor lines. In order to help support his 2 brothers and 4 sisters, he also served at parties and tended bar at the city's country clubs, and about 1939 began to entertain the idea of the need for such a club for the Black community, which had nothing comparable. Over the next few years, he gathered information from friends who worked in other private clubs and researched the organization schemes of the existing white ones. In 1944, Jimmy Mickey was able to make his dream a reality when a suitable property became available, a 7-room, 2-story house on Beatties Ford Road. The house was originally built about the late 1910s or the early 1920s. Once the new club had a home, plans proceeded apace to get it into business. In the same month as the purchase of the property, Jimmy Mickey, Oscar Jackson, who was his father-in-law, John Black, Reuben McKissick, and Edward B. Farr became the original incorporators of the Excelsior Club. The name was suggested by Jimmy's attorney, who had always advised him to, quote, exceed all others, end quote, in his endeavors. From the beginning, the club was exclusive. Candidates for membership were carefully screened after being recommended by a member. It was also very successful. Over the next few years, the membership grew from the original 25 to many times that number and came to include a large proportion of Charlotte's Black professionals. The club also became the home for a number of bridge, social, and civic clubs, as well as for fraternity and sorority meetings. An unintended but eventually important feature of the club was its significance for local and statewide politics. Since its members included so many leading citizens of the Black community, it was a natural political meeting place. Local elected officials and candidates for local offices often held meetings at the Excelsior Club. The Excelsior Club was advertised in the Green Book from 1963 to 1967. Here are photographs of the interior. All of the interior photographs were taken by HPO staff Brett Stern. So we acknowledge that there are integrity issues, especially with the interior and with the building being teeter-tottered. However, given that it has a strong and well-established historical significance, we believe that it is a good Sutterlist candidate. The Excelsior Club appears to be potentially eligible for listing under criterion A in the areas of ethnic heritage, Black, and social history for its association with the Green Book, and under criterion B for its association with James Robert Jimmy Mickey, who is the owner. So that concludes the entertainment recreation property type. So in summary, we recommend 7 properties for the study list, and that's it for my presentation.
Po-Fu, can I conclude with one statement? Thank you, Po-Fu, for all your awesome work and presentation. I wanted to note to this group that Sarah and Jeff and I had conversations about the integrity issues, which is something that's already come up earlier in this meeting. We did some comparative studies with Green Book resources that have been listed in the National Register in other states. In Tennessee, the Booker T Motel in West Tennessee was listed. It also had integrity issues, or what we would consider integrity issues. And there was a Green Book resource in South Carolina that was listed. And in comparison, they are these resources that we're looking at were in better or similar shape with those resources that were listed. So we felt like we had at least a strong case to make that although these are traditionally some issues might come up with integrity, we felt comfortable that we could continue moving these forward through the process. So I just wanted to make that statement about integrity. Obviously, this conversation will continue. It continues to come up, but we felt comfortable with the comparisons with other states that these types of resources were successfully listed on the National Register.
All right. Thank you, Robbie, Po-Fu. Are there any questions, comments, or discussions for Robbie or Po-Fu, either on the MPDF itself or the 7 properties?
I just had a comment.
Sure.
Which is to say that I sympathize very much from my own work with how difficult it can be to gain interior access to properties like this. And I can see that you guys tried thoroughly. And I'm really glad to see that given the extent of research that the MPDF provided and the extent of research that you did, that a lack of interior access didn't preclude the ability to recommend these things for study lists, because I think there's ample evidence that these may be potentially significant even without seeing them inside.
Good point.
Thank you, Josie. That came up a lot. We believe there are others that we suspect have interior integrity that Po-Fu wasn't even able to get some of these he was able to poke his head inside or get someone's personal information about the inside. We suspect there are more that could have made the list, but we didn't feel comfortable because we had no information about the interior. But with further study and someone else's efforts to get inside, we believe the list could be expanded pretty easily with additional resources. So these 7 are a start, but I suspect there's a lot more once we continue moving forward with the work.
I have a couple of comments here. One is, I miss the voices of Dr. Johnson and Dr. Denard on properties like this. I know they're not here, but I always look forward, or I always appreciated the comments they would make when we discuss these kinds of resources. So I don't want to speak about that other than to say it's great to see this as a theme, and I want to compliment you guys and your firm on the comprehensive state of the MPDF. It's well done, and I appreciate that very much. I hope others do as well. A great contribution.
Absolutely.
Yeah, great contribution.
Excellent.
In terms of the properties, I don't have any issues with it. The integrity issue is minor in my opinion. I'm not bothered by that for the Excelsior, and the others are obviously very good representations of those properties.
Agreed.
Any other comments?
Thank you, John.
Welcome. Any other comments or discussion from the members?
Yes, this is Sally. I'd just like to also echo the compliments. This is amazing. It's an amazing amount of research. It's an amazing project. And to think that there were over 100 of these resources in North Carolina, and we're down to 60 some that you can identify and only 7 that you can recommend. It shows how much has already been lost of this history, but it's just really remarkable work. I wanted to say one thing about the Roan Hotel, which my husband and I just stumbled on when we were walking around historic New Bern. And it is, like the picture showed, just right in the middle of, it's nothing else. And I mean, there's the historic Black church that's across the street from it. It's very near the railroad track. And there must be some indication, because we knew that it was a Green Book site. And so I'm really glad that those descendants did allow access. But just to stand there and with my feeble imagination, try to think about what it would be like to be a hotel guest and to be relegated to that. It's just amazing. So thank you.
Sally, speaking about the number of resources that are left, there were 317 in North Carolina, only 67 that we found. That is on par with other states that have done these statewide studies, that the number of resources have been demolished and what is extant. North Carolina might actually be, I don't want to use the word worse, but there might be even a smaller percentage than other states because of urban renewal and such. But that is also speaks to the rarity and the threat of the resources for demolition.
All right, if there's no further comments. Sorry,
More
go ahead.
comment.
Yeah, Noah, go ahead.
I just want to say regarding, access and identification of these types of properties, one resource might be the local historic commissions in Forsyth County. We actually borrowed the Oasis Spaces exhibit that the North Carolina African American Heritage Commission created, and we held an event and created a website in Forsyth County. Had a lot of attendance. The Channel 12 News showed up, so forth. So you might reach out to some local historic commissions to get some access to any of these properties. If you have any in Forsyth County you want to look at, you're welcome to contact me directly.
All right. I believe we're at a point then when we could entertain a motion for the recommendations on the 7 properties that RGA has recommended for listing.
So moved.
Thank you, Joe. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, David Bergstone, thank you. And guys, if you can stop screen sharing for me, please, just so I can see everyone's faces, that would help me on the roll call vote. Thank you. That's great. Okay. Josie Ward.
Yes.
Thank you. Fred Belladin.
Yes.
David Bergstone.
Yes.
Noah Reynolds.
Yes.
Newell Clark.
Yes.
Joe Opperman.
Yes.
And Sally Green.
Yes.
Excellent. That motion carries. Congratulations again, guys, on a well-researched product. Very grateful.
Excellent.
And I'm looking at the time here. It's 12:30. I know I'm hungry, and I'm sure others are too. But given the thematic note where we are in terms of Magnolia Hotel next, I'd like to suggest that we talk about that one specifically right now while we're still thinking about Green Book resources. If I recall correctly, Fred, you are recusing yourself on this one. Is that correct? Okay, so if you can just turn off your screen for the duration, that would be great, please. And Sarah, please proceed.
All right, thank you. Thanks again to POFU and Robbie and all the folks at RGA. It was a great project, and I didn't catch, and Robbie and POFU probably said this and I just missed it, but this was funded through a National Park Service Underrepresented Communities grant that our office was awarded in 2022. So we're thrilled to see this come into fruition. All right. Okay. All right. So the Magnolia House is located in Greensboro in Guilford County. And it is already listed in the National Register for its contributions to the South Greensboro Historic District. It was originally the home of a white salesman named D.D. DeButts, and the house was constructed around 1898, and this is the proposed boundary. The National Register nomination for the Historic District focuses on the neighborhood's sort of first life or first phase, I guess, when it was a white community prior to World War II. After World War II, the neighborhood shifted fairly suddenly and rapidly from an all-white enclave to an all-black neighborhood. And the nomination doesn't really mention or discuss the post-war history of this house specifically or of the neighborhood. So the nomination before you today is based on the building's historic significance from 1955 to 1961, the years in which the Magnolia House was advertised Magnolia Hotel was advertised in the Green Book. Arthur and Louise, who went by Louis Gist, bought this house in 1949. Arthur was a brick mason, and he and his family, which included 3 children, had moved to Greensboro from Spartanburg, South Carolina in 1947, seeking better work opportunities, and their son, Arthur Gist Jr., had moved to Greensboro to attend A&T State. Louis had a couple of years of college education, and she had been working as a seamstress, but by 1949, she was managing the Colonial House Restaurant, which was a Black-owned business on East Washington Street in Greensboro. Soon after they bought this house, they began operating it as a tourist home called the Magnolia House. Arthur and his son Herman worked as masons for a construction contractor while Louis ran the hotel. Louis became well known for her excellent meals, and the house became known as the Magnolia House Motel. By 1950, the Magnolia House Motel was one of 3 hotels, 7 boarding houses, and 5 tourist homes serving Black travelers in Greensboro. Beginning in 1955, the Gists advertised the hotel as Magnolia or Magnolia Hotel. And in 1957, the hotel's listing included a star, which you can see here. And that indicated that the publisher of the Green Book, Victor Green, was personally recommending the establishment. That year, Magnolia Hotel was the only Green Book listing in North Carolina to have that coveted star. The Magnolia House hosted numerous famous guests, including James Brown, Ray Charles, Lionel Hampton, Louis Armstrong, Count Basie, Otis Redding, Lena Horne, Little Willie John, Ike and Tina Turner, Sam Cooke, Joe Tex, Ruth Brown, Miles Davis, and members of the Duke Ellington Band. The hotel also hosted scholars such as James Baldwin, Carter G. Woodson, Lorenzo Meacham, and also hosted some sports figures, baseball player Satchel Paige and boxer Azar Charles, and I hope I pronounced his first name correctly. Social and political groups held meetings here, including the Guilford County Democratic Club, the Metropolitan Council of Negro Women, and the John H. Jeffries Barracks number 748 of World War I veterans. Corporations held events for their Black employees here, and companies used the hotel to host recruiting events aimed at Black college students. The NAACP and the Congress of Racial Equality both held meetings at the Magnolia House. During 1957, the hotel was the target of threats as the NAACP worked to integrate the city's swimming pools. After the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Black people in Greensboro, or across the South, had more access to services, facilities, and jobs. And at the same time, urban renewal projects ushered in an era of decline and disinvestment in America's Black neighborhoods. The area around Magnolia House, for example, the city demolished hundreds of buildings to create Morrow Boulevard, which is a 4-lane highway situated immediately west of the house. After Arthur Gist died in 1966, his son Herman took over the business. Herman was an A&T graduate with post-work at Meharry Medical College in Nashville, Tennessee. Herman closed the hotel in 1971 and converted it to a boarding house, which then closed in 1980. And by the time Louis Gist died in 1986, the hotel had fallen into some disrepair. In 1994, Grace Gist inherited the property from her husband Herman, and she sold it in 1995 to Samuel and Kimberly Pass. Pass was also an A&T graduate, and he worked slowly from 1995 to 2012 to restore and stabilize the house. Sam and Kimberly opened it as the Magnolia Hotel in 2012. In 2021, Sam and Kimberly's daughter, Natalie Pass Miller, and her husband, Devin Miller, renovated the interior and opened the house as a full-service boutique hotel, living museum, and special event venue. In 2022, the Magnolia Hotel became the first Green Book hotel listed in the National Trust's Historic Hotels of America program. The Magnolia House retains its historic integrity from the 1955 to 1961 period of significance, and it is eligible for listing in the National Register under Criterion A in the areas of ethnic heritage, Black, and social history. The hotel is an important example of the domestic lodging property type documented in the MPDF you just heard about, and it meets the registration requirements established in that MPDF. And I will just finish some of these interior photographs. And so we recommend approval for listing. Any questions?
Sarah, I wanted to chime in. One of the things I meant to mention when I first opened was that the Green Book provided women new opportunities for running businesses and making their own money. We noted that with the beauty parlors and running the motels and the tourist homes. And this is a perfect example of that with Louis Gist being able to, represent the women of the Green Book. I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah.
I have a question. Mm-hmm. I'm going to guess that the chapter of previous white ownership compared to the Black ownership chapter, that white ownership was far less interesting or impressive in terms of the guest.
I cannot comment on that. I honestly have not read much from the original nomination.
This would be hard to top.
Yes.
It was a private home. It was not used as a motel or a tourist
Yeah,
home at that time.
sure.
It was just, and I can't remember the particulars, but I don't remember them in POFU. Maybe you can chime in of them having any significance at this level, of course.
I think Mr. DeButts was a salesman.
Right, yeah, nothing as significant as the guest family.
Mine was not a serious question. It was observation.
It is relevant when you're listing a particular building on the National Register. We did not want to ignore or wipe that history under the rug. We
Oh,
did tell
absolutely.
the story, but why it's significant, obviously, it's already listed on the National Register, but why it's significant under this theme is for its Black history.
Yeah.
This is a great property, a great example of the Green Book connection. I know this property well. It's not far from where I live. I drive by it regularly, so it's great to see it in detail. I did not know that it was already listed, and so that's great to see. But I particularly appreciate the Green Book connection. So again, no heartburn for me whatsoever. Any other comments, questions, or discussion on Magnolia House? If
Sean,
not,
they went through the trouble of replicating the neon sign, which had disappeared, but they put a replica back, which to me it speaks to how much they love the property.
yeah, it's great to see that kind of investment, not just financial, but the investment in the legacy of the property. Okay, if there's no further discussion or questions, I'd be willing to entertain a motion for Magnolia House.
So moved.
Thank you, Joe. Is there a second?
Second.
Will Clark, thank you. And we'll do the roll call vote. Josie Ward,
Yes.
David Bergstone,
Yes.
Noah Reynolds,
Yes.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Joe Opperman,
Yes.
and Sally Green.
Yes.
All right, that motion passes. That's great. Congratulations and thank you. Okay, now we are at a point, it's almost 12:45. I believe this is a good time to take a break for lunch. And we still have a long way to go, but we've gotten through a good amount so far. I'd like to suggest that we return at 1:30. That gives us 45 minutes
Terrific. Yeah.
for everyone. Okay, so we'll reconvene at 1:30 p.m.
Thanks, everybody. We appreciate your time and your kind words.
Thanks, guys. have a long way to go, so we will do our best to stay on track. And first, we'll continue with our National Register nominations. And next up is Lauren Poole.
All right. Share my screen. Are y'all seeing my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I have one nomination for you for the South Central region for the McCrory Heights Historic District. McCrory Heights Historic District is located in Charlotte in Mecklenburg County. It is a historically African-American neighborhood situated in a residential area north of downtown Charlotte in the crook of Interstate 77 and the Brookshire Freeway. McCrory Heights Historic District is significant at the local level under Criterion A in the areas of ethnic heritage Black, social history for civil rights, and community planning and development. The district also meets Criterion Consideration B for moved properties, as 3 houses within the district boundaries were relocated during the construction of the Brookshire Freeway and Interstate 77 interchange in the 1960s. In 2024, the City of Charlotte received an Underrepresented Communities Grant from the National Park Service to fund National Register nominations for the McCrory Heights and Oaklawn Park neighborhoods, and you'll hear more about Oaklawn Park a little bit later. McCrory Heights was platted in 1912 amidst the backdrop of residential segregation and population growth in Charlotte by Reverend Henry Lawrence McCrory, the long-serving African-American president of Biddle University, later known as Johnson C. Smith University. Following the slow initial development, McCrory Heights became the premier suburb for Charlotte's Black, middle, and upper-class residents in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. The neighborhood was home to some of Charlotte's most highly educated and influential Black residents, many of whom played key roles in the integration of medical societies, schools, transportation facilities, parks, and other spaces throughout the city during the Civil Rights era. Among them were Dr. Reginald Hawkins, regarded as Charlotte's most vocal and steadfast civil rights activist, Dr. Emory Rand, who helped to integrate the city's medical society, Thomas Weish, who featured in nearly every prominent civil rights legal battle in the city, Reverend Moses Belton, an important bridge between the city's Black and white residents, and Reverend Elmo Henderson, a persistent voice for the integration of Charlotte's school system. In 1965, Dr. Hawkins' house, which you can see in the bottom left photo, was bombed along with the homes of 3 other prominent civil rights leaders in Charlotte. And these photos show the homes of all of the gentlemen that I just spoke about that are located within the McCrory Heights Historic District. The McCrory Heights Historic District is roughly bound by Oakland Avenue to the north, Andrill Trail to the east, Van Buren Avenue to the south, and Fairmont Avenue and the Best Water Treatment Plant to the west. The district contains 140 primary resources, contributing primary resources, and 35 non-contributing primary resources. The period of significance begins in 1912 when the neighborhood was first platted and ends in 1977, the date of construction for the First Baptist Church West, a pivotal resource within the district. And this is the National Register boundary as included in the nomination. McCrory Heights was unique among Charlotte's Black neighborhoods as it was platted by Reverend McCrory, a prominent African-American educator for Charlotte's upper and middle-class Black professionals. The neighborhood was platted in 1912 with revisions in 1928, 1940, and 1949. The original plat for the neighborhood, which you can see here, consists of about 20 blocks in a basic grid pattern with wide paved, generally tree-lined streets and houses set back on manicured lawns. The majority of development took place between 1950 and the end of the period of significance in 1977. Lot size and setback vary based on the period of construction. Houses constructed before 1940 are generally situated closer to the street than those built after World War II. And this is the 1912 plat. Early homes within the district consist of vernacular dwellings, period revival cottages, craftsman-style bungalows, and colonial revival-style residences. And you can see some examples here. Most resources built after 1945 consist of ranches, split levels, and minimal traditional residences, with a few modernist examples scattered throughout. Houses within the district include custom-built architect-designed residences, as well as plans selected from local home builders. Several houses were constructed by Manji McQueen, one of Charlotte's most prolific Black contractors. These are just some examples as well of ranches and split levels. The district is primarily residential with only one church, the First Baptist Church West, located on Oaklawn Avenue on the northwest side of the district. Established in 1867, the First Baptist Church is the oldest Black Baptist congregation in Charlotte. The contemporary style church was designed by Harvey Gantt, a prominent African-American architect, and Charlotte's first Black mayor. And these are just some example or some views of the exterior. Common changes to residential buildings within the district includes replacement siding, windows, and doors, the construction of non-historic additions, and the enclosure of porches. However, overall, the buildings within the district retain their historic form and the character-defining features associated with their particular style or house type. Infill construction is fairly minimal, primarily occurring on historically vacant lots, as there have been few demolitions within the district. The original grid pattern of the neighborhood with tree-lined streets and manicured lawns also remains largely intact. 8 houses were either moved or demolished along Van Buren Avenue on the south side of the district during the construction of the Brookshire Parkway Interstate 77 interchange in the 1960s. 3 of these houses were relocated to lots within the neighborhood. The construction of Interstate 77 also somewhat altered the district's historic setting. However, these changes occurred within the period of significance, and the district's overall setting remains relatively intact. And the top 2 photos show examples of infill within the neighborhood, and the bottom 2 photos are just typical alterations that we see throughout the district. In summary, the McCrory Heights Historic District is significant at the local level under Criterion A in the areas of ethnic heritage Black, social history for civil rights, and community planning and development. The district also meets Criterion Consideration B for moved properties, as 3 houses within the district boundaries were relocated during the construction of the Brookshire Freeway Interstate 77 interchange in the 1960s. Although no longer on their original location, the residences were moved to lots within the district boundaries and exhibit a similar setting, siting, and orientation. Despite material changes to individual resources and the loss of associated residences during the mid-20th century, the historic district retains sufficient integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association to communicate its historic significance as a middle and upper-class African-American neighborhood from the early to mid-20th century. The period of significance extends from 1912 to 1977, and the National Register boundary, which you can see here, includes an approximately 65-acre area roughly bound by Oaklawn Avenue, Andrew Trail, Van Buren Avenue, Fairmont Avenue, and the Best Water Treatment Plant. The boundary encompasses the area historically associated with the neighborhood, including the original 1912 plat, as well as the 1940 and 49 revisions. We did receive comments from OSA archaeologist Juliette Vogel for this nomination, and she felt that the historic district did not warrant a statement of archaeological potential due to previous disturbances. We also received comments from both the Charlotte Historic Districts Commission and the Mayor's Office. They provided letters indicating that the McCrory Heights Historic District meets criteria for listing and recommending that the district be listed in the National Register. And that is McCrory Heights.
Okay. I'd like to go ahead and continue with Jeff. While Jeff's getting set up, any questions or comments at this point on McCrory Heights? Okay, Jeff Smith, you are up.
Let me stop sharing.
See if I can do this time. How's that looking?
Switch to the screen with that's like the full screen. We're seeing the screen where you can switch the pictures. I'm probably not explaining that right.
Under display settings.
Yes. Swap. Yep.
Love that. Yes? No?
You got to swap to the other screen.
Too many screens, obviously. I just don't see it as an option. Yeah.
That's what we want to share.
If that isn't working, Jeff, if you stop sharing, when you go in to share your screen, make sure you're selecting your secondary screen rather than your primary screen. That's what I had to do.
This one?
Yeah. And then click share at the bottom.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I only have to torture you 2 more times after this. Aren't you excited? Okay, so nice segue from Lawrence Macquarie Heights. This is the Oaklawn Park Historic District. Just this map shows the proposed boundary for the Oaklawn Park Historic District, located northwest of the center city of Charlotte, North Carolina, on the historically Black Beatties Ford Road corridor. Oakland Park is a U-shaped residential neighborhood of approximately 44 acres, wrapping the northern boundaries of Oaklawn Cemetery. Developed by prominent post-World War II builder Charles Irwin between 1955 and 1961, Oaklawn Park is characterized by one-story minimal traditional and ranch houses with brick veneer and sod gable roofs. Streets follow the sloping site topography, which descends from northwest to Irwin Creek at the district's southeast boundary. Houses are sited on narrow lots and set back from the street with grassy front lawns. Deeper fenced rear yards include mature hardwood trees and outbuildings. This map from HPO Web shows Oaklawn Park within the larger Biddleville neighborhood. And this is directly beneath the blue circle is Macquarie Heights. And this larger map of HPO Web zoomed out, showing the checkered flag. And as because Sarah's our big racing fan. But anyway, this is showing Oaklawn Park within Charlotte and Mecklenburg County. And then just kind of go through some streetscapes. I mean, there's not a lot to say about the actual design, but it's not being recommended eligible for its architecture. It's pretty basic, again, ranch style, some minimal traditional, but the rhythm of the streets is intact. The neighborhood has great integrity from the historic period. This is a streetscape of the gently sloping Heil Place. This is a streetscape of Miles Court. This is Orvis Street. Russell Avenue. And this last street shows Waddell Street. Oaklawn Park Historic District, located northwest of downtown Charlotte, North Carolina, about half a mile east of Beatties Ford Road, is a historically African-American subdivision developed between 1955 and 1961 during the city's post-World War II suburban boom, a period when new neighborhoods were shaped by racial boundaries. Charles Irvin and his Irvin Construction Company oversaw every stage of the community's creation, from platting the subdivision, selling the lots, and constructing the homes, and finishing the interiors, sometimes even furnishing them, while the Federal Housing Administration enabled worker and middle-class African Americans, including educators, ministers, warehousemen, and janitors, secure loans for home ownership. Unlike other African American subdivisions of the 1950s and 60s, Oaklawn Park was entirely residential, composed almost entirely of single-family brick ranch-style houses that reflected the prevailing architectural trend Its buildings form an intact portfolio of mid-century ranch design. In sum, the district is significant at the local level under Criterion A in the area of ethnic heritage Black for highlighting the contributions of Charlotte's African American working and middle class from the 1950s through the 1970s, and under Criterion A in the area of community planning and development. Its period of significance spans 1955, when the first house was completed, through 1961, when development ended. I believe that right offhand, there's like 158 primary resources, of which all are contributing, and then there's about 10 non-contributing buildings, which are all secondary in nature. The Oaklawn Park Historic District possesses a high level of integrity, with original designs intact and materials and workmanship reflecting the period of significance. And that is it.
All right, I'd like to suggest here, because this is I'd like to take these two properties as one, because I expect there may be some discussion on the Coker Hills. So before we move on, just for the sake of clarity, any comments or questions on either of these two properties for Lauren or Jeff at this point? Jeff, I just want to make a comment on Oaklawn in particular. What really stands out to me from the photos you showed is the remarkable consistency in the architecture, not just the brick, but the actual design work itself. And then the period of significance is only 6 years. That's a really narrow window. That's really impressive that this neighborhood developed so quickly in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, and there was actually a second plat proposed, but never carried out. But again, it's pretty innovative, really, what Charles Irwin did. And he went on to kind of, I read where this was kind of like a model or a footprint, if you will, for other development like this. So, but yeah, it's an incredible amount of a high degree of integrity with the rhythm of the streets and the profiles, and the changes are pretty much what I would consider cosmetic, and do not deflect from the original design.
Great. Any other comments or questions or discussion on these two? All right. Then I will ask for a motion to approve these nominations for the McCrory Heights Historic District and Oaklawn Park Historic District.
So moved.
Thank you, Josie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Joe. And Jeff, could you stop sharing, please, just so I can see the screen? Thank you. That's awesome. Okay, so we'll do the roll call vote here. Noah Reynolds.
Approve.
Josie Ward.
Yes.
David Bergstone.
Yes.
Fred Belladin.
Yes.
Newell Clark.
Yes.
Joe Opperman.
Yes.
And Sally Green. I think I saw her say yes, just for the record.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, excellent. Thank you, Lauren, and thank you, Jeff. We are moving on to Coker Hills Historic District with Hannah Beckman Black.
Okay, so Coker Hills is our next nomination. It is located in Orange County, in Chapel Hill, north of downtown, and its location is indicated here by the red arrow. The district is nominated for local significance under Criterion A for community planning and development, as it manifests national trends in picturesque subdivision design, such as natural landscape preservation, large lots, wide curvilinear streets, cul-de-sacs, sidewalks, trails, and parks. Restrictive covenants mandated minimum lot size, single-family residential use, setback depth, dwelling cost, and architectural and site plan review prior to construction. The latter requirement facilitated the neighborhood's sensitive development in a manner that maintained existing topography and vegetation, geological formations, and creeks, reflecting the conservation philosophy of its namesake, William Chambers Coker, as well as Henry Rowland Totten, who oversaw the subdivision's creation after Coker's death in 1953. Both men were UNC Chapel Hill botany professors. Dr. Coker founded the university's arboretum and chaired the botany department from 1908 until his 1944 retirement. He also invested in real estate, much of which was bequeathed to Coker College in Hartsville, South Carolina, established in 1908 by his father. The Coker College Board of Trustees engaged Dr. Totten, Dr. Coker's former student, close friend, and business partner, to orchestrate development of the Chapel Hill property, 120.76 acres of which became Coker Hills. Plats date from 1960 through 1967. Dr. Totten selected street names that commemorate Southern botanists and naturalists. His direct and lasting involvement, ranging from coordinating with the town planning department to managing infrastructure installation, showing lots to prospective buyers, executing contracts, providing guidance regarding house design and siting, and donating seeds, cuttings, and plants to homeowners, distinguishes Coker Hills from other Chapel Hill subdivisions. Coker Hills is also locally significant under Criterion C for architecture as a cohesive collection of custom-built, colonial revival, minimal traditional, ranch, modernist, and international style houses that embody the distinctive characteristics of mid-20th century architectural design. Many houses were architect designed, with a total of 9 modernist houses designed by prolific local architect Arthur R. Cogswell Jr. The district's period of significance begins in 1961 with completion of the first residence and ends in 1976, encompassing all but 7 houses in the neighborhood. Although construction slowed by 1973, one house built in 1976 is similar in character to other residences, so the period of significance ends with its construction. Most retain architectural integrity without considerable exterior modification or substantial enlargement, resulting in a total of 105 contributing dwellings. Only 23 primary resources are non-contributing due to age or alteration. The neighborhood contains a single contributing site, the E.C. Leonard Park. The nominated tract encompasses most acreage historically associated with the Coker Hills subdivision, while excluding a few properties that have been altered or do not match the historic character of the rest of the district. And a review of this nomination by the Office of State Archaeology determined that it did not warrant a statement of archaeological potential. We received CLG comment from the Chapel Hill Historic District Commission that they believe the nomination meets criteria for listing. And we have also received 1 letter of opposition and several letters of support for the district, which I believe you all have seen on the NRAC website. And that's all I have for Coker Hills.
Okay. I have a couple of questions, but I'm curious if anyone else does about this property.
Yes, I'm going to have some questions.
Okay, I suggest we take this one individually then. And Sally, would you like to start? Defer to you.
Okay, you want to quit screen sharing so I can see people?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, so y'all need to bear with me here because I know it's my first meeting, but I do live in this neighborhood. I do live in Chapel Hill. I don't live in the Coker Hills neighborhood, but I'm very familiar with not just Coker Hills, but all the neighborhoods in Chapel Hill. I served on the town council for 13 years in Chapel Hill, and I'm familiar with the work of the Historic District Commission, and I know that they've approved this. But I have some issues, and we start with, and it's good that we've had these other 3 neighborhoods to think about as well, because I think all 3 of those demonstrated a kind of cohesion that this neighborhood does not. I'll just say that Chapel Hill, as I'm sure all of you know, experienced a great boom in the post-war period, fueled by the GI Bill and people coming to school. And so that's when a lot of neighborhood residential development was done in Chapel Hill. So there are quite a number of neighborhoods in Chapel Hill that conform generally to City Beautiful standards of nonlinear lots, large lots, lots of trees, lots of landscaping. And I would say that I would venture to say that the same could be said of many university towns that experienced development booms after the war, because this was the predominant style of development. I noticed there's a lot of description in the individual listings of the people who live in the houses, and I recognize that that's appropriate. And I was really appreciative of the, particularly the McCrory Heights one that we just did, which talked about the really strong civil rights leaders that were in that community. And you can tell that that McCrory Heights was a very cohesive community just by understanding something about the history, how they survived. Unlike Brooklyn, they weren't destroyed by urban renewal. The same could be said for the Oakland neighborhood. And then in the Lexington neighborhood, you also have really strong evidence that's a very cohesive community there. The people who lived in these houses and still live in these houses in Coker Hills, they're distinguished. They've had successful careers at UNC or Duke, but I don't think of the community itself as bonded, as cohesive as perhaps it's suggested there. There's some, let's see, there's a mention of RTP and a company called Chemstrand, whose employees lived in Coker Hills, but by my count, there were 8 of them out of this whole large neighborhood. So I just think it's a stretch for this neighborhood. When we talk about distinctive criterion C, which requires distinctive characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction, it is certainly not a single type. It's housing that ranges from, like was mentioned, the ones by Arthur Cogswell. There's even one by Harold Hamilton Harris, which I didn't realize. He's a nationally recognized modernist architect, but all the way to really generic colonial revival and stock plans. So that's not a cohesive type. I'll grant perhaps that in the modernist, in the post-war period, it was common to have all types or many types. So perhaps it's distinctive of a period, but I'll notice that none of the other 3 neighborhoods that we looked at, none of them even mentioned criterion C as qualifying them. And one of them, McCrory Heights, even kind of but says, that the integrity is not strong because there's a lot of different housing types. So there is a letter in the file from a man named Martin Johnson, who I had formed this opinion even before I read his letter, but I agree with it, is that if this neighborhood qualifies, then all neighborhoods of this same period in Chapel Hill qualify. Maybe that's what we want. I don't know. But, and again, I'm new to the group, so I'm a little uncomfortable coming out so strong, but this is my town and I know it well. And I just don't see that this neighborhood has the really singular characteristics that I at least have seen in these other 3 neighborhoods that we've seen today. So thank you.
Well, just a couple of points, Sally. We appreciate your perspective, and as I said earlier to David Bergstone, he had strong opinions. The strong opinions are certainly welcome here, as long as we can discuss them in a civil manner. So thank you for that. I have a couple, but before I speak, does anyone else have any thoughts or comments on Coker Hills? My concern, I guess, is I don't want to, not trying to rebut what Sally said. That some of her points may be better taken up by staff. But one of my concerns is the it's alluded to in the nomination about it being the restrictive covenants being also used as, I don't know if they use the word segregation directly, but certainly implies that those restrictive covenants had that effect. And so I'm curious, Hannah, if you want to tackle that one or not. I know it's not a limiting factor necessarily, and I know that's not what the nomination is not really geared around that, but that for me is a bit of a hard one to get over. Just the fact that the restrictive covenants are an important piece of this particular neighborhood. So I don't know if there's a comment there or a question, but I'll stop for a moment.
I guess I'm not understanding the question or that.
I guess
what your concern is there.
Concern that it appears to me that the restrictive covenant is a bigger part of this neighborhood than it really is alluded to in the nomination, and I guess I'm just bothered a little bit by that piece of it. I'm not saying it's a deal breaker or that can't be that it can't still be listed. I'm just maybe it's more of a comment and no one else has to comment on it.
I think I was just answering that. Were the racial aspect was it did it exclude racially like a lot of housing did in the early 20s and 30s? That wasn't mentioned in the list as criteria. You know what was excluded is going to be more landscaping and some of that stuff. And I did wonder if racial exclusion was one of those covenants. I think is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, thank you, David. That's really what I'm getting at here. Were the restrictive covenants were they racial in motivation, or was it? I get the language, but I understand that. But were there other aspects of it?
I don't know the answer to that. I can certainly check if that was not mentioned in the nomination. I can certainly check with the consultant and see about adding information about that if possible.
It's at least from the letter arguing against the nomination, the letter against the nomination says that they were explicitly exclusionary racial covenants.
I don't know specifically about these covenants, but I know in other, I know that Dr. Coker was involved in a couple of other neighborhoods where it definitely was explicitly racial. It was limited to whites. So I would certainly like to, however, if it's relevant, I would love to have that information in the nomination.
Certainly, thank you for that comment.
I would add that we have found all over the South that in the 20th century that it was very common to have covenants on properties and whites only, and not only were African Americans excluded, but sometimes Jewish population as well. I think that's quite typical.
And anyone else? Again, for me, I'm not opposed to the nomination. I respect Sally's opinions and her perspective. That's wonderful to have that. I probably disagree to some extent, but I just have the one concern about whether or how the restrictive covenants might play in here. So one of my questions, I guess, for you, Hannah, is wherever we end up with this one is to maybe go back and ask the preparer if they could explore that a little further, just whether or not the racial piece of it was important in terms of restrictive covenants.
Okay.
Please.
Certainly.
Did any of the staff want to respond to Sally's discussion about comparative to other areas of the city as to why this or not that?
So I will say that I discussed that with the consultant at length. And a part of preparing a successful nomination is comparing to other local communities and property types, and the nomination that you have today is a result of that discussion and trying to bolster what makes this particular neighborhood different, and the connection to Coker. I understand that there were other neighborhoods that Coker had a hand in planning. This is after his passing. And so that Coker connection is really what seemed to stand out as written in the nomination.
I'll just state for the record that the land planning argument is a good one to me. It's convincing. I get that piece of it. So I don't really have a problem with that in terms of its eligibility. So I'm leaning toward accepting the recommendation, but I recognize there are other opinions here. So any further discussion before I ask for motion on this one?
Well, I guess I'd like to say if we're going to ask the consultant to give us more information about the racial aspect of the covenants, wouldn't it be appropriate to get that in the narrative before we vote on it?
Yeah, so Jeff, how would we how do we handle this question? Because so just for the committee's information, normally occasionally you all will ask for a small, like a small change or even just a typo correction or something, and we'll make, we might make those or get the consultant to make those small changes before we move it forward to the Park Service. But if you approve what's in front of you today, then we have a window of time in which we need to send it to the Park Service, and it would need to be sent, I think, more or less like what you approved. So I would ask Jeff to speak to what we can do at this point, but also I see Ramona's hand up.
Ramona?
I'd like Jeff speak first, but I just wanted to clarify the role of the committee and sort of the next steps too. But Jeff, over to Jeff.
I think something more substantive than this, or like this, would preclude a vote. But I've never experienced something that this, I guess, I hate to use the word grave. I don't want to overstate it, but obviously it's a concern, and it should be, if it's appropriate, fleshed out and included in the nomination. But when I was in West Virginia, we worked on a project. He was an African American architect, and there was a neighborhood that had covenants in place, and he was designing houses for a neighborhood in which he could not even live. But I think it was listed without the knowledge of those covenants. And it may not have been that widespread, apparently. I mean, I don't know if every one of the lots that was sold in Coker Hills had to have a covenant put in place, but I would think that's up to the potential property buyer or owner as to whether or not they want to proceed with that. But in sum, I think something this substantive would require the nomination being tabled.
Chair Patch. Oh, I'm sorry.
I wouldn't say that particular detail necessarily elevates it to something that would, make a difference in the eligibility. I think Sally sort of being new versus some of us have been here, it's probably too long. The issue is, do we really compare districts? The one's better than the other district. And I think overall, staff hasn't said anything. I was hoping they would say this. No, we don't really care. If by itself it stands, makes a cohesive case that it's has integrity and has significance historically, architecturally, culturally, and whatever the significance is, that it holds together as a whole. We don't then pick and choose, well, this one's a little better than that one. They're all sort of treated equally, and as long as they can make a clear case, then then we say yes, it's it's something we would recommend be proposed. And someone want to dispute that or argue that?
Well, with respect, I would like to respond. I think that's not what I was intending. I was giving, by way of example, from these others that we've seen today, arguments or facts that I felt were compelling about issues that had to do with the integrity of the neighborhood, the cohesiveness of the community, things that were our elements in the application that we were looking at. Just to my mind, how I was saying that I felt that this nomination falls short in those areas. And by way of example, I was pointing to these others that did not. I was not weighing one against the other. I think it may be subtle, but there's a difference there. And then as to the nomination that we send up to the national office, it's not clear right now how many of us think that this racial element, this information about the racial aspect of the covenants is important, but I do think it's important. And I would like for the nomination that we send up to acknowledge those covenants, even though it may not change my perspective on it. Like someone said, they were all over, these racial covenants were all over the country in this time period. So it's not a deal breaker, but I'm talking about getting something factually on the record that's going to stand at a national level. So I would like to I move that we table this nomination until we get that information.
Okay, before I move on to a second, I'd like to get Ramona, you still have your hand up. I want to make sure that we get your input.
Sure. I think some of what I was going to bring up just to put a spin on sort of the role of what you were voting on, et cetera, is to what David was saying, whether or not this passes muster for eligibility purposes. But the role of the committee is to advise Dr. Water as the State Historic Preservation Officer, who ultimately has the decision whether to nominate this or not. And I'm just, in my recollection, as far as the level of tweaking, I suppose, it's been somewhat, I would say, minor in terms of after something comes to the committee, like maybe there's a typo, maybe there's an additional little footnote or something. But if it's a more substantive matter, I think that gets to the question of whether or not you think this passes muster. So I just wanted to say that, because I don't know that we have had wholesale rewrites after something has gone through the committee and so forth. So that's all I wanted to say.
Could I interject for just a second? As you all have been discussing, the preparer has sent me a message that the covenants were not racially excluding. They were not race-based covenants.
And if I can say one other thing as a legal matter, covenants were evolving throughout this entire period of the 20th century. Sometimes they were of an exclusionary nature, but they sort of took in an even different direction when we get to the era of planned unit developments, which our neighboring community of Cary is one of the pioneers of that in North Carolina. So it's interesting to me with my legal background how covenants pop up in these as part of a community planning question for these kinds of properties or districts.
Right. So I withdraw that motion. So thank you, Sarah, for getting that information.
Okay, well, Sally, because you withdrawn your motion, you've hopefully answered the question I was about to ask Ramona and Sarah, which is if there is no current motion, then given the new information we've heard that Sarah's provided, I'm comfortable with the nomination as it is currently written. I'm just one opinion. If the discussion is, if we're done, if everyone has said their piece and they're comfortable, I'm happy to entertain a motion if someone would care to make one.
I had a comment if I could.
Sure. Yes, please.
Just more general. I mean, I've been involved in real estate and real estate development. And if you look at, the history of community development in the nation and in North Carolina itself, you don't have individuals planning and backing residential developments anymore. It's these huge builders all over the place. So you're not going to find communities like this that are built today because it's just so commercialized and so different. But after World War II, in the 50s and 60s, there was a period of time where a lot of individuals, prominent individuals and so forth in communities took it upon themselves to, for monetary gain and community development as well, to build developments where there's 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 homes. And sometimes those are all planned out architectural. They all have the same style. Sometimes you just buy a lot and you could build whatever you wanted to build on it. So I just wanted to frame this in that context that you're not going to find developments like this that are done today. It's unique to this period of time in the 50s and 60s and 70s, especially, after civil rights, and, the need not to have segregated developments as well. So it's that particular period that we're working with right now in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, where you're going to have, these eclectic type neighborhoods that pop up. So in my opinion, just because it's eclectic doesn't mean it's not valid as a neighborhood, or as a development. So just wanted to add some more, global context to that.
Thank you, Noah. I appreciate those comments.
I think that's a good point, Noah. Actually, I thought it read very much like a, third quarter of the 20th century sort of neighborhood. I thought it looked pretty consistent. It's the sort of thing where same floor plan used over and over. One is Tudor style, one is Victorianized, one, a whole lot of variety. But, I don't see anything that would cause this not to be eligible for the National Register.
Okay, I'm coming back to a request for a motion then.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Joe. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Thank you, Noah. We will do the roll call vote then. And again, the motion, just Joe, to clarify, your motion is to approve this nomination for the National Register, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Josie Ward.
Yes.
David Bergstone.
Yes.
Fred Belladin.
Yes.
Newell Clark.
Yes.
Sally Green.
No.
Joe Opperman.
Yes.
Okay, I believe that's everyone, and the motion passes. Again, I appreciate very much the discussion and also keeping it civil. It's wonderful to be able to discuss these things in that way. So thank you, everyone. Appreciate it very much. Okay, we're moving on to Sarah Woodard and Moorfields.
All right. All right. Let me get myself straight here. Here we go. Okay, so Moorfields, we are still in Orange County. This nomination was prepared, let me get us located. We're just outside of Hillsborough and really close to the interstate. So this nomination was prepared as additional documentation to the original 1972 National Register nomination. A nomination in 1972 would have been one of our first, not the first, but a very early nomination. And that nomination presented a pretty narrow history of the house, focused on Alfred Moore Seniors Association with the property, and it included a number of acres, like specifically the number of acres listed, but it did not include a specific boundary. So this is additional documentation is what you're looking at and approving today, and this will be in addition to the existing nomination. So this new documentation adds an enumerated inventory list, an expanded architectural description of the house, a revised resource count, an expanded statement of significance, and a defined and justified boundary. Much of the information provided in this additional documentation was gleaned through archaeological studies, the most recent of which was undertaken by Richard Grubb and Associates in 2023. The study used ground-penetrating radar along with test pits to recover 1,111 artifacts from the historic and prehistoric eras. And it also located 3 sites where historic outbuildings or dependencies were located. The project also provided better information about the family cemetery and how many people are buried here and where they are buried. And it also located an area of burials that is outside the bounds of this, the stone wall you can see here. It's unclear if these burials are of enslaved people or if this is part of the white family's cemetery that just for one reason or another was not, they didn't build the wall big enough. That property is, the ownership line is really close to the edge of this cemetery, and the area with these other burials are actually on a different property owner's property. So that wasn't fully fully examined or fully investigated. Moorfields was the summer retreat of Alfred Moore Sr., a noted colonial and early American lawyer, lawmaker, jurist, and champion of the University of North Carolina. He's probably most well known as North Carolina's second and to date most recent Supreme Court appointee. And although his contributions to North Carolina's history are really probably most significant in his work as an attorney and benefactor of the university. Moore's primary seat was down in Brunswick County, where his family had established a large rice plantation on the Cape Fear River. Just as planters in South Carolina's low country often traveled to the upstate and into southwestern North Carolina in the summers, wealthy families in North Carolina's southeast established second homes to the west and northwest. While the Moores appear to have maintained Moorfields as this type of retreat, living here from June through the end of October, Alfred Moore also must have recognized the demographic shifts in the state that were drawing the center of power farther west. With this close proximity to Hillsborough, Moorfields offered both cooler summers and better connections for him. After his death, his son Alfred Jr. continued his father's patterns. Brunswick County was the family's primary home, and Moorfields was a vacation home. But in the 1820s, the Moores' home in Brunswick County burned, and Alfred Jr. made Moorfields his primary full-time home. This brought a larger enslaved community to the property and probably resulted in the land being more intensively farmed. Alfred Jr. died in 1837, and he's believed to be the earliest burial in the family cemetery. The house stayed in the Moore family, and in the 1840s, a ton of people lived here. Moore's sister, an unmarried daughter, 2 married daughters, plus their husbands, plus their numerous children, along with nearly 50 enslaved people. After the Civil War, the farm and house fell into disrepair, but in 1949, a man named Edward Thayer Draper Savage purchased the property. Draper Savage was an artist, sculptor, and French instructor. He had, in 1943, he had accepted a position in UNC's French department. And so he started looking for a place that he could buy that was rural, that had room for a studio. And when he found Moorfields, he found his place and he purchased it. He began using the barn as a studio, and he set about designing and installing a Beaux-Arts landscape and garden around the house. This is a sketch plan of his gardens submitted with the nomination. This is not his personal plan. Draper Savage carefully maintained and preserved the home. He did demolish several historic outbuildings and dependencies, including the barn he had been using as his own studio. But he really dedicated the remainder of his life to preserving the house itself and maintaining and refining his gardens. Upon his death in 1978, the house passed into a trust that Draper Savage had established to keep the home preserved and maintain the property as a wildlife sanctuary. So the documentation you're considering today reinforces the original argument for listing the property at the statewide level of significance under Criterion B in the area of politics and government for the property's association with Alfred Moore Sr. It also strengthens the earlier case for listing under Criterion C in the area of architecture as a notable Georgian federal transitional tripartite house. And it adds documentation regarding Draper Savage's gardens to add a landscape architecture area of significance. The new document also argues that the property is eligible for listing under Criterion D and in the area of ethnic heritage Black, because archaeology has yielded and is likely to yield additional information about life on a Piedmont plantation in the 19th century, specifically with regards to the enslaved population. The document presents 2 periods of significance: 1784, the approximate year of construction for the house, to 1837, which is when that's the window of time the property is associated with Alfred Moore Sr. and Jr. And then a second period of significance when the property became significant for an association with landscape architecture between 1949 and 1978 during Draper Savage's ownership. So thanks to this effort, the Moorfields nomination now presents a much fuller picture of the people associated with the property, as well as the property's evolution and history.
Sarah, if I could just echo that this was a project, this came out of a project that actually was funded too by our last hurricane grant, which was the Hurricane Florence grant, similar to what we just received for Hurricane Helene. So this is one of our sub-grant projects too. And you're going to see another one here very shortly that has similar origin. Park Service funded.
I'd like to try to take these last three properties in this region together if we can. So we'd like to move on and ask Jeff to go ahead, please.
Try my best. Was I sharing or was I not? I'm sorry.
Swap your screen.
Jeff, I believe last time you had Lauren suggested that you stop sharing and then make sure you selected the correct monitor.
Yeah. It's just my mouse just kind of went crazy. Is that any better? I apologize, everybody. I don't know what, just having a rough day of it.
We don't see nothing at the moment, Jeff.
Okay. How about now?
Well, we can see that your screen sharing, but we don't see the.
Yeah, it's taking a minute to load up.
Yes, we can see it.
I keep getting this message that says Zoom quit.
You're all set to go now.
Okay, like I said, I'm getting this quit unexpectedly message.
Okay.
So
do you want me to go ahead and move on to mine, and we can circle back to yours?
Sure, let's do that, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. We are now moving on to the State Capitol Holiday Inn, which you all saw not in the too distant past for study listing. Oh, sorry. All right, now we're set. The State Capitol Holiday Inn is a 19-story hotel completed in 1969. It's here in Raleigh, just a couple blocks away from where I am right now. And this is the boundary. It's very tight, just right around the building itself. The building was completed in 1969. It was designed by Lundgren and Maurer of Austin, Texas. The hotel was constructed at a time when downtown Raleigh, and downtowns in general, but Raleigh was becoming less appealing to developers, but at the same time, the location between downtown and NC State's campus still was and and probably always will be, a prime location for a hotel to serve travelers coming to the capital city, both for things related to the university or to the universities, plural, and to the government. Cummins Wilson founded Holiday Inn in Memphis in 1952. In 1958, his architect, William Bond, unveiled two standardized plans, one in a U shape and one in an L shape with a pool and a central courtyard. But in the 1960s, the chain begins spreading into downtowns and into international cities and opening resort complexes, and they wanted something that fit more in a more urban setting. So Wilson collaborated with Leonard Lundgren and Ed Mauer to design a tall hotel for downtowns. And in 1964, the first round Holiday Inn opened in Austin, Texas, and that's what you're seeing here. The company built round hotels across the country, and versions remain standing today in Austin, Los Angeles, Long Beach, California, Charleston, South Carolina, and here in Raleigh. The state capital Holiday Inn is eligible for the register under criterion A in the area of commerce. The period of significance begins in 1969 when it was completed and ends in 1974, which is now just a little more than the 50-year, a little bit farther
Now it
out
doesn't
than,
even look like
or a
I'm
little bit
seeing it
before the
anymore.
50-year cutoff now for National Register listing. Prior to World War II, Raleigh was a fairly small city serving as the state capital and home to 6 colleges. But after the war, the county and the city experienced, or the country, I'm sorry, experienced southward migration of industry, and the state invested heavily in the creation of Research Triangle Park, which sparked tremendous investment and population growth in the entire Triangle region. According to the 2008 multiple properties documentation form by Ruth Little, titled Post-World War II and Modern Architecture in Raleigh, 1945 to 1965, during the post-war era, Raleigh was totally transformed. Population doubled, the city limit area nearly tripled, miles of paved streets increased by 250%, the number of industries tripled, the number of wholesale distributors increased by 224%, and over 7,500 houses were built in the city limits. By far the majority of approximately 18,000 buildings constructed during this period were in the unannexed suburbs. In other words, Raleigh was booming. Most of what was happening outside of downtown, but the city's two primary pre-war foundations, government and the colleges, meant that downtown remained attractive, and obtaining a chain hotel's premier or flagship design was a real architectural demonstration of that continued gravitas. Thus, the building's association with the history of commerce in Raleigh is clearly conveyed by the building today. When the building hosted a grand opening in April 1970, more than 1,000 people toured the hotel's upper floors to see the suites and restaurant. The top floor restaurant provided menus without prices to female diners, but the menus given to male diners had the prices. The stylish and luxurious menu included lobster, cherries Jubilee, and baked Alaska. For Raleigh residents, the hotel offered membership in the Observatory Club, which was a bar on the 20th floor, plus New Year's galas, Sunday brunches, and wedding receptions. The building has seen changes, which the nomination details, but those changes tended to add material rather than subtract from the historic design. For example, the balconies were enclosed rather than being removed. The other remaining round Holiday Inns have seen various changes. There's the balconies, which are still there physically, just the railings are gone and then they were enclosed. The other remaining round Holiday Inns have seen various changes. The Austin, Texas version, the original in the top left corner, has a really large addition adhered onto it, as well as some other changes. Charleston's cladding at the top has been altered. That's the one on the top right. And then the Los Angeles and the Long Beach, California Holiday Inns have really remained just about nearly unchanged. And so in conclusion, We support the nomination, and I feel like it's a good candidate under Criterion A in the area of commerce.
All right. Thank you,
Any
Sarah.
questions?
Yeah. Any questions for Sarah?
Would you like me to keep going with Boney's Mill?
Sure. That sounds great.
Okay. All right. I would be hard pressed to find a more opposite resource to come right on the heels of the Round Holiday Inn. So we're heading down to the southeast to Duplin County, and we're just right on the edge of Wallace. And here we go. And then this map is showing you the proposed boundary. Boney's Mill, located in Duplin County. This is another nomination funded through the Emergency Supplemental Historic Preservation Fund, which we kind of call hurricane grants for short. And the boundary here is drawn to capture the structures historically associated with the mill's operation. So it's the mill building, the dam, and a portion of the mill pond. Boney's grist mill, dam, and mill pond is significant at the local level under Criterion A in the area of industry as an intact example of a water-powered grist milling complex. It is also eligible under Criterion C in the area of architecture as an example of an important building type. The period of significance begins in 1831 and ends in 1944 when the mill ceased operating. Family tradition places a mill at this site in the 1700s, but the earliest documented mention of a mill here dates to 1831. The Boney family engaged in grist milling and sawmilling here, but the sawmilling operation converted to steam power in the late 1800s, and the water-powered sawmill is no longer extant. The mill pond and dam are the oldest features, with the existing dam believed to date to 1840 or possibly 1831, and references suggest that a pond was here at least by 1831. The mill building is a one-story side-gabled structure that dates to around 1930, but was constructed using timbers and materials from the 1800s. The mill has undergone several repairs and renovations over the years, specifically around 1950 and around 1995, and again very recently following some hurricane damage. Until the 1950s, the mill retained a water wheel and gates to control the flow of water. While the mill has undergone changes over time, it does retain its 1930s form. The Office of State Archaeology statement regarding the mill area states that archaeological remains may be an important component of the significance of the property. This is a race. Boney's Mill is a rare survivor of a resource type that was once common in the Duplin County landscape and across the entire state. In 1840, Boney's Mill was one of 55 grist mills and 30 sawmills in Duplin County. Throughout the colonial era, North Carolina's laws incentivized the establishment of mills, governed the millers' behavior, and tied the construction of and maintenance of roads and bridges to the establishment of a mill. Mills were local and small-scale operations, but they were vital economic drivers and served as socially important points of interaction where news and ideas could be exchanged. And if you're familiar with the tall, multi-story grist mills of the Piedmont and mountain regions, this mill might look a little funny to you. Grimsley Hobbs, who specializes in mill restoration and has written a book about mill construction, notes that Eastern North Carolina mills are distinctive with low dams and partially open mill buildings, usually just one story in height. And Hobbs points out Boney's Mill in particular as an example of one of these distinctive Eastern North Carolina mills. Today, only one other mill remains in Duplin County. That's the Maxwell Mill. It is overgrown and heavily deteriorated, although the dam and pond are intact. Staff recommends National Register listing.
All right, that's great. Any questions for Sarah on Boney's Mill?
Sarah, it wasn't included in the nomination. Is there just one part of the millstone left? I mean, what's left of the mill operating? I mean,
the mill is not operational anymore.
Right. There's no wheel for it anymore.
That's correct.
Part of a shaft, one millstone, not both of them.
I believe that's.
I'm trouble saying where's the mill? It's just a shack staying on top of some pilings.
It is. I mean, I think some of that is the fact the way these mills in Eastern North Carolina were a little bit more open historically, as well as in the case we have here. As part of using the hurricane money for this project, we have had interactions on this and feedback from the Park Service that they're satisfied with eligibility here.
They hope to put some of that back, so it looks like a mill again.
It has been undergoing some repair. I do not know. The town of Wallace owns it, and this is part of a park. Like they own the pond and some of the land right around it. I don't know what their long range plans are in terms of if they plan to put a wheel back or something.
It was damaged in Florence. I can't speak to the extent of it, but it was severe enough that it passed our sub-grant process to get funding for assistance with it. So
yeah, there's all the steel and it looks like a lot of new roof structure. That again, to me, there's no mill there anymore. It's just a race. It's not even a race. It's spillway.
I had a historical question. I'm just curious, in Eastern North Carolina, was it typical to build a dam to put these mills up on top of to get the water flow? Because in Western North Carolina, you would just pick a mountain stream, drop a wheel in it, and build the two-story structure next to it, and be off and running. So it seemed a little interesting to me to where this is sort of spanning a spillway and some sort of earthen dam that they created, I guess, to create the water flow, because it's obviously not fast moving.
Yes, I don't know enough about mill engineering specifically, but they are in Eastern North Carolina built like this with a fairly sizable pond, and they're sort of out over on the dam or kind of over
That'd
like
be
this
typical
one.
for that type of
I
Eastern North
believe
Carolina.
so, yeah.
Okay.
And that's certainly what the nomination states, that this is pretty typical of an Eastern North Carolina grist mill.
Okay, thanks.
I had a question about the Holiday Inn. Is that appropriate at this stage?
Sure, let's do it. Yep.
Which is just to say that the nomination, the extent to which it focused on this particular design and what this design meant to Holiday Inn, I was surprised that the nomination that the building wasn't nominated under C as well, which to my mind would have not required extensive change to the text of the nomination and would be a stronger argument.
So we did have a lot of discussion. I think there was a fair bit of discussion about that at the study listing level with the committee. Certainly staff had a lot of conversations about the approach for an A or a C argument. And staff ultimately, and I believe I recall from the study list conversation, the committee felt as well that an A argument would be stronger because of the changes to the building with the balconies being enclosed. I think if the balconies had been open, yeah, go for the C.
Okay, thanks.
And Claudia is online. I think we had talked about just that point, Josie, several years ago when this came up, like several years ago.
Yes, this is not its first appearance.
Okay, a couple quick points here. Just question for David Bergstone. David, your concern on Boney's Mill, is it enough so that we should consider that property separately in terms of our recommendation? I'm asking you, since you had some questions about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm struggling with. When they say it's an intact mill, it's like there's not much of an intact mill. There's no mill part to it.
I've had a note from Dan Becker, our grants coordinator for our hurricane grants. City of Wallace wanted to do additional restoration on the mill, but we only had enough money for repairs of what was damaged during Florence. So I don't know if that helps with any determinations, but that's my understanding.
Well, I mean, if they had survived, there'd be no question about that. That's distinctive character. Talk about, taking off the little side stairs, but that was, character defining for a building if it had apartment upstairs as part of the store. But now, it's like a mill without any very obvious signs that that's what it was and how it operated. I mean, the one in Salem had a long mill race because it was so low to get enough head to turn the wheel. But
I hear you, David. I'll just say, for me, I have a couple points. One, Sarah said that you've consulted with the Park Service on this one, so that allays a little bit of my concerns. Again, acknowledging David's points. And for me, there's enough, even though the mill machinery may not be here, there's enough of the mill itself that it conveys to me that it's a mill. All the other elements are there. The building is there. It's not the best looking building, but that's okay. I understand it's been damaged. The pond, the dam are still there. Either the head race or tail race or both, I can't recall. Those are there. So I'm less concerned about that, but acknowledging again, David, your points.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if the Park Service says that's enough for them, then that's okay.
Yeah, I think again, the Park Service has given us a determination that was related to the grant, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But also our grant was limited to repair only, not like a full board restoration.
Yeah.
And one other thing I would throw in is that, just because we don't have many of a thing left, rarity does not equal historic significance. But it can factor in, I think it does here in a county where you had many, 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 many water powered mills. And now you've only got this one and one that is in much worse condition. And those are the only two you have left.
Yeah.
I have a question just out of curiosity. This reminds me somewhat of the mill at the Eno River, where you tour the Eno Festival, which has got a lot of misplaced and missing parts, and it's not in great repair. I'm just wondering, is that on the National Register?
I don't know.
I want to say it is, and you bring up an important point, Dr. Green. Maybe Sarah or some others can look it up really quickly. But with a mill, we've had mills that don't have the grindstone, for example, or the millstone. It's more about the whole kit and caboodle and those mechanisms. I mean, it's kind of like a different kind of mill. Most of the manufacturing mills we get, the big complexes, they don't have any machinery in them anymore, but we list them all the same.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's a valid comparison, but the structure and all of the different elements of how a mill works, there is a big mill pond as part of this too. So don't know if that helps at all.
Any further questions or comments on the three properties we've heard? We still have to get through Jeff. Jeff, are you ready for your presentation on the Strayhorn House?
You're muted.
It's a banner day here at Jeff's office. The Eno Cotton Mill is listed, but I don't know if that's the same mill you're talking about, Dr. Green. Sean, I'm going to try to get it done this time.
We support you, Jeff. We're here. That looks correct. Yes.
Oh my God. Okay. I'm really sorry. Again, this is the Tony and Nellie Strayhorn House located in Carborough in Orange County. The red flag indicates the approximate location, and the statewide map shows Orange County at the map in the lower left-hand corner. The evolved house grew from a one-room log building to a two-story I house with a one-story rear L. Excuse me. Brick exterior and chimneys flank the facade, and a third interior chimney in the L has a corbelled cap. A one-story hip-proof porch with cast metal supports and modest jigsaw sawn trim spans the facade. Centered on the facade is a cross gable clad in wooden diamond shingles and a flat round wooden panel, which I don't know if it's in the photographs, but there's a picture inside the house that shows the original pierced ventilator here where this solid round is now. Portions of the house sit on a stone foundation and others on concrete block. Roofing is metal shingle cladding on the main roof block with standing seam metal elsewhere. So again, that's kind of a inset shot of that gable. This is the rear L from one angle, and from the opposite side. This is a contributing well that's in the front yard. The interior, what is suspected began as a one-room log house, evolved into the ubiquitous two-story, single-pile, three-bay house. The northern section of the interior has rooms that flank a central stair hall on both the first and second floor. The first floor hall has a set of stairs at the west and a door on the east wall to a first floor bedroom. The rear L has two rooms sharing its interior chimney. A 1993 multiple property document written by Ruth Little noted that surveyed houses dating from 1865 to 1943, quote, illustrate the persistent agrarian nature of Orange County, with most of these being the modest farmsteads of yeoman farmers, end quote. It continued to note the preponderance of these were of log construction. So I kind of just inserted that to show that this building kind of was falling in line with basically other similar house types in the area. The MPD also observed that it was very common for these yeoman farmers to add to these small log houses based on capacity and necessity. Another signifier of their improved financial status was for the incorporation of a center gable to the I-house form that the house had expanded to become. All these building trends can be seen in the Strayhorn house. So again, here's the newel post, the center hall leading up to the second floor. And these are just some of the original features of the house. With a high degree of historic integrity, the Strayhorn house is a rare surviving example of a 19th century farmhouse that has remained in the same African-American family since its construction. It is significant at the local level under Criterion A in the area of ethnic heritage Black. The house reflects Tony and Nellie Strayhorn's experience, which was both typical and atypical of African Americans in Orange County, North Carolina, in the post-Reconstruction era. Although Tony had been a sharecropper, he and Nellie amassed their own farm holdings and built a home that expanded as needs demanded and means provided. The house embodies the distinctive characteristics of a type or method of construction, making the residence locally significant and eligible for the National Register under Criterion C. The Strayhorns' hard work and determination allowed them to keep the farm and a measure of independence. Their purchase and their continued ownership came despite significant obstacles to Black land ownership. The period of significance begins in 1887, the estimated date of construction of the house, and runs to 1950 through Nellie Strayhorn's life estate, after which point the property was no longer classified as a farm and the process of subdividing the land among their heirs began. So that's the nuts and bolts of the Strayhorn house. We contacted the Office of State Archaeology, and they had the following statement. The Strayhorn house is closely related to the surrounding environment and landscape. Archaeological deposits and remnant landscape features such as planting beds and filled-in privies, including the extant contributing circa 1887 well, trash middens, and structural remains which may be present, can provide information valuable to the understanding and interpretation of the property. Information related to both the typical and atypical lived experiences of members of the Strayhorn family in the post-Reconstruction era in Orange County, North Carolina, may be available through archaeological excavation. Therefore, archaeological remains may well be an important component of the significance of the property. These potential remains should be considered in any future development of the property. And that is the end of my presentation. Any questions?
Questions or comments for Jeff? Okay, then I have a suggestion, which is in order to keep moving, I suggest we hear from Julie next because we have a recusal on the last one for our nomination. So if we can take all of these in one time, that might help us gain a little time here. So Julie, if you're ready, we will tee you up.
All right, let's see if I can do this. Not used to Zoom. Hold on. Okay, are y'all seeing not the presenter mode, but the full screen?
Nope, you're not shared yet.
Oh, is there another button to hit?
You got to click the blue share button.
Sorry, Julie, I jinxed you.
Now
So
you're sharing,
okay.
but you're not sharing, you're sharing like your desktop.
Right. Yeah.
There
I
you
had
go.
to start and then I need to move you guys. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see here. Can I change screens? There we go. My National Register nomination presentation today is for the Downtown Franklin Historic District. And Franklin is the county seat of Macon County, situated in the far western part of the state. You can see the map in the upper right where we are, Macon County and Franklin on the left. This is the proposed National Register boundary map. There are a total of 29 contributing resources and 8 non-contributing, with one previously listed resource, the Pendergrass Building at 36 West Main. The majority of the resources face Main Street, a one-way east to west thoroughfare through the downtown. The Downtown Franklin Historic District encompasses the core of the governmental and commercial center of Franklin and therefore Macon County. This district is significant at the local level under criterion A in the areas of commerce and community planning and development, and under C in the area of architecture. Organized along Main Street, the town had centered around the Courthouse Square, a traditional urban form. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, under the influence of the federal Town Lift program of the Tennessee Valley Authority, or TVA, the town reincorporated the courthouse into a street grid pattern and encouraged Main Street improvements to coordinate and modernize the commercial shopping area. So the period of significance begins in 1887, the date of the oldest extant building that is original to the district, and it runs into 1976 to include the construction of the quote-unquote new county courthouse and the storefront improvements suggested by the Town Lift program. So in the older map of the town, the central courthouse square, and at north, the north is actually the bottom of that map, but it's pretty much the same whether you turn it upside or right. And the former courthouse tower is in one of these town squares. It's on the southeastern part of the Main Street now. So the upper left photo is the northeast town square park, and the right photo is looking east down Main Street. The left photo is the former Griffin Hotel, and the right photo is looking west down Main Street, so just the other direction. And this is the 1904 Pendergrass Building on the left, which is now the Macon County Historical Society Museum. And to the right is the former U.S. Post Office, which anchors the eastern boundary of the district. Many of the later changes to the resources that would typically make the integrity loss for districts are present and noted as contributing to this district due to the TVA Town Lift program influences in the late 1960s and early 70s. One of the most notable changes was the redevelopment of the county courthouse square and the new county courthouse built in 1972. Many paved parking lots were also part of the plan to minimize parking on Franklin's Main Street, though not all were taken away as the plan was imagined. So in sum, the Downtown Franklin Historic District is being nominated at the local level of significance under Criterion A for Commerce and Community Planning and Development, and under Criterion C for Architecture. The Office of State Archaeology reviewed the nomination and noted there have been no archaeological surveys conducted on properties within the district, while there are 9 previously recorded pre-contact and post-contact archaeological sites located within a 1-mile radius. The Trail of Tears National Historic Trail runs through the district, and it is only, it's less than a mile from the Niquosi Mound. Information obtained from within the district should address or could address various topics related to these, and more cultural resources likely do exist and should be considered in any future development of the properties. And we also received a letter of support from a property owner that owns several buildings in the district, and I just wanted to let you guys know that he was in support of that. And that's all I have for Downtown Franklin.
All right, questions or comments for Julie? Okay, hearing none then, I'll just recap. We have heard presentations for National Register nominations for 5 properties: Moorfields additional documentation, the Strayhorn House, the State Capitol Holiday Inn, Boney's Gristmill, and the Downtown Franklin Historic District. Any further discussion on those 5 properties? Okay, would someone care to make a motion?
I move to nominate.
Thank you, Joe. Is there a second?
I'll second. Sally?
Thank you, Sally. Thank you. All right, and we'll do the roll call voting. Noah Reynolds.
Yes.
Josie Ward.
Yes.
David Bergstone.
Yes.
Fred Belladin.
Yes.
Sally Green.
Yes.
Newell Clark.
Yes.
And Joe Austin.
Yes.
All right, that's wonderful. Thank you, guys. Okay, we have one more nomination, and Josie, I understand you're recusing on this one. Is that correct? Okay, so we'll hear this presentation, and then I'd like to recommend a short bathroom break because I've been drinking a lot of water. Claudia, it's your show.
Okay, bringing up the rear. Can you see that?
Now.
Yes.
All right. So the last nomination of the day is for the Eliza and Ann Patton House. The property is located in northeastern Transylvania County, just beyond the northeast edge of the town of Brevard, the county seat, and is about 2.5 miles from Brevard's central business district. In the aerial view to the left, you can see Brevard at lower left, down here. This image and the view to the right give you an idea of how much the immediate setting of the house has changed in recent years. So the house is right here, and here you can see it's surrounded by some light industrial and a lot of commercial development. But just beyond down here, it's very rural still, and this is what the entire area looked like when the house was built. The area was originally named Davidson River for the nearby waterway, and since 1916, the unincorporated community has been called Pisgah Forest. This part of Transylvania County was settled very early in the 19th century, and both Eliza Patton and his wife, Anne Caroline Mackey, were descended from settlers. Eliza's grandfather, Thomas Patton, was among the first to arrive around 1800. Eliza and Anne built the house on a 202-acre parcel on the west bank of the Davidson River that Eliza acquired at public auction in 1845. The Patton house consists of the I house with a full-width rear one-story shed wing built circa 1846, and a two-story rear L believed to have been built circa 1860, by which time the Pattons had 5 children, and by 1862 they had 2 more. Patton operated a diversified farm with 100 acres in cultivation, which was more than double the average size of farms in the area. Eliza Patton died in 1885. In 1890, Anne sold the house and 248 acres to a Thomas Patton of Asheville, perhaps a distant relative. And he stayed in the house until his death in 1937. The house then passed through a succession of owners before standing vacant and neglected for decades, before unsuccessful efforts to rehabilitate the house in the late 2000s. The property was foreclosed in 2021, and the current owners who bought it in 23 plan to undertake a full rehabilitation under the terms of an easement held by Preservation North Carolina. I'm going to show you the exterior and interior of the I house first, and then the rear L. Considering the history of the house since the mid to late 20th century, it is remarkable that it is as intact as it is. On the exterior, the most notable changes have been to the front porch. Here, the box posts are 20th century replacements, probably installed at the same time as the weatherboarded skirting and relocation of porch access at each end. The design of the main entrance also appears to be a 20th century modification. Originally, the door would have been centered and likely flanked by sidelights. Now we're going to go around the house to the right, counterclockwise. Starting with the view at the bottom. The porch on the rear L also appears to date from the 20th century. When I first saw this house, it looked to me as if the L initially was freestanding, probably connected by a breezeway. But recent exploration of the structure, facilitated by selected removal of interior finishes, revealed that the L was always directly connected to the original house at both stories. The I house, identified by its two-story, one-room deep form, was a very common type in the eastern and Piedmont regions of the state, but much less so in the western region. Well-preserved 19th century I houses are common throughout the state, but relatively few still stand in Transylvania County and surrounding counties, and those built prior to the Civil War are exceedingly rare. The Patton House is one of the few largely intact examples of an I house still standing in Transylvania County, and the only one known to have been erected prior to the Civil War. The exterior displays federal-style elements in the 9/6 double-hung sash windows and boxed gable eaves. Boxed eaves across the front, I'm sorry. Before moving to the interior, I just want to show you the other resource on the property. These two views show the very dilapidated two-cell outbuilding of uncertain date, and it's classified as non-contributing for the purposes of this nomination. Moving to the interior, the middle view was taken just inside the front door, in front of that window next to the door, as indicated by the red dot on the plan. The single-run staircase rises from within the space of the rear shed wing. Here you can see that the original door was likely where the window is. It probably was here, so it would have aligned with the door at the back of the shed, the back of the hallway. The hallway walls on both floors are sheathed in flush horizontal boards, while the other spaces of the I house have plaster walls. The two downstairs rooms are similar in their exposed ceiling joists, short, simple, flat panel wainscoting, and post and lintel mantelpieces typical of yeoman farmer houses during the transition from the Federal to Greek Revival styles in the 1840s. All of the mantelpieces in the house are very similar to these, and all were removed sometime between 1991 and 2006, and later replaced with replicas based on 1991 survey photos. And that was done during the aborted circa 2007 rehabilitation project mentioned a few moments ago. In the plan, you can see that the spaces of the rear shed have been altered. In the room to the left, the rear partition was removed. It's right about here. And here you can see it right here. It's going into the shed. And it appears that this was done fairly early on because they replicated the wainscoting in this area. And this, of course, is a later window. The upstairs finishes are the same as those downstairs, except that the ceilings are finished with flush boards in one room and plaster in the other. A narrower open string stair leads to the attic. You can see it. in this photo here. And one side of which is shown here in the view at the bottom right. Moving on to the L. The image at upper right was taken approximately where the black arrow is on the floor plan. So looking back this way towards this sort of connecting area and the shed area. You can see that there have been changes to the plan at the end of the L that abuts the I house. In the image at lower left, taken where the circled number 9 is on the plan, looking back this way, or looking forward this way to the fireplace. You can see the narrow enclosed stair to the second floor of the L and the door between the stair and the fireplace, this door, which leads to a very narrow passage under the stair that at the other end is defined by this curved wall. So there's this passage that goes down under the very narrow here, and then you can sort of move under the staircase and you come out over at this end here. And this is that end room of the L looking back towards the rest of the house. In the view from within the staircase at upper left, you can see a bit of the most altered space in the house, which I'm going to show you here, up here. It's this space. This room was severely damaged by a fire, and the subsequent rehab project entailed removal of the ceiling. And it looks like they were doing something rather odd with a spa tub in this room. I'm not sure exactly what they were doing. The most interesting aspect of the second floor of the L is its curved walls, first seen on a smaller scale below on the first floor. And they are an important part of the basis for the claim of the Patton House's architectural significance. On the second floor, the curved walls created privacy and maximum space for the end room while leading to the rest of the hallway along the outer wall. So you come up here out of the enclosed staircase, and instead of just going into an open room, you have these curvilinear walls, a pair of them, and then you come down this shown here, and then you come down the hallway leading back to the I house. So they created privacy and maximum space for the end room while leading to the rest of the hallway along the outer wall. In the 1860s, when the L was added, curved plaster walls were rare in North Carolina, more strongly associated with early 19th century residences in East Coast cities, such as Charleston, Baltimore, and Philadelphia. Their construction in several farmhouses in the North Carolina mountains was most likely associated with Charleston, South Carolina residents who built summer homes in Transylvania County and imported this sophisticated feature. The Patton House is one of 4 houses documented in the county that were built between 1850 and 1865 and feature curvilinear walls. In the other examples, the curved walls are next to elaborate mantelpieces in public areas, while at the Patton House, they are in the more private areas and appear to serve a more functional purpose. The Eliza and Ann Patton House appears to be eligible for listing in the National Register under Criterion C in the area of architecture at the local level as a rare surviving antebellum I house with distinctive curvilinear interior walls in Transylvania County. The period of significance is the mid-19th century to encompass the construction of both the I house and the rear L. Despite decades of vacancy, vandalism, fire, and Hurricane Helene flooding that left more than 3 feet of water standing in the house, as well as the changes to the immediate setting, the Patton House retains sufficient integrity of design, materials, feeling, and association to convey its architectural significance. I should add that the Office of State Archaeology provided a statement of potential archaeological significance, and that the Historic Preservation Commission and local elected official of Transylvania County, which is a certified local government, reviewed the nomination and recommended the property for listing. And that's all I have for the Patton House.
Right.
Any questions?
Yeah, any questions for Claudia?
If not, I'll stop sharing.
Claudia, I have a comment, which is picking up on the curved walls. That's something that jumped out to me immediately. I'm not an architectural expert, but I understand it's a rare feature, so I was happy to see them, but even happier to see that in the nomination there was a context for those, for interpreting those. So
Yeah. The preparer, who was Josie Ward, did a very good job of providing context, both the I houses in the western part of the state and for the curved walls.
okay. No other comments, questions, or discussion? All right, in that case, I will ask for a motion.
So moved.
All right, thank you, Joe. Is there a second? Thank you, Fred. And we'll do the roll call vote. Noah Reynolds,
Yes.
David Bergstone,
Yes.
Fred Belladin,
Yes.
Joe Opperman,
Yes.
Newell Clark,
Yes.
and Sally Green.
Yes.
All right, that motion passes, and we have gotten through the National Register portion of our agenda. Thank you, everyone. It's been a long day so far. I really would like to take a 5-minute break here, and then let's reconvene at 3:20, and we will begin with the study list presentations.
I have one update before we get started. I looked it up, and the grist mill on the west point of the Eno was listed on the National Register 40 years ago, 1985. So good precedent.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Sarah.
All right. We are now going to look at Riverview United Methodist Church in Durham County. And here we are, we're kind of in the middle of the northern half of Durham County on Orange Factory Road. Okay, and so we're going to talk about a church, but we do have to go back a little bit in time and talk about what used to be here. So this is Orange Factory. In 1852, the Hillsborough Recorder reported on the construction of a cotton factory on the Little River. The Webb and Douglas, Mr. Webb and Mr. Douglas, who are mentioned, that was John Douglas and John Webb. And the factory was a frame building. It was called Orange Factory either for a grove of mock orange trees or maybe more likely because it was the first factory in Orange County. Durham County had not been created yet. By September 1852, it was up and running, and this makes it one of only about 30 cotton mills operating in North Carolina before the Civil War. The owners built 4 houses for workers, and the settlement secured a post office in 1853. But Douglas kind of lost his appetite, I guess, and by 1856, he was Florida bound, which I just thought was kind of funny. But the factory kept going. They produced plaids, ginghams, ticks, tobacco bags, rope twine, toweling, yarns, and thread. In 1860, it produced 140,000 pounds of cotton yarn and employed 30 women and 20 men. They produced Confederate uniforms during the Civil War. Oops. Yep. Sorry. Let's see. In 1881, in 1881, 2 men, one was named W.C. and one was named S.W. Holman, I'm guessing they were brothers, purchased the factory. And it's been generally accepted history that it was during the Holman ownership that either the Holmans or the workers themselves established a church, which was known variously as Holman's Chapel, Little River Church, Orange Factory Church, and eventually Riverview Church. It first appears in the Methodist records in 1884, so that's kind of the date that the congregation traces themselves to. But I did find this clipping from the newspaper. Newspapers.com is a wonderful thing, from 1867, where they are meeting in a building because it says the church will be warmed, and so there was some level of church organization there. Oral tradition says the first church was housed in a log building, and as I'm understanding the oral histories, it was located across the road from the current location. This is a 1909 map showing the Orange Factory settlement as the little squares, and then the church basically in its current location, and it's being called Holman's Chapel at that time. So at some point during the 1880s, the old frame mill building was replaced with a brick building, and the housing stock had grown to 24 houses. They had two stores, a school, and then this congregation. One of the church's ministers, a man named Roger Krim, wrote a church history in the 1970s that functions as a village history as well, and he quotes extensively from church members who had worked in the mill, including a man named John Baxton Flowers III, who described mill life. Each house had fireplaces for heating and cooking, and it was not till the turn of the century that cooking ceased in the fireplaces and wood cook stoves were installed. He reported that all the water used for cooking and bathing came from 3 wells that were dug in the village, and when the wells were low in the summertime, water was hauled up from the river. Privy stood behind the houses as late as 1938. There was no indoor plumbing in the village, and each family had its garden plot and orchard behind the house. And so these are just some Habs hair photographs. This was one of 2 supervisors' houses that was standing at the time of the documentation. So in 1887, another investor bought the property, a guy named William Willard, and he owned it until he died in 1898. I think that the 1880s were probably the pinnacle of the village and the mill, both in terms of population and in terms of what they were producing. And so it's not really a coincidence that that's when Riverview Methodist appears to have been built, kind of during this era. A deed between Willard's executors after he died and the congregation describes the property as, quote, being the church and burying grounds of Orange Factory with some additions. The said premises having many years ago been dedicated to most pious uses by the late William H. Willard in his lifetime. So I think it's very safe to say that this building, stylistically and based on some of this information, was built during Willard's ownership in the late 1800s. And presumably he had a pretty significant hand in funding the construction, simply given that it was serving mill workers. That's who went there. So we've got some photographs of the church. These slag glass windows in the top right maybe are 1950s, and then they have been replaced, but those flat panels above the windows are early or original. Going around the building, it's a very lovely building, but pretty simple building. Inside, the pulpit set in the little apse there. This is a Sunday school alcove. They have lost the doors that could close this off, as well as a set of doors that could also close it and make it 2 small rooms. Another change, the windows, the stained glass in the back there is original or early, but the other windows have been changed out over time. Carpet and an acoustic tile ceiling. The wood appears to be intact underneath the carpet. They has a pretty large cemetery behind it, with kind of standard markers. They do have this amazing cemetery survey that is keyed, so they've identified all the graves, which is not really germane, but kind of cool. The mill and the church both closed down in 1938, but the church managed to reopen in 1939. The mill fell into ruin. Some of the houses fell into disrepair. And by the 1970s, church membership had really dwindled, and it's a very small a group of folks involved with it today. But this is, so while we have all this HABS documentation, this is just showing you the view looking down this one street where you can see a handful of mill buildings. And then this is a drawing from around 1980, a site plan where the village is. There's one supervisor's house that is really altered, that's still standing. There's a little ruinous store, and then the church itself. The mill village and the mill itself are all gone because they are underwater. The city needed a new reservoir, and they dammed the little river and destroyed what was left of Orange Factory, of the community. And that was one reason, that was a driving force certainly behind Roger Krim doing a pretty extensive history of the congregation, which also happens to be a history of the community. And then this is the 1913 Sanborn map. The blue stars are on houses that were still standing as of 1980. And this is just a quote from Roger Krim's conclusion. I find that it is impossible to write a history of the church apart from the history of the community. The two are intertwined together and are inseparable. The mill provided the life force of the community, the church the unifying force, and the provider of strength and fortitude. So staff believes that this would be a good candidate. It has been altered significantly, but it would be a good candidate for listing under criterion A as the last remaining vestige of the Orange Factory community. Any questions?
Sir, I have one comment, which is the cemetery map that you glossed over. I wish you'd shown it in more detail, but that I could tell quickly that's a really impressive map. That's on the archaeology side would like to see more maps like that. So credit to them, to the folks who produced that.
I was really excited for them. They had it's a great big it's a great big drawing and they have it framed inside the church. And I would have lingered on it. I am trying to keep it moving a little bit.
Well, it's a great resource. I'm glad to see that. Okay, I'd like to keep us moving then. Sarah, I do know we have at least one member has to leave at 4 today. So
Okay.
where we are at that point, we may need to consider whether or not we should some of these. But anyway, we'll move on until then.
Okay.
Jeff Smith, you are up. Great.
First try. Good job.
All right.
Just took a couple hours for him to get it down.
Yeah, just 8. This presentation is for a study list application for the Haynes Gardener's Cottage located in Northwest Winston-Salem, the county seat of Forsyth. Just a bit about the backstory about this property. Again, here's a map showing where it is within the county. So this is an aerial that shows what was originally a 100-acre parcel of land purchased by Hugh Gwynn Chatham and his son Richard Thurman Chatham in the 20s. It's situated on what is now Rinaldo Road's west side. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Is anyone seeing? I see the cover slide, but I'm not seeing the slide, the map you're referring to yet, Jeff.
Oh, I'm sorry. How about now? I heard got it on the first try, so no.
We can see your presentation, but it's the introductory slide, the DNCR logo.
Okay. I knew it was too good to be true. Yes.
No, you were. That's the screen sharing. So switch. Click on that. Switch. Oh, no, sorry. Do this. That. Now down here, use that to click.
How about now?
Like,
Josie?
Yeah, we're seeing the presenter view, but we do see your slides moving forward.
Yeah, that's. I think at this point that's fine. We can see it at this point. So just proceed.
Okay. Again, this is the map. This is the what became, like I said, this 100-acre parcel, which basically is now what is now Robin Hood Road, to create a rural retreat complete with a manager-operated farm and a fishing lake. Hugh Chatham enjoyed the property until his 1929 death, after which his heirs proceeded to develop 3 contiguous estates. Starting in the lower left is the Middleton House, which is his widow had moved from South Carolina. Moving counterclockwise, the Ralph P. and DeWitt Chatham Haynes House, and then to what became known as SECA, the former Southeastern Center for Contemporary Art. And then at the 11 o'clock position is the subject property, the Haynes Gardener's Cottage. Just a closer view to kind of show the proximity of the cottage in relation to the James Gordon and Molly Ruffin Haynes house. And that stone pier is a historic feature of the landscape, which was designed by New York landscape architect Ellen Biddle Shipman. So this is the Haynes Gardener's Cottage up close. It's kind of atypical, really, of any. I mean, I suppose it has designs on being a Tudor revival, but it doesn't have a lot of the character defining features. But it's still an interesting architecturally. On the left-hand side is the facade with the wall dormers. In the upper right-hand corner is one wing, and you can see this greenhouse which projects out from that wing. The greenhouse, I'll talk about that in a minute. This is the rear views. This is the original architect, Julian Peabody. His floor plans, I know they're hard to see at that resolution, or it's just kind of faint, but that's what happens when things get folded and put indoors. These are just some interior shots. The interior basically has the same floor plan, and most of its original finishes and features are intact. Again, there's the inside of the greenhouse. Greenhouse was manufactured by Hitchings and Company of Elizabeth, New Jersey. The gabled structure with curved eaves rests on brick knee walls with canted caps at the roof peak on each slope, 6 wide, 4-pane hoppers open for ventilation, and there are matching hoppers at the base of each glazed wall hinge, which open from the top. And then lastly, this is a cold frame, which dates to the same period as the house. It's obviously not in use now, but still pretty intact, other than the main feature, which is the kind of quote unquote windows, which would have provided, kind of absorbed the sunlight and then helped grow winter vegetables or flowers. So this is the circa 1932 garage. And that's basically what makes up the complex itself. The cottage comprises a 1.5-story side gable main block flanked by perpendicular wings. The 1-story gabled east wing is attached to a painted iron frame greenhouse with curved eaves and a brick foundation. The 1-story hip roof west wing is connected via brick hyphen to the 1-story hip roof addition erected in 2023. The variegated red brick walls are laid in 6-to-1 common bond. The grade slope to the north allows for partially above grade basement walls on the north, northeast, and northwest elevations. Although the overall design is austere, the main block's east and west walls rise to tall, pointed parapets capped with stone coping. Large lozenge-shaped brick lattice attic vents pierce the gables. Other embellishments include diagonal brick courses at the outer edges of the main block and the east wing gables, as well as a corbelled cornice, which consists of a low header course, a sawtooth middle course, and a stretcher upper course. Red Ludowici Celadon tile roofs clad the original portion, or the original part of the house, of the cottage, A tall faceted brick chimney with a corbelled stack pierces the south roof slope. And there are copper gutters throughout. A little bit of backstory or background in the statement of significance from the applicant. The Haynes Gardener's Cottage in Winston-Salem possesses local significance under Criterion C for embodying the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction. It displays characteristics of staff housing designed to support the operation of large estates during the early 20th century, such as Ranolda House and Grayland. The complex encompasses a gardener's cottage with an attached greenhouse, a garage, and a cold frame, all erected around 1932. New York architect Julian Peabody's firm, Peabody, Wilson, and Brown, designed the cottage for James Gordon Haynes and his wife, Molly Ruffin Haynes, whose primary residence, now part of the North Carolina Museum of Art at Winston-Salem, stands to the southeast. The period of significance is 1932, the approximate date of resource construction. Staff does not feel that this would be a good addition to the study list. It's an ancillary structure to a building which it's no longer, it may have historically been associated with, but no longer maintains that relationship. I spoke to our reviewer at the Park Service just to kind of see what other, if there are other property types like this. And he informed me that this was not a recognized property type, ancillary buildings. So for that reason, we do not make a recommendation for placement on the study list of the Gardener's Cottage. Answer any questions you might have.
Questions or comments for Jeff? Okay. Okay, hearing none, let's suggest we keep going then, moving forward. See how far we can get. That will take us to Beth King.
Chair Patch, may I make one suggestion before 4 o'clock? And I'm sorry to interrupt the progress here, but we're going to lose a quorum if when we get to the Feldman House. So I wonder if perhaps we could hear that before 4 o'clock.
Feldman House?
Yes, because Ms. Ward has to recuse herself.
I'll step out.
Okay, yeah, let's do that one now. That is, I'm sorry, who's presenting that one?
That one is me. Let me make sure I have that up.
My apologies. I don't mean to throw a wrench in the works here, but.
Do you just want me to do the Feldman House or should I do both mine? Well,
I think we're going to have the Feldman House dealt with individually because of Ms. Ward having to recuse herself.
Okay.
So I'll leave it to the chair.
I agree. Let's try it that way, please. Thanks.
Okay, so there we go. Located in Buncombe County, north of downtown Asheville in the Sherwood Heights subdivision. It is located here at the red arrow. Asheville architect J. Bertram King designed this 1959 house for Leon and Ruth Feldman, a locally prominent Jewish couple whose religious and civic advocacy left a lasting mark on the city, according to the application. The Feldmans moved to Asheville in 1937 and owned this house from 1959 until 1987. Leon practiced medicine in Asheville for 48 years as a cardiologist and served as a physician for the Department of Justice, caring for federal prisoners in Asheville. He was chief medical officer for the World Boxing Association, where he wrote safety codes that governed international boxing standards. Beyond his professional contributions, Leon was president of Temple Beth Hatfilah, involved with the Lions Club and the Jewish service organization B'nai B'rith, and their subdivision of the Anti-Defamation League, where he eventually became a national commissioner with a focus on fighting anti-Semitism and promoting equal rights for all. Ruth Feldman's contributions require further research, but she was recognized in a newspaper article for her 90th birthday, I believe, as an environmentalist, also committed to healthcare, education, and health education. She worked as a nurse, served on the development committee and board of directors of UNC Asheville, where the Feldmans established 2 scholarship funds. And like her husband, she was also very active in the Jewish community. So we are fortunate to have original floor plans and elevations for this building, which reveal that the house has very good overall historic integrity, with very few changes to materials and design. So this is the front elevation of the home. Here's a side elevation, the other side of elevation kind of on its side here. And then here's the rear elevation. So looking at the building, this is the front elevation. You can't see the chimney, but it is intact. It's just not visible in this photograph. Here's the attached garage. One of the side elevations, fairly plain. The rear elevation, the application indicates that the central rear doors are replacement doors, but otherwise materials remain intact. To the left is the lower level entrance that has been remodeled with replacement door and a fixed window. And then to the right is another rear entrance. On the interior, the floor plan and many original finishes remain. So we have a central living room. This is a bedroom, bathroom wing. I believe this must be an office, a dining room. This is a little garden. They call it the Japanese garden, kitchen, and a garage. Oh, I wanted to mention that noteworthy changes include a remodeled kitchen, renovation to a primary bathroom, and a finished basement, including a bedroom and a bathroom. So this is the front hallway that has built-in sliding screens that separate the hallway from the living room. Here you can see those. Here's a view of the living room. And another view of the living room looking out over the beautiful mountain view. This is the dining room with the doors to the Japanese garden, and those doors are apparently replacement doors. A typical bedroom and hallway. And here are some photos of the altered spaces, the kitchen, bathroom, and this is the finished downstairs bedroom. So there has been no modernist survey of Asheville to date, so it's difficult to place this house and King's work within the broader context of Asheville's modern architecture. Other comparable properties found by the applicant on the North Carolina Modernist website reveal that several of King's designs were more elevated examples of ranch houses with less refinement of design or originality of form than the Feldman House exhibits. A nomination would need to look beyond King's work and compare the house to other modernist houses from the period in Asheville. Staff recommends placement of the Leon and Ruth Feldman House on the study list for potential significance under criterion C for architecture. Pending further research to establish the extent of their influence on civic and religious life in their community, the house may also be significant under criterion B for its association with the Feldmans. Should I stop sharing my screen, or do you all want to talk about this one? Or
We do need to consider this property individually. So if I'll ask if anyone has questions now of Hannah about the Feldman House. No questions or comments or discussion? I'll just make a comment. From what I can see, Hannah, from what you've shown, it looks like a very good example of a modernist architecture.
Absolutely.
yeah, it's a really beautiful property.
All right, great. Okay, would someone care to make a motion on staff recommendations for the Feldman House?
So moved.
Thank you, Joe. Is there a second?
Second.
David Bergstone, thank you. All right, we'll do the roll call vote. Noah Reynolds,
Approve.
Fred Belladin,
Yes.
David Bergstone,
Yes.
Newell Clark,
Approved.
Joe Opperman,
Yes.
and Dr. Green.
Yes.
All right, that one is approved. We can bring Josie back. And we have about 7 minutes left before we have one member who needs to leave. So Ramona, Sarah, just a quick question for you in terms of the quorum. When that person has to leave, that will leave us 7, including me. Does that constitute a quorum? Okay.
Yes.
And my
I
next
believe it
question
does.
for the other members is, Sarah believes that we can get through the rest of the study list today by 5 o'clock. I'm willing to stay, but I want to make sure that that's okay with everybody else. Can everyone stick around until 5, or do we need to? Okay, I've got a couple of thumbs up. Right. All right, that's great.
I'm the one leaving, so I'm sorry.
Okay, that's great. Well, Mr. Clark, we'll like to keep you for a few more minutes, but when you need to go,
Yep.
just go ahead and go. And for the rest of us, we will power through. I believe we are back to Arlington School with Beth King.
Hi, Mr. Patch, would you give me a thumbs up if the presentation looks like it should?
I can see your PowerPoint. It's not in presentation mode yet, though. There it is. Looks great.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, I'll be going through 2 in a row, so we won't have to change the PowerPoint again for a minute. Our first property is the Arlington School, which was constructed in 1922 in the west part of Gastonia, shown here in the center of Gaston County. It's a significant example of early 20th century public school architecture. The 1922 school was considerably modified in 1949. Positioned on a triangular track bordered by North Webb Street and West School Avenue, the school historically served children living in the mill villages associated with the Arlington, Gray, Mutual, and Parkdale cotton mills. These villages formed part of a thriving textile region, and Arlington School replaced a smaller, mill-operated frame school. The 2-story brick veneered building was designed by architect Hugh E. White and built by Gwynn and Withers. The building's classical revival style is expressed through its symmetrical facade, central entrance bay, flat arch window groupings, projecting end bays, and cast concrete entrance detailing. Although the original wood sash windows were replaced with metal awning style units in 1949, many original architectural features, including the entrance pilasters, entablature, hardwood floors, plaster walls, and plate moldings remain intact. The school's T-shaped floor plan originally included classrooms on 2 floors, a central foyer, offices, stairwells, and a spacious auditorium with balcony seating and original glass light fixtures. Major expansions occurred in 1944 and 1949, reflecting population increases during the post-war boom and the broader trend of U.S. school systems expanding to accommodate baby boom students. A freestanding carpentry shop was constructed in 1944 and later incorporated into the 1949 cafeteria and kitchen wing. The 1949 construction campaign also added a gymnasium with exposed steel roof trusses and modernist steel sash windows, additional 2-story classroom wings, new bathrooms, stairwells, and corridors. These additions serve the school's new role as a junior high school. Arlington School is historically significant under National Register Criterion A for education. In the early 20th century, mill villages relied heavily on company-supported schools, often providing only 7 grades and lacking modern amenities. Arlington School, by contrast, exemplified the statewide movement towards educational reform, consolidation, dedicated funding, and upgraded facilities. By the 1920s, many one-room schools were replaced with larger buildings that offered a broader curriculum, auditoriums, and improved instructional spaces. In the 1940s, Arlington School was expanded and altered to meet the growing need for more educational facilities following the end of World War II. The school remained an important feature of the community through major demographic and administrative changes. After World War II, rapid industrial growth and suburban expansion brought larger student populations to Gastonia. In 1949, the construction of the adjacent Peden Elementary School, later named Webb Street School, resulted in Arlington's conversion to a junior high school. In the 1960s, Gastonia's school system desegregated, which resulted in a merger of the city and county school systems in 1968, after which Arlington returned to serving elementary-age children. Arlington School remained in operation until 2004. The 5-acre parcel on which it sits reflects the original land conveyed by Arlington Mills to the school district in 1922. Although the building has deteriorated over the last 20 years, Arlington School retains architectural and historical integrity to a period of significance that extends up to 1949. Staff recommends placement on the study list under Criterion A in the area of education. And then next we'll look at the Gaston Manufacturing Company, which is located on the far west side of Gaston County in Cherryville. The Gaston Manufacturing Company, established in 1896 in Cherryville, Gaston County, appears to be Cherryville's most intact textile mill complex. It includes Mill Number 1 and the adjacent company store on the west side of North Mountain Street, and Mill Number 2 on the east side of the street. Together, these buildings reflect the rise, growth, and evolution of the local textile industry from the late 19th century through the mid-20th century. Mill Number 1, completed in 1897, originally featured a 2-story brick building with a slow burn, heavy timber construction, arched windows, hardwood flooring, and a 3-story stair and water tower. The complex expanded significantly between the 1930s and 1980s, incorporating warehouses, multi-story additions, and structural upgrades. The interior of the mill retains exposed timber framing and open spaces. The 2-story company store, built around the same time as Mill Number 1, served workers in the surrounding community. Its wood frame storefront, beadboard ceilings, and second-floor clubroom are intact. Over the decades, it housed mercantile businesses, mill offices, and the Dora Mill Woman's Club. Mill Number 2, constructed in 1907 and designed by noted textile engineer Stuart W. Kramer, is a 1-story and a basement building featuring a 3-story stair tower and once had large arched window openings that are now bricked in. Later additions from the 1960s onward expanded the facility with windowless brick and concrete block wings. Historically, the Gaston Manufacturing Company played a major role in Cherryville's growth. It provided employment, constructed worker housing, and contributed to the transformation of Gaston County into a leading national textile hub. The mill was later known as Dora Yarn Mills, then Shelby Yarn Mills, and the plant ceased operations in the year 2000. Today, the Gaston Manufacturing Company complex is one of Cherryville's most significant historic industrial sites. Staff recommends placement on the study list because of its potential significance under Criterion A in the area of industry. And then I have one more property, but it's from the Western region, so I can either present that now or present that later.
I suggest now, Beth, while you're in the driver's seat, please.
Great. This is the Austin Poplin House, located near Roaring River, which is in southeast Wilkes County. The Austin Poplin House is located near Roaring River. It was constructed around the turn of the 20th century for Austin Poplin, who was a farmer. About 1983, the house was moved roughly 1 mile southeast to its current location, and that's what you're seeing here on the map is the original and the current location. Following the move, the house retained many original features. It is an I-house with a central chimney and a 2-room over 2-room plan that is common in the wider region. The house retains wood siding and wood sash windows. There is a large 2-story rear wing attached to the rear of the main block of the house. In the 1980s, the original 1-story shed roof side porch was expanded upward with full height columns and a gallery style second floor porch. The original 1-story porch would have looked more like the porch you see on the opposite side of the house. And that porch is shown in the photograph on the right-hand side of the slide. That probably would have been the porches on both sides of this rear L. The interior of the house is clad in flush wood boards with board ceilings, most rooms remain unpainted. Mantels throughout the house appear to be original, although the fireboxes had to be rebuilt when the chimneys were lost during the move. Although the Austin Poplin House is a substantial dwelling that retains a great deal of original material, moving the house caused it to lose its integrity of location and its integrity of association with the farm of Austin Poplin, the builder. The construction of the substantial gallery-style porch on the new site has negatively affected the house's integrity of material, design, workmanship, and feeling. Because numerous aspects of integrity were compromised during and after the move, staff has concluded the house does not retain sufficient integrity to be eligible under Criterion C for architecture. The study list application, paired with supplementary research for this presentation, does not support significance arguments under Criterion A or B. In addition, the house's loss of association with the Austin Poplin farm would negatively affect integrity if a Criterion A, say for agriculture, or Criterion B for Mr. Poplin argument was identified. So in summary, staff does not recommend placement on the study list under any criterion.
Okay, thank you, Beth. Are there any questions or comments for Beth on the 3 properties she's presented? Okay. We can keep going then, and we are up to, I believe, Sarah, please correct me if I'm wrong. We have 3 that have been pulled. Is that correct? So we are on to the Atlantic Coast Rail line. I'm sorry, Atlantic Coast.
That's right. Yep.
All right, that's great. Then let's go with Julie, and at that point, we may take a vote at that point.
All right. Yeah, so as Sean said, 3 of the study lists that are on the agenda for Mecklenburg have all been pulled for various reasons after the agenda was finalized. So I will just be sharing the one today. I'm working on it. Slideshow from the beginning. And then I have to, sorry, share there, the blue share. I knew there was something. And my phone ringing. Beginning. Okay. All right. Are y'all seeing the full screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. So my study of this presentation today is the Atlantic Coastline Railroad Industrial Historic District, quite a mouthful, in Wilmington, New Hanover County in the southeastern part of the state. And the proposed study list historic district is in downtown. It's a linear district. As you can see, the approximate area is a red ellipse on the left circle. The proposed boundary includes light industrial and commercial buildings stretching from 5th Street to 17th Street along both sides of the former Atlantic Coastline Railroad. In 1900, the Wilmington and Weldon Railroad became the Atlantic Coastline Railroad following a regional merger. The ACLRR established its headquarters in Wilmington, making the Wilmington Railroad its main branch. Wilmington was also one of North Carolina's most important port cities for almost the entirety of the city's history, and the ACLRR headquarters cemented the importance of the city for trade, commerce, and industry in the Southeast for most of the 20th century. ACLR was one of the largest railroad systems in the eastern United States, and its main competition was the North-South Seaboard Airline Railroad. In 1967, the ACLR merged with Seaboard Airline to create the Seaboard Coastline Railroad in an effort to increase efficiency and profitability of the parallel lines. This proposed studyless historic district is a portion of the 13-mile railroad beltline that was determined eligible in 2020 and again reconfirmed in 2022 as part of an ER project. It started in Navassa, Brunswick County, and concludes at 2nd Street in Wilmington. The larger red star is the center of the proposed district along that kind of red-orange, but along that orange line. And it was determined eligible for Criterion A under Transportation, Development, and Industry. Consisting of 48 resources, the majority of them were constructed after World War II. Approximately 40% of the resources were constructed between 1946 and 50, and about 36% between 54 and 70. So these are some examples of the resources in the district. I'll show you multiple slides, multiple buildings later in other slides. The increase in construction of industrial properties in the district during post-World War II period is strongly associated with the formation of the Industrial Properties Corporation, IPC, which was in 1945. Prior to World War II, the importance of Wilmington's port, natural resources, and transportation facilities to its economy and industrial growth were already well understood. Wilmington's economy was strong during World War II due to its port activity, and as wartime activity decreased, the IPC was formed by local businessmen and leaders with the purpose of attracting new local and out-of-town enterprises to Wilmington and following the war. One of the primary objectives was to achieve balanced employment opportunities for men and women and to retain residents who had come to Wilmington during the war. As early as 1930, the studies conducted cited the importance of the Atlantic Coastline Railroad for future industrial growth in Wilmington. And by the late 1960s, the district included at least 4 lumber, woodworking or building product facilities, 3 textile mills, 2 laundries, and 2 wholesale bakeries. This district, the industries relied heavily upon not only the available labor force, but also the reliable transportation resource. Okay. So these are some examples of resources in the proposed district. And some additional ones, and you can see railroad crossing signs in many of the photos. There are some integrity issues that will need to be addressed during a formal nomination prep. And though the resources started to grow around spurs and railroad lines, today it is notable for its trucking industry ties. The International Longshoremen's Association International Style Building at 5th Street was dedicated in 1967. The chapter was organized by and for African American dock workers who sought an avenue to organize for labor rights, better wages, and working conditions at the Port of Wilmington. The temple served as a meeting place for union as well as general gathering for African American community in Wilmington. And here's the proposed study list boundary again, outlined in light blue. And the study list applications suggest there are 3 areas of significance under Criterion A for industry, commerce, and transportation. And a period of significance would likely begin with the earliest extant resource of 1920, and staff recommends approval. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Julie. Are there any questions for Julie? Okay. Hearing none, I'd like to stop now, and because we've heard from first presentations on 6 properties, and take these as a group. And as a reminder, we had for Riverview Methodist Church, staff recommended yes for study listing. Haynes Gardener's Cottage, staff recommended no for study listing. Arlington School, staff recommended yes. Gaston Manufacturing Company Mills, staff recommended yes. The Austin Poplin House, staff recommended no. And the Atlantic Coastline Railroad Industrial Historic District, staff recommended yes. Anyone care to make a motion on staff recommendations?
I'll move staff recommendations individually on each of those properties.
Thank you, Noah. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Josie. And we will proceed with a roll call vote. Noah Reynolds.
Yes.
Brett Belladin.
Yes.
David Bergstone.
Yes.
Dr. Green.
Yes.
Josie Ward.
Yes.
And Joe Opperman.
Yes.
All right. Thanks, everyone. And that leaves only 5 properties left. I believe we can get there. So next up, Sarah, you are on deck.
All right. You guys are being troopers, and hopefully this one will feel like a little reward. So this is the Andrews house, and it is in Orange County. We are to the northwest of Chapel Hill. The orange is the study listed proposed boundary, and you can see a little scattering of houses in the top left corner that are also part of the farm, which you'll hear me reference the other houses on the farm. All right. So Troy Andrews grew up in a house on this property, one of those smaller houses, but not this house that you're seeing right now, because this property was his family's farm. He met and married a woman named Roberta, who went by Robin, who was from Granville County. The couple married in Durham, but Troy's career as a chemist, working both in academia and for corporations, took them to a whole bunch of different places: Wisconsin, Louisiana, Maryland, Charlottesville, Massachusetts, and Pittsburgh, just to name a few. As they moved around, Robin worked as a teacher and also later as a real estate broker. In 1954, the couple was home at this farm visiting Troy's family. And so, like I said, the farm had included these other houses and outbuildings and such. And the Andrews family rented these out, often for people associated with UNC. So in 1954, when Troy and Robin come to visit, there was a couple who was renting one of the houses because the husband was a visiting lecturer at UNC. This couple just happened to have friends visiting them at the same time. So the friends of the renters were a couple named Frank and Heidi Sidler. Frank was an architect and Heidi was a fashion designer. They were Swiss, and Frank was apprenticing, or had recently apprenticed, with Frank Lloyd Wright at Frank Lloyd Wright's Taliesin in Spring Green, Wisconsin. And so he was considered a Taliesin fellow. During the fellowship, he worked on several Wright projects, including some of the details for the Guggenheim. The Sidlers lived in Switzerland. They lived in Venezuela for a while. Frank designed projects around the world: Europe, Africa, South America. He was pretty prolific, but not in the United States. But during this moment where they crossed paths at the Andrews farm, the Andrewses and the Sidlers hit it off, and they maintained a long distance friendship for years. At some point, Sidler sketched a house for the Andrewses, and in 1961, when Troy and his sister inherited the family farm, Troy and Robin decided to build it. Troy was retiring, and his sister moved into the older house, and they decided to build this. So Frank supplied floor plans, elevations, sections, and specifications. Troy and Robin hired engineer Robert Ayers and builder Carl Ellington to work with Willis Edward Barbie, Alfred David Barbie, and Alfred David Barbie Jr. These are some of the plans. The Barbies were well-known, highly regarded stonemasons. They were African Americans who lived and worked in Chapel Hill and Carrboro in particular. And once the concrete foundation had been poured, the Barbies and their crew, which consisted of 5 masons, 5 assistants, and several rock haulers, they set about collecting stone from the property. They sorted them into piles by shape and size and color, and sort of laid them out in these piles around the foundation. And they got to work. Construction took 2 years. And we're going to move around the building, starting at this corner and going around. In 1978 and 1979, the Sidlers visited the house, and on at least one of those visits, they met the Barbies. So this sort of has overlapping significance areas in terms of the architect and the builders. Troy died in 1982. Robin died in 1991. Troy and Robin's daughter, Jean Earnhardt, who was very involved. I think all the Andrewses were really involved in the Eno River Mill reconstruction project, interestingly enough. So Jean lived here. She still lives here with one of her sons. You'll see her shortly. And also the Earnhardts, so that the daughter and her husband traveled to Switzerland 3 different times and visited the Seidlers. So they maintained this relationship for a long time. I have been to this house. It is really remarkable. It's warm and inviting. There's this nice A over the front door that the Barbies did. There's Jean, and we're just kind of moving around the house. Wonderful kitchen. And then there is a carport with an apartment above it that was designed and built at the same time. And the interior of this has been updated and fixed up over the years. But staff recommends listing the Andrews house. I will keep moving unless anybody has comments. Kind of just assuming your comments are awesome. My next resource is the Wake County Speedway. So Wake County, obviously, Raleigh. This is down to the south of Raleigh, kind of on your way out of town. Here's an aerial look at it. So the Wake County Speedway, in early 1960, early 1960s, two cousins, Glenn and Marvin Simpkins, decided they wanted to build a racetrack. Luckily, Glenn's father had some land and he let them do that. The cousins got to work, and on Friday, May 4th, 1962, John Matthews, who was yet another cousin, won the first race. Friday nights in the summer on Simpkins Road have not been quiet since then. In 1965, the track was enlarged just slightly to a banked quarter-mile oval of packed red clay. And I know you're saying this does not look like red clay, and you are correct. In 1987, the family decided to pave the track, but they did maintain the original shape and banking. So the history of NASCAR is rooted in moonshining. Moonshiners needed to keep their work hidden, so most stills were located in far away, kind of out of the way places. But they also needed customers. So to connect customers and product meant transporting the product to more populous places. And we think about prohibition as being the driver for this underground economy. But the car component really hit its stride actually after prohibition. And it was really a tax evasion operation. The government taxed alcohol, and that kept the black market alive. And at the same time, cars were becoming more accessible, more readily available. They were bigger, faster, becoming more reliable. So the government put revenue agents in charge of trying to stamp out this black market and catch these guys. And the moonshiners put their drivers in charge and their mechanics in charge of learning how to build and drive cars that could outrun the law. And naturally, that evolved into drivers and mechanics competing in non-moonshine settings. So NASCAR is the widely known modern product of this. But small tracks sprang up all over the country and definitely all over North Carolina. And many of them were built just like Wake County Speedway. A couple folks got together, they had some land, they built a track. But in the 1950s and 60s, small tracks were located all over the state. And this is a typical Friday night. So in Wake County, there were 3 tracks. And the oldest is at the fairgrounds, and this is that one. I've kind of roughly outlined where it was. It dates to 1927. Now, I know I just talked about moonshiners and what evolved into stock car racing, but this track was constructed for open wheel racing, which was what Indy racing came out of. And that type of racing can be traced back to horse racing. But anyway, so this track did host a few NASCAR races, one in 1955 and one in 1969. And in 1970, which is the aerial photograph, it was the scene of NASCAR's last dirt track race, which your king and my king, Richard Petty, won. The other track in Raleigh or Wake County dates from 1952. That's about 10 years before Wake County Speedway. This is Southland Speedway, aka Raleigh Speedway. Bill France, who ran NASCAR, he bought this track very shortly after it was completed. And this track was NASCAR's second, what they called super speedway, meaning just big racetrack. Super Speedway. It was the second one, second to Darlington. It was the first super speedway in North Carolina. It was the first track where NASCAR raced under the lights, and it was the scene of NASCAR's first fatality. But France closed this in 1959 because he had opened a new track in Daytona, and he didn't want to have too many tracks. So this track sat vacant for many years and was finally demolished in 1967. So Wake County Speedway, 1962. This is what it looked like, kind of under construction. These 2 images are from not exactly, but roughly the same spot. So you're looking across the track in the infield with the stands in the background there. So we're going to walk around a little bit. We're going to come in here at the primary entrance and then go around that way. So the tower dates from about 1970. The flag stand has been built and rebuilt many times over. This is its original location, but this is not a particularly old structure. This is another look at it. Then moving along the grandstands. The grandstands are from about 1990. And the bathroom building underneath one of the stands. All right, so back to that entrance and then moving the other direction. Obviously, brand new stands. They just put in a brand new set of bleachers. This is a modern bathroom building and some of the circa 1990 stands on this end. And then looking back toward the stands. That's an earlier original ticket booth over to the left. And sort of, I'm standing in a drive that goes down to a kind of a lower pit area. To the right is the primary pit area. Cars also, I believe, use the infield for pit stops. And this is a look back at the track and then down the other side. Over here is a scale. This was a grain scale, and that's what they used to weigh cars. They also use it as a little stand where performers perform between races. The lights, the light poles, there are a lot of light poles through here, and those are early and original, mostly from the 60s and then some from the 70s. And these 2 views are, again, not exactly the same spot, but more or less standing in the same spot. So a lot of changes over time. A lot of these things were done, like the safety wall was installed, as its name implies, for safety. But the overall form and obviously the use and the setting and the integrity of feeling and association are still there. And I don't know if they hadn't updated it, they wouldn't be able to keep racing, which would be detrimental to its to its historic integrity. Here are some historic photographs. Those are cows grazing in the infield. This is from the first or one of the very first races. Little concession stand. Get a sense of the grandstands. And this is probably what the boundary would be. So this is a map trying to piece out some of the components. These are the things that are standing that predate the current 50-year cutoff. And then if you took a cutoff up to 1987 when they paved the track, these are the things that would predate the paving. So that's Wake County Motor Speedway. And if I don't hear any questions, I will keep on trucking. All right. So this is Norlana School. This one should be fairly straightforward. I'll try not to belabor anything. Norlana kind of has its roots back in the mid 1800s, 1830s as a location on the Raleigh and Gaston Railroad. Then in the 1880s, Richmond, Petersburg, and Carolina Railroad was planned. That did not get off the ground for a number of years, but around 1900, they finally built that stretch of railroad, and that is when the town changed its name to Norlana and built a depot, and the Hotel Norlana was completed in 1901. So here we are up in Warren County. And Norlana is a typical little rail town, incorporated in 1913, which happened to be the same year the state enacted a new compulsory education law requiring all children ages 8 to 12, regardless of race, to attend school for 4 months out of the year on a continuous basis. Norlana's white children had been attending classes in a church building. And in 1915, the town issued bonds to construct a new brick school building for white children. By September 1915, the new building was under construction. This was designed by Christopher Gadsden Sayre, a very well-known school architect. He started out in South Carolina, but did a large number of commissions in North Carolina throughout the teens and 1920s. When it was completed in 1916, Norlana School housed 7 classrooms and a 500-seat auditorium. It had steam heating, electric lights, and was designed to have water. The way they worded that, I guess it didn't have water right off the bat. In 1921, Norlana expanded the building with 2 6-room wings added on each end. You can kind of see there's these perpendicular wings on the ends. They think that Sayre designed those from the get-go, and maybe they just ran out of money and had to delay building those. The new rooms also allowed the auditorium to expand a little bit. So this was the only school for white children in Norlana, and it served all grades. 86 children took trucks or buses to school. And we'll just go around and inside. In 1940, the school added an agricultural building, which I will get to. A lot of the materials that have been added as they're being removed appear to have more historic material underneath them. So this is the 1940 agricultural or vocational school building, which was also expanded really quickly in 1945. And then the 1955 gym and cafeteria combination building. Gym looks like it has its original floor, which is cool. And then the cafeteria space. So Warren County's population was 64% Black, and Norlana had 3 primary schools for Black students, but only about 51% of the enrolled students attended regularly. And the school year was actually 20 days shorter than the school year for white students. For high school, Norlana's Black students had to travel about 4 miles out of town. Integration began in Warren County in 1964 and wasn't complete until 1970. For the 64-65 school year, only 3 Black students gained admission to Norlana School. In 1968, the county began taking desegregation more seriously, and they announced plans to desegregate completely by 1969. In 1969, Norlana's school population included 128 white students and 322 Black students. This really reflects a rapid exodus of white families from the county's school system. And then in 1972, a new vocational building was added, and the school operated until 1991. This is inside the 70s vocational building. So in 1993, Norlana Christian School bought the campus, and they repaired damage that had been done during the school's 2 years of vacancy. And I think they did a pretty good job of taking care of it. Norlana Christian opened in 94 with 300 students, and then they operated until 2017. The school retains a high degree of historical integrity and can easily convey its historic significance in the areas of education and architecture. Any questions? All right.
Sarah, just a couple quick comments. The Andrews House, again, really, really impressive in terms of its architecture, and
Yes.
also really pleased to see a different property type with a speedway. It's a pretty neat resource.
Yeah, we might have to have a little staff outing one Friday night this summer.
That's great. Any other questions or comments for those 3 properties?
How often do they run the races there?
Every Friday night.
Weekly. That's awesome.
And the it's not right now. It's only
Sure.
spring, spring through fall.
Yeah, like on Gray.
Yes.
All right, we have 2 properties left. We will make it. So
Yes.
Lauren, you are up.
Oh, there we go. Now you can hear me. All right. Are you seeing my presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. I have 1 property for you today for study list for the Eastern region. This is Springfield School. It's located, it's a mid-20th century African-American school located in Lucama in northwest Wilson County. It's actually not in Lucama. As you can see, it's near Moore's Crossroad, which we're almost at the Johnson County line. We are kind of just on this side of 95, if you know Wilson County. So it's out in the middle of nowhere. It is situated on Springfield School Road, northwest of Lucama and east of Interstate 95. You can kind of see the rural area that it's in. There's a little bit of residential development, but it's pretty much out in the county. Constructed in 1951, the Springfield School was one of 2 African-American schools constructed in rural Wilson County as a result of a lawsuit filed against the Wilson County Board of Education. And this is the image of the school soon after it was completed. In 1945, after failed appeals to the Wilson County Board of Education, Mark Benjamin Sharp, who you can see here, a tobacco farmer from Garner Township, began convening meetings of concerned local parents at his home to discuss the state of Black education in Wilson County. At the time, the majority of African Americans attended 1- and 2-room schoolhouses, and like many Black schools in North Carolina, they were unaccredited, underfunded, and overcrowded. These meetings expanded to include other concerned citizens from surrounding areas and eventually led to the creation of the Negro Citizens Committee. In 1949, the Citizens Committee retained prominent Durham civil rights attorneys John Hervey Wheeler and M. Hughes Thompson and filed a lawsuit against the Wilson County Board of Education. The lawsuit asserted that the Board of Education failed to provide equal educational opportunities for the county's Black students and provided clear evidence of discrimination on the part of the school board. The lawsuit also demanded the construction of new high schools for African American students. And in this image, Mr. Thompson is on the far left and Mr. Wheeler is second from the right. The lawsuit was effectively resolved in September 1949 when the school board passed a resolution for the construction of 2 22-room schools in northeast, southeast, and northwest Wilson County. The following January, the school board acquired land from local Black landowners for the 2 schools. Mr. Paul Williamson, a Black farmer and business owner who operated a store and garage in Lucama, donated a 25-acre parcel for the Springfield School. Construction of the Springfield and Spate schools began in March 1950, and the schools officially opened in the fall of 1951. When they opened, the two, quote, ultra-modern buildings, end quote, were considered the, quote, largest and finest schools in Wilson County, end quote, and featured cafeterias, gymnasiums, libraries, science laboratories, indoor plumbing, and central heating. The Springfield School served grades 1 through 12. 14 existing African-American schools were consolidated into the Springfield School, including the Williamson High School, which was located on the opposite side of Springfield School Road from the Springfield School, and we're going to look at that a little bit later in the presentation. The Springfield School served a segregated population from 1951 to 1971 when Wilson County schools were integrated. Sometime after 1971, the Springfield School transitioned to Springfield Middle School, which operated until the late 90s or early 2000s when a new middle school was constructed in Newcomma. And after that, it was vacant, which you will see in a minute. And this is a picture of the 1952 graduating class, which was the first graduating class from the school. So now we're going to take a look at the school going around in photos. This aerial shows kind of the evolution of the campus over time. The blue represents the original section of the school built between 50 and 51. Then there's also a 1955-1961 edition shown in yellow. The red section was constructed between 1961 and 1964, and the green section was built in the 80s or 90s after it became a middle school. You'll also note the 1941 Williamson High School located on the north side of Springfield School Road, which was a predecessor to Springfield School and would later become part of the campus. So we'll look at that in a minute. Now we're going to take a tour of the exterior of the school, beginning with the gymnasium auditorium on the east side of the building and then moving around to the front. The Springfield School is a single-story flat roof concrete block building clad in a brick veneer. It has a general E-shaped form with two classroom hallways extending to the west from the main block of the building, which you can see in that aerial there. And then there is a T-shaped projection to the rear. Later, the original windows are steel awning and hopper sashes. The later additions have aluminum awning windows. The majority of the windows throughout the school are broken, but all the sashes pretty much remain intact. It's just the glass that's broken. And the gymnasium, which you can see in those top two photos, retains its original arch roof form, multi-light steel windows, and prominent brick chimneys. The bottom two photos show the facade and main entry of the school. Moving around the rest of the facade, it's a very long building, so a lot of photos. Moving around to the rest of the facade of the building, you can see also the 1980s, 1990s edition in that bottom right-hand photo. Enclosed breezeways connect these later additions to the main block of the building. And according to the alumni I met with during a site visit, these were originally open breezeways that were most likely enclosed when air conditioning was installed in the building. Moving clockwise around the building, these photos show the east and rear elevation. You can see the 1961-64 edition in that top right photo. It's very similar in its design to the main block of the building. And this is the west elevation. You can see the two classroom hallways extending from the main block of the building in that upper left-hand photo. And then a circa 1955-61 edition is in that bottom right-hand photo. And you can see those aluminum sashes versus the steel sashes in the rest of the building. We're now going to move to the interior of the school. Similar to Jeff's property, this one was vacant for quite a while, and there was a lot of graffiti on the interior. I did my best to blur the things that were very explicit, but if I missed anything, I apologize in advance. So the interior of the school features both double and single loaded hallways lined with classrooms. The interior does display evidence of deterioration, including peeling paint, missing ceiling tiles, and some water damage from roof leaks, but overall remains largely intact. And these are just some typical hallway views. The one in the bottom left actually is the high school hallway. The classrooms and hallways retain their original doors, many of which have transoms. In the classrooms, the interior windows along the hallway, like you can see in that bottom right-hand photo, provide light and air. There are also original chalkboards in many of the classrooms, and the classrooms in the elementary school hallway, like the one in the top left photo, have interior bathrooms for the children and the teachers. And the classroom in the bottom left-hand photo actually had a movable partition similar to the one that you would see in like Rosenwald schools to divide the room. This is the cafeteria and a view of the kitchen, which contains some of the original equipment. And this is the gymnasium auditorium, which features a stage and an exposed metal truss ceiling. The floors have been removed from the gymnasium, the original wood floors. A brick sign and 2 sets of brick gate posts are located along the driveway on the front of the school. The gate post to the left includes a plaque that honors Mr. Paul Williamson, who donated the land for the school. And now moving across the street to the earlier building, which I apologize, it's hard to see because of all the vegetation around it, another building that is abandoned and vacant. It has been for quite a while. So the Williamson School is located on a separate parcel and owned by a separate property owner, but it was historically and functionally associated with the campus. It was reportedly, the Williamson School was reportedly the first high school for African-American students in Western Wilson County. In 1939, parents and community members from Lucama and surrounding areas successfully advocated for the construction of the school, and in 1940, the Wilson County Board of Education purchased a 6-acre plot of land on the north side of current Springfield School Road from Mr. Williamson, who also donated the land for Springfield School. After the Springfield School opened, the Williamson School became part of the new campus housing the junior high school. So the kids would go to elementary at the big school, go back across the street for junior high, and then come back for high school into the Springfield School. These photos show the exterior of the Williamson School. And this is the interior. Again, it definitely has some deterioration, but is largely intact. There have been, as far as I could tell, there were no changes beyond the deterioration of some of the, obviously the floor is having a bit of a structural issue. There's also a circa 1951 metal water tower located behind the Williamson School. This tower still reads Springfield School, so I believe it was erected at the same time as the Springfield School. So Springfield School is potentially significant under criterion A in the areas of education, Black ethnic heritage, and social history for civil rights as a mid-20th century African-American school representing the pre-integration era in Wilson County. The school is a direct result of grassroots Black-led legal resistance to the educational inequalities of the Jim Crow era in the years preceding Brown versus Board of Education and the formal integration of Wilson County schools. Despite graffiti and deterioration, the school retains a high degree of historic integrity. And the additions to the school mostly date to the period of significance, with the exception of the 80s, 90s edition, which is relatively small and unobtrusive. The windows, although most of them are broken, still retain their original steel and aluminum frames. Just a quick look at a comparable property, because as I mentioned, there were 2 schools built at the same time as a result of that lawsuit. So this is a Spate school near Stantonsburg, which was constructed at the same time. When the 2 schools were built, they were practically identical to each other. They're very similar in their design and materials. This school, the Spate school, was turned into a church between 2008 and 2012, which is when the building was painted. As you'll notice in the historic photograph, this Spate school originally had large banks of windows along the front of it, which are now enclosed. And many of the windows have also been replaced with vinyl windows. It's unclear if there are any other changes to the interior of the school. I found a few photos online, which I didn't put in here on Facebook, for the congregation, and it does seem like there have been some changes, but I would need to get inside to confirm that. But based on initial observations, it appears that of the 2 schools that were built as a result of this lawsuit, the Springfield School retains a higher degree of historic fabric than the Spate School, and despite the deterioration, still retains sufficient integrity to communicate its historic significance. Therefore, staff recommends placement of the Springfield School on the state study list for its potential significance under criterion A in the areas of education, Black ethnic heritage, and social history for civil rights. And that is the Springfield School.
All right, are there any questions for Lauren? All right, then we are on to our last presentation of the day, and that is Hannah Beckman-Black.
Okay. We'll see if I can get you out of here before 5. Okay. All right, let me know if you can't see it. So our last property today is the Skyland Processing Corporation and Select Foods Inc. building. It's located in Henderson County, in Hendersonville, northeast of downtown, as shown by the red arrow. Locally prominent architecture firm Six Associates designed this building circa 1946 for Skyland Processing Corporation. Henderson County is known to produce more apples than any other county in North Carolina, and this business served an important need as a food processing and distribution center for produce of local farmers. The company operated as Skybrook Farms Inc. in the early 1950s, but filed for bankruptcy in 1952 and sold the property to Select Foods Inc. Select Foods was owned by Frank Odell Sherrill and Emmett Crook. Sherrill founded S&W Cafeteria, a Greensboro-based restaurant chain with restaurants in Charlotte, Greensboro, Asheville, and Raleigh, as well as several in surrounding states. Sherrill established Select Foods in 1943 to serve as the main food distributor for the S&W chain, as well as other restaurants, hotels, hospitals, camps, and other institutions in North Carolina. Their corporate headquarters was based in Charlotte, where they had 2 large distribution plants. The company bought the former Skyland Processing Building in 1953 for use as a regional storage and distribution center. Select Foods was in operation until 1981, and S&W closed its last location in 1982. So here's a site plan of the subject property. There is the original circa 1946 building and a circa 1975 addition. There's also another addition of unknown date. It's a fairly small addition. And a storage shed, which also is likely circa 1975. So the main elevation where the office spaces are and the main entrance is located along this side road here. But what you see from the main road as you're coming upon this building is one of the side elevations. And then there's also a railroad that runs along this side, just to orient you. So this is another building where we have some floor plans, we have floor plans and elevations. Most of the original design remains intact, with several changes that appear to date to the Select Foods era and a few more recent changes. The most visible elevation along the road once had a loading dock that was likely enclosed circa 1953 with the purchase by Select Foods Inc. So it's this elevation here, the side by the parking lot, no longer has this open loading dock. But otherwise, the only other visible exterior change apart from the additions is to the windows. So this would be the main elevation where you see the main entry door to the office spaces along this wall. And this is the railroad track wall, and this is considered the, I guess, the other side elevation, although it says rear here. So this is an early drawing. Again, here is the elevation that you see when you're approaching it via the road. This has been enclosed and likely in the mid-50s, but this loading dock along the railroad still remains intact. So here is that elevation along the road that has been enclosed. This is the elevation along the railroads where you can still see the loading docks. Here are some views of the circa 1975 addition. One of the side elevations that has replacement windows, although the window openings remain the same size as they originally were. And this is showing what's considered to be the main elevation with the main entrance here and office spaces along this wall. Another view of the main entrance. And here we have an original floor plan next to the current floor plan. And as you can see, the floor plan remains largely the same except for additions and in the enclosure of that street elevation and removal of several walls in the office portion. So here you see there are lots of smaller rooms, and here they are, many of the walls have been removed. So here are some typical views of the office area, which has mostly new finishes and room configurations. The main warehouse space. Here you can see the area where loading docks were enclosed, and you can still see the supports along here. And here is, let's see, these are some other typical storage areas. I'm not exactly sure what each of these rooms were used for, but they maintain their open floor plan and their materials. This is the interior of that 75 addition. And this is the circa 1975 shed. Skyland Processing Corporation and Select Foods, Inc. appears to be locally significant under criterion A for commerce as a major food distribution hub, initially for local farmers, and later as the only Western North Carolina center for the S&W chain and other restaurants and institutions, and staff recommends adding it to the state study list. Any questions on this one? I will stop sharing my screen.
Any questions or comments for Hannah? All right, I will recap then. We had heard presentations on 5 properties with staff recommendations. That is the Andrews House, which was yes. Wake County Speedway is yes. North Carolina School is yes. Springfield School is yes. And the Skyland Processing Corporation was yes. Would anyone care to make a motion on those recommendations?
I so move.
I'll move them. So moved. Second.
Go ahead.
I have Joe Opperman as the made the motion, and the second from Dr. Green. And we will proceed with a roll call vote. Noah Reynolds?
Approve.
Fred Belladin?
Yes.
David Bergstone?
Yes.
Josie Ward?
Yes.
Joe Opperman?
Yes.
And Dr. Green?
Yes.
All right. That, I believe, concludes all of the nominations and the study list properties. We have made it just before 5. But before I ask for a motion to adjourn, there are a couple of business items I'd like to ask Sarah to address for our next meeting, please.
Yes, so you all are scheduled to have, believe it or not, an overflow meeting from this meeting, and we are going to get started. I believe we said at 9 o'clock, so we can folks will be at home or at their desk just like this. So figured we could start a little bit earlier and get you going with the rest of your day. We will hear two presentations. One is a survey project from Rocky Mount, and that you'll be hearing from POFU again on that. And the other one is Clay County, and you will hear from Audrey Thomas and Michael Ann Williams, who did that survey for us. Beth, I don't know if you want to add anything about anything else to expect from that meeting.
No, just we hope that everyone can attend because we're going to see some really special stuff from those 2 surveys that we're excited to be concluding. A lot of hard work put into those projects.
Excellent. Thank you. And again, before we close, I'd like to ask Ramona or Dr. Waters if either of you have any closing remarks you'd like to make.
I just wanted to say thank you. This has been a long day, and it's a lot to have overseen. But again, I appreciate your stamina. And Dr. Green, it's not always like this. So just not to alarm you, but it
always mean to be making waves either. So.
But I think it does demonstrate the strong public demand for this program and our office's services. So you all are a key part of that. So I appreciate your time and engagement today very much.
Yes, and Sean, I echo Ramona's words. Deeply appreciate the staff and all of you all on the committee for hanging in there with us today. This has been a good day.
Awesome.
So thank
great.
you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, everyone. I have a couple quick question for Ramona. Do you know yet, or do you anticipate that we may be in person in June, or is that unknown?
I think we were hopeful we would be, Sarah. I think one reason we're doing this is to help save costs for newspaper ads, actually, and also that we sometimes have tricky weather this time of year, and boy, did we ever so far this year. So, but Sarah, I think the answer is yes.
Yes, we're planning to be in person for June and October. We did this meeting virtually, like Ramona says, the cost savings, so we can put that money toward funding the newspaper notifications. Each district listing has to have a new, if they have more than 50 owners, they need to have a newspaper ad. And we realized that that's a struggle for some communities to come up with that money, and it makes it more equitable, because some markets, if you happen to live in a market where that ad costs $1,500, but some people might live in a market where that ad only costs $200. So
sounds great. Well, I will thank you. That's great. I look forward to seeing everyone in person in June. Then I will close just by saying I also want to thank everyone, both the members today, for sticking it out. It's been a long day. It's a long agenda, but also to the staff. We understand you guys worked very hard to pull this together, and we certainly appreciate all of that. And I also just want to say one other point. I know we had some properties today where we had some disagreements, but I deeply respect everyone for keeping the discussion civil. It's even though we don't always agree, that to me is just a huge win. So thanks to everybody for the great discussion today. And with that, I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
Everybody wants to jump in.
So thank you, Josie. We have a motion. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Thank you. Is that I'm sorry, I missed who that was.
That's me.
Joe Hoffman, thank you. Okay.
Yep.
Noah Reynolds.
Thank you, Sean.
Yes.
Okay. Fred Belladin. Got a yes. Okay. David Bergstone.
Yes.
Yes. Josie Ward.
Yes, in the nick of time.
Joe Opperman.
Yes.
And Dr. Green.
Yes.
All right. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank
Great
you all.
job, everyone. Thank you.